I call this committee of the whole meeting to order. All councilors are present this evening. We will start with a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Today is the first of 3 public hearings the council is required to hold on the city's operating budget. Today's meeting will focus on the social goal departments budgets, which include police, Albuquerque Fire Rescue, Civilian Police Oversight Agency, Community Safety, Health, Housing and Homelessness, Youth and Family Services, Parks and Recreation, City Clerk, Economic Development, Arts and Culture, and Senior Affairs. On May 8th, the council will hold a second hearing to discuss the city's physical goal department budgets, which includes municipal development, planning, general services, environmental health, transit, animal welfare, aviation, legal, solid waste, internal audit, inspector general, human resources, technology and innovation, finance and administration, and city support. The council will hold a third committee of the whole meeting on Thursday, May 15th, to consider amendments and/or substitutes. No public comment will be taken. No public comment will be taken on that day, but we will take written comments as will be accepted. At the end of the May 15th meeting, the budget as amended and/or substituted will be sent to the Monday, May 19th City Council meeting for adoption. Live public comment and written comments will be accepted at the May 19th Council meeting. Members of the public, city staff, and the media have the ability to view this meeting in person and on live streams through 4 different platforms: GovTV on Comcast Channel 16, the GovTV website, YouTube, and Zoom webinar. The live streams can be accessed from most smartphones, tablets, or computers. Also, this meeting is closed captioned, and you may enable the closed captioning services on your television or device at this time. The video recording of this meeting will also remain available for viewing at any time on the City Council's website. Council staff is available via telephone if members of the public need assistance finding the videos online. Please call 505-768-3100 for assistance during business hours, Monday through Friday from 8 to 5. Members of the public have the opportunity to address the committee if they have signed up for public comment per the rules published on the agenda and on our website on Friday. We will now move to public comment. Here are the public comment ground rules. Each participant has 2 minutes to present. Comments are to be addressed to the councilors only. Any disruptive conduct will result in removal from the meeting. Mr. Cornelius, please call the name of the first speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our first speaker this evening is Janet Sayers, followed by Marie Ezizeni.
Get on correct pair of glasses here. All righty. Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the council, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm Janet Sayers, a resident of Councilor Grout's District 9 since 1986, but I actually grew up near Carlisle and Candelaria in District 7. So the Library Advisory Board has existed in some form for over 100 years. and was actually part of getting the 1925 building, the original building built. You've received comments from constituents about how important the library system is and the 19 branches. The library is part of city government and the city government family, and in a perfect world, our economy would just be gangbusters and there would be enough grocery receipts tax to pay for everything. But it's not. So our request is to restore the minimum of $49,000 to the budget so that we're even with where we were this year, but also to make the recurring line item of technology back to $500,000, which is what it was for years and years before COVID. And something got all fouled up right around the 2021 budget, and it was taken out as being a recurring line item. So, 27 seconds, okay. So what I want to promise you, we're getting people back on the board. There was only 4 people on the board a year ago. So we're getting people back on the board. We want to serve you. We want to be your link to the community. So I would just pledge that the new members of the board, we're going to meet at least 6 times a year when it's going to be.
Go ahead and finish your comment.
Okay, so thank you. We will be gathering input by visiting library branches, talking to friends, neighbors, colleagues. We want to be an active board that can provide input back to you, which is what our library ordinance tells us to do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Marie Essenyi, followed by Julia Clark.
I think Marie is still trying to find how to get into the building.
We'll come back. Julia Clark, followed by Anami Das.
Chairman Grout, members of the council, my name is Julia Clark. I'm the Albuquerque Public Library Foundation representative to the Library Advisory Board. Our libraries serve our community well, offering resources for all ages and in many languages and formats. Programs are frequent and well attended by the more than 333,000 cardholders, all of whom come to the library to apply for a card. Even little bitties have to come to the library. However, in the past year, unscheduled closings have become commonplace. From July 1st through April 24th, there have been 385 hours of unscheduled closings. This means that because of a lack of staff, library customers arrive at the library to find it closed. Sometimes the building is closed for the lunch hour, other times longer. It is our understanding that this situation often is a result of the delay in filling temporary and permanent positions in order to generate salary savings to cover unbudgeted costs for IT or information technology. Fully funding the library's IT costs at a recurring $500,000 a year is an achievable first step toward consistent public service and schedule reliability. Thank you for your service to the community, and thank you for the opportunity to express these concerns.
Thank you.
Anami Das, followed by Cheryl Muggleston.
Hi, all. Madam Chair. So on page 124 of the budget, where it says 124 on the bottom, not 124 of the PDF, the line item for $10,000 going to Fair Housing Services from the Office of Civil Rights, which is under HHH on this budget. It coming from the general fund and Trump's changes to like human rights law and anti-discrimination law, riot prevention law, as it used to be called, makes it so that either the human rights ordinance becomes unenforceable, significant risks are posed to any federal funding for the city if that is like left that way. I suggest changing it to the cannabis money And all of my other notes are for legal, so I'll save that for next week. Thanks, y'all.
Thank you.
Cheryl Muggleston, followed by Neil Copperman.
Good evening. I want to thank the City Council for all that they do for the library system. My name is Cheryl Muggleston. I'm a retired library employee, just retired last December. And I want to support the library because we need a $2.5 million increase to restore staffing and critical technology resources to the 19 branches. As a former staff member, I've seen the impact of library resources and staff on the community. From infants to seniors, all ages have benefited from the resources. Library patrons have learned, they've been entertained, and they've met new people. They look for jobs, they learn how to use their cell phones and electronic resources and other electronic devices. They've learned how to love to read. And during my 26-year career, I heard so many positive comments from customers. The library is a very important part of their lives. Without this $2.5 million increase, the staffing will be impacted. Many branches are currently understaffed. Some do have to close, as Julia mentioned. And with less staff, that means less programs and customers having to wait in line for service. Technology is vital to the libraries. The equipment and software need consistent updating. Customers depend on the technology to complete their work, look for jobs, and learn how to use various computer programs. The staff, of course, depend on the updated technology to assist customers and perform all library tasks. I hope you will consider an increase for the library system. Thank you very much.
Neil Copperman, followed by Marie Esseni.
Greetings, Chairman Grout and the members of the City Council. My name is Neil Copperman. I'm the Executive Director and founder of AMP Concerts. AMP Concerts is a nonprofit that has served Albuquerque for 18 years. AMP's work is diverse, rich, and creative with an emphasis on connecting New Mexico to a global network of musicians that enriches our local communities. AMP produces over 100 events around the city each year, many of which are free programs, artist residencies, workshops, school outreach, and opportunities for local artists to work with international touring artists. Our programs in the libraries, open spaces, and parks allow us to bring free music to people across the entire city. We provide 2 free events a month at the city and county libraries. Since the program has started, we've brought over 21,000 people to see music at the library, so obviously happy to stand here in support of our friends at the libraries too. The funds we receive from the city help us with downtown activations like the 70+ programs we've done down the street at the vibrant Fusion Art Space at First and Lomas, and the many events we produce at the Chemo and South Broadway Cultural Center, as well as to create a free concert series at the new park at Winrock Town Center that kicks off tomorrow and will run every Friday through June. They have also allowed us to bring artists to places like the Albuquerque Sign Language Academy and the Native American Community Academy for life-altering interactions. We're particularly eager to expand our school programs, which are still not at the level they were before the pandemic. We are currently in the city budget, and I just wanted to thank the council for the support, the ongoing support we've had for many years from the city and the council, and to encourage you to vote to support us again in the budget this year. So thank you very much, and thanks for your service to the community as well. Thank you.
Has Marie made it in yet? I'll shift to Zoom, and then we'll come back and call Marie one more time. Up next on Zoom, we're going to have Kit Kopek, followed by Benjamin Fox. Go ahead, Kit Kopek, followed by Benjamin Fox.
Thank you. Chairwoman Grout and council members, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Kit Kopek. I am talking to you from the Friends of the Library. The Friends of the Library is a nonprofit supporting the Albuquerque and Bernalillo County Library System. Our purpose is to fund library programming such as the Summer Reading Program, professional development for library staff, and smaller discretionary funds for the branches. To be clear, the Friends have a well-defined scope of work that cannot include staffing, technology, and other major activities of the library. The public library should be primarily funded with public money. Our contributions are just a supplement. We urge you to oppose the proposed $50,000 budget cut for the FY26 budget, and instead please support a budget increase of $2.5 million. As library costs have increased over the years, our funding continues to be cut back, which has forced layoffs and, as my colleagues have mentioned, closures at library branches. Our library system ranks 78 out of 97 systems in New Mexico in terms of per capita funding. Albuquerque residents use the libraries heavily, and we deserve reliable, quality, 21st century services that meet demand. In FY24 alone, the library saw 1.6 million visitors and offered 9,000 programs attended by 150,000 people. And please keep in mind that libraries are not just book warehouses. In addition to free books, movies, and music, libraries provide free programming for youth and adults, free computers, printers, Wi-Fi, and other tech, a free and safe place to spend time indoors, and so much more. Libraries protect our civil rights, libraries build business, and libraries build strong communities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Benjamin Fox.
Good evening, and thank you for the time. I'm here to voice my support for Albuquerque Community Services. Unfortunately, we exist in a time of tremendous uncertainty regarding funding for social services, supportive programs, community intervention, and public health. However, even in the absence of program funding and financial support, our community members and neighbors still experience crisis and tremendous need. Since 2020, ACS has been a new and innovative way we as a city have been able to offer support to our community members. And the city has received tremendous amounts of recognition and accolades for this innovative approach. I work in healthcare, and I've seen ACS step up to provide additional navigational support outside of the pure crisis intervention and behavioral health intervention that it was originally created to intervene with. We have all heard that ACS can provide the right care at the right time. However, our community members in need, our neighbors, family members, our friends, cannot receive the right care at the right time if there was no one available to take the calls of those in need. I fully understand the uncertainty of future funding availability and support from federal sources. However, in this time of uncertainty, we in local communities must identify areas that are vital to us and find ways to continue to provide support. As we prepare for the possibility of difficult conversations and budgetary balancing, I encourage you all to not consider reducing funding for supportive programs like ACS that are uniquely poised and capable of meeting the needs of our families and friends. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, if Marie Eseni has not joined us, then that would conclude general public comment.
Ms. Sayers?
We had another board member who did submit to be a speaker online, so I'm not sure what happened, but I was wondering if she would be allowed to speak.
She can, if you can get her.
Nicole Finch.
Madam Chair, councilors, thank you so much. I sincerely thought I signed up online. I must need some technology help from the library to teach me how to do that better. I was just appointed to the Library Advisory Board last month. I joined the board as an attempt to give back to the library that has given so much to me. The library is one of the last places where people are allowed to simply be without purchasing anything, and it provides a social hub for the community. At my local branch, Lomas Tramway in District 9, I often visit on weekday afternoons when the library is bustling with students from nearby high schools who have a safe place to start their homework and hang out with their friends. When I visit on Saturday, the library welcomes a lot of parents and younger children, learning the value of reading and simply enjoying some time outside the house. On any given day, there are meetings, book clubs, arts and crafts sessions, and even concerts to participate in. These activities help to foster a sense of belonging within the community and empathy for others. No matter the day, library staff is kept busy fielding research requests, stocking the hold shelves, and making recommendations. And behind the scenes, library personnel are also balancing the needs of the community with significant cost increases for the materials and services the library purchases and subscribes to. In fiscal year 2022, the Albuquerque-Bernalillo Library System spent $28.54 per capita, which is less than Rio Rancho, Socorro, Ruidoso, Santa Fe, Farmington, and the Los Alamos Library System spent, respectively. It's time to raise the stagnated library budget and bring our system up to par with those around us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, that concludes general public comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cornelius. Mr. Motzko, do you have any opening remarks for us?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee, members of the administration. Before we begin our review of the FY26 proposed operating budget, I want to thank you for the continued opportunity to support the City Council in this critical responsibility. As you know, I came into this process with a background primarily rooted in capital budgeting. Since then, my team and I have worked hard to deepen our understanding of the operating budget structure, dynamics, and at times its complexities. This year, we bring that learning forward with a stronger voice and a clear focus on ensuring that this budget not only balances on paper, but holds up to this council's expectations of transparency, service delivery, and fiscal responsibility that our residents deserve. I'm joined tonight by Associate Director of Budget and Finance, Jennifer Brokaw, and Council Budget Analyst, Laura Rumbler. Together with our dedicated council staff, we have examined the department's submissions and underlying assumptions in the proposed budget. Our goal tonight and in the sessions ahead is to provide direct, well-supported answers to your questions and to ensure the council is fully equipped to assess the administration's spending priorities. Crafting and adopting the city's budget is one of the most consequential duties of the Albuquerque City Council and one of the most visible expressions of your shared priorities. We take that responsibility seriously. Thank you for your guidance, your scrutiny, and your ongoing commitment to this process. We look forward to working with you to shape a budget that is not only balanced, but durable, equitable, and worthy of the people of Albuquerque. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that. Appreciate you all very much. It has been, this last month has really been a pleasure getting to work with everybody and our budget staff. They have, it has just been a delight learning and just getting into the weeds. And so very sincere, and I appreciate all of that. And we have much work to do. It's serious work. It's important work. Accountability and transparency is the most important thing to me and to our taxpayers, I believe. And so that is what we will be going through and doing over the next 2 months. And so with that, I would like to go to Mr. Lawrence Davis. He is the city's budget officer. He will lead today's presentation to review the social goals in all the departments. Councilors will have an opportunity to ask questions of each department after it's presented. Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair and councilors, for another year of budget. I first off want to thank my budget staff. You know, it's never easy compiling a very complex and $1.5 billion budget, like Mr. Motzko said. It's very hard. We just completed a 3-year implementation of our new budget system, which was not easy. We had the ability to not only retain, but hire great staff to help us with that. And it takes a team to build the budget. As your budget staff, it's an extremely complex budget, and I just want to huge thank you to my staff and a huge thank you to OMB City Economist, Manager Kevin Noel and Christine Berner, City Economist, and all my staff, because it's many hours and it's a team effort. Next slide. All right, a quick overview of the FY26 budget calendar, Madam Chair. As you can see, we are at the May 1st Cal meeting social goal presentation. And as you stated, the next would be May 8th for the physical goals. Next would be 15th for the markup, and final adoption is slated for May 19th. With that, Madam Chair, I'm going to go over general fund budget highlights for the proposed fiscal year 26 budget. The first item are wage increases. Included in the proposed budget is the 8.1 million citywide 2% cost of living increase subject to union negotiations for applicable unions. 6.5 million Albuquerque Fire Rescue per contract for fiscal year 26. The other item for other recurring highlights is Station 23 coming online at 1 million, and that includes both personnel and operating. Health and homeless operations at 2 million, arts and culture, animal diet, and pharmacy at 275,000 also for recurring. 2% medical increase at a cost of 1.1 million. And finally, this is the final year, I want to say this final year of the city para increase, 0.5% for employer and employee. It began in fiscal year 23, 4-year implementation cycle. This is at a cost of $2.4 million. You know, added up year after year, it's about $10 million to the city. So this is the final year, House Bill 72 up at the state. Transit subsidy is maintained at 30.1 million. Non-recurring item highlights include risk recovery at 1 million, JTA job training Albuquerque at 1.25 million. Shelter operations are also maintained at 1.2 million, and LIDA is included at 1 million. Moving on to the next slide, Madam Chair. I'll give a brief highlight for the fiscal year 26 resources, and our city economist will come on up and give you a lot more details on that in the upcoming slides. So FY26 resources for all funds, $1.5 billion. As you can see on the slide, Madam Chair, gross receipts tax make up about 40.2% of that. Next is about property tax of 13%, sorry, 195 million. The other big category in here, interfund and fund balance at 316 million or 21%. And those are what we have fund balance, what they use throughout the year in interfund transfers. With that, Madam Chair, I will turn it over to Ms. Christine Berner, who will give you a few highlights on the city revenues, and I'll jump back up after. Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair, members of council, I've got just a few slides for you here. Let's see. Did it? So this first chart shows the evolution of just GRT revenues from the FY24 audited actual to the FY25 approved budget, where we thought we'd be at the 5-year forecast and the current estimated actual as of Q2. And then you can see FY26 at the 5-year forecast, and that increased a little bit for the proposed budget, about just under 3%. Let's see. And it was increased from the 5-year because at that time we did have somewhat reduced concerns regarding employment and inflation than we had during the 5-year forecast. And then the FY26 budget includes $88.3 million for the 3/8 hold harmless. When you take out the required 112, that leaves just under 81 million available for appropriation. And as I said, we've got that 3%. I think I told you last week there was a small increase expected for FY26, but there's still a considerable amount of uncertainty in the forecast. And then here we just look at the FY25 general fund, quick update. So GRT was increased just a bit, 1.7%. Property tax, that had to be pulled back just a little bit. The year-to-date isn't quite up with the estimate, and so that was pulled back. Same thing for franchise. FY24 ended a little bit lower than we expected. Then year-to-date is a little bit sluggish, and so that was pulled back. The intergovernmental revenue, that's mostly due to state shared gas tax, which has been flat or slightly negative. Permit revenue, we've got a few things going on there. The FY24 was below expectations. Year-to-date is slow. Some of it's a little tiny bit negative. And then we did have some proposed fee increases in that past budget that were subsequently taken out. So that's what's going on there. Service charges, between the slowing economy and lower expectation for a lot of public engagement, and then slow population growth, so that stays flat. We've got a tiny increase for miscellaneous, and then the interfund transfers, those were left flat with FY25. Here we have a look at employment. So, oops, did I go too far? I think I did. So we're looking at employment. For March 2025, non-farm employment grew 2.1%, with transportation, construction, and I am not on the right slide, yeah, let's see here. Nope. Thank you. Are yours out of order? All right, here we go. So this is GRT by sector. That looks better. So the first column is year-to-date cumulative, and I think I showed you that last week. And so the second column shows you just what the growth for February. And then the next two show the share of GRT for FY19 compared with FY24, which allows you to see the change. And so you can see that for professional, scientific, and technical and construction, the relative share of GRT actually increased for both of those. But for healthcare and then retail, as we've talked about, retail has been slower, right? And so its relative share of GRT has decreased for FY24. And in this particular table, the food and medical are not whole, it's the phased out amount. Just so you're aware, that's why these are negative. Okay, I think we're, there we go. So now we're on employment. So this is for March. Total non-farm employment grew by 2.1%. And then again, transportation, construction, and education grew the most, with retail growing slightly. Federal government and information fared the worst. So, and I'll get back to federal government in a sec. So March unemployment rate for Albuquerque was 3.5%, which is down slightly from 4% in February. And that's compared with state unemployment that was at 4.3% and federal rate, which is at 4.2%. And in case you're wondering, that puts us sort of in the middle of our usual peers. Some did better, some a little worse. So you will notice that federal government decreased by 4%, and that translates to about 700 jobs. So federal government made up about 3.6% of non-farm employment in March of 2024, and now it makes up about 3.3% as of March. And while the 4.7 is a noticeable decline, I looked at the history a little bit. Federal employment growth was relatively flat from about June 2024 to September 2024, and then it did start a slow decline back in October of 2024. But we're talking maybe 2%-ish, kind of a slow decline. And then you do see that larger 4% in February and 4.7 in March. So we do have some of what's going on hitting the numbers just a little bit. However, total government employment in Albuquerque is virtually unchanged from last year, and that's because state government increased 1,700 jobs and local government increased 800 jobs. So we're still sort of flat. And I do believe that's it. Thank you. Thank
you. Thank you, Ms. Christine. All right, Madam Chair, on to the next slide. Final slide before we get to the departments. FY26 appropriations for all funds is also $1.5 billion. The left pie chart indicates is broken out by appropriation by fund. As you can see, general fund is the largest component of that at $810 million. Next is enterprise funds contained at $265 million, so on and so forth. The right pie chart, Madam Chair, for the proposed budget indicates by category. So personnel makes up 49.1% of the budget. Next is operating at 36.1%, so on and so forth. So I just wanted to make it clear, as this current slide and the previous slides demonstrate that the FY26 proposed budget is balanced. And it's not only balanced in the sense of resources and expenditures, but also balances our commitment to recurring resources with recurring expenses. As you know, we went through the pandemic. We did accrue a high fund balance, and we did, our target was to balance recurring resources with recurring expenses in fiscal year '24, which we did. It's been hard to maintain that, but every year we maintain a structurally balanced budget. This year was no exception. It's always hard, and I don't actually know if there's ever going to be a budget cycle. It's quite easy, but this budget is a balanced budget. With that, Madam Chair, we can move on to the social goal departments. Kevin, Noel, and myself will be transitioning off and on. We'll take one. Kevin will get up here. We'll go over the summary slide, and then we'll call up the department staff for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. We have one question from Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just real quick before we go into the departments, Garrett, if you can go back to the general fund GRT revenue slide for the public too. I know we moved the cannabis tax revenue into its own fund, but I noticed you still didn't report it here on like at least what tax revenue was brought in. Even though we moved it to its own fund, why did we not include the revenue?
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, if you go one more up, Mr. Cornelius, one more up, and one more up. Maybe I have the clicker here. Let's see. Sorry, I'm going to go back.
Okay.
So you'll see, Councilor Rogers, a slight variation. You'll see gross receipts tax here at $603 million. If you look up there, the first in the left table, it says 603,003. The difference between that, this is an aggregate. The difference between that and then Ms. Christine's presentation is the cannabis. Here we capture all GRT. It's considered GRT. We capture all GRT, and you'll see 599,503 on the FY26 proposed. That is the variance to cannabis. So she excludes it because it is a separate fund. Here's general fund, and it goes into a separate fund.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd still like to see it called out. The community wants to know what the city has brought in cannabis tax so that we are accountable to the community for what we said we're going to do with it. So for me, that doesn't help me to see exactly, the public wouldn't be able to look at that and say, yes, that's how much we've brought in for that. So can we fix that and just have it reported out exactly what we've brought in so it's more transparent?
Sure, Madam Chair and Councilor Rogers, yeah, we have a fund table. We could give you the fund table. Staff also has a fund table they can distribute, council staff, sorry. But we could also include it in next presentation, if you would like.
That would be fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just the community doesn't have access to the tables. So I just want it to be for the community. It's not, we have access to all that, not the community.
Yeah, thank you. Councilor Lewis.
Madam Chair, I guess for Mr. Motzko, does this budget leave a sufficient amount of reserve? I forget the best, I guess, term for it. Last year, I think we had several million that was unapplied, and this year it looks like significantly less. Does that put us in a position with our creditors or that might not be as favorable?
Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis, this year's fund balance that was proposed by the administration is about $12,000. Last year, when Councilor Pena and the staff did the budget, we left a fund balance of about $2.9 million. That does include a 1/12, so a month of operating reserve that is taken off the top. So we have the 1/12 of about $75 million, but the fund balance itself is about $12,000.
So what is the risk of that, not having enough in that?
Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis, according to GASB and the GFOA, the Governmental Financial Officers Association, they would like to see a fund balance of about 1/6 of the operating, so about 2 months of operating. So that would be about $150 million based on the 1/12 number. It potentially could raise red flags with auditors, and it doesn't necessarily show a truly, in their opinion, a truly balanced budget that's down.
And Madam Chair, and thank you. So, I mean, essentially, the administration might be putting us at some risk here without leaving enough in our fund balance there. And, you know, it's not hard to balance a budget, by the way. You basically look at what you project coming in, and you can be as conservative all you want as far as an increase in coming in. and then you spend what you think you're going to have. So that's a balanced budget, and we're required to do that. And that's what the administration gave us. But that's not that hard, especially when you just spend everything you got. And more than we probably should be spending. And so it leaves this council with one more tough decision to have to take the spending plan that the mayor put forward and look at how we're going to transfer another couple $1 million to put the city in a little bit better financial situation. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Bassan.
Madam Chair, Mr. Davis, on page 10, it's the FY26 appropriations, all funds with the 2 pie charts. What's examples of transfers?
Transfers, so transfers are network charges, other transfers that we have. So we have 3 categories. We have personnel, we have operating, we have transfers. Those would be the transfers going over.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Sorso.
Committee Chair, or Madam Chair, and councilors, I would just like to speak to fund balance. That budget that we sent down assumes that we have absolutely no reserves or no fund balance left over after this year. As everyone knows, we estimate expenditures, we estimate revenues, and that budget assumes that we start at 0. So that fund balance could grow as we get closer to the end of the year and departments have reversions. But for conservative reasons, we have assumed 0 reversions going forward. But any reversions will add to that 12,000 and will increase that fund balance. And I do, need to say that we are maintaining the statutory required fund balance of 112. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a follow-up to, since we're talking about this. On the first page of our budget, there is a new line item that says estimated projection adjustment. It's $12,155,000. Can you explain that to me?
Madam Chair, that's based on our second quarter projections. So second quarter projections, exactly like last year, we had that same 12 million in projections at second quarter, a negative 12 million based on projections. And we worked with our departments, we reined that in, and we did not have a $12 million deficit at the end of the year. So we're working conservatively from those second quarter projections, which you all have and received. And again, I need to say we're in the same place that we were last year. Second quarter last year, we were projecting right around that same balance. And working with our departments, we reined in those expenditures, and actuals came in better than what our projections were. But again, our projections are very conservative, where we add every single expenditure in there, and we look at the worst case scenario for revenues.
Thank you. Mr. Sorso, how are you trying to make that up? Are we getting lack of services in the city, such as library being closed?
Madam Chair, no. We are working, again, with our departments. We're managing vacancies. We're managing contractual. Matthew Whalen here has been meeting with departments over the last month to look at open POs, to look at outstanding balances on POs, to close what is not needed or reduce what we may not spend between now and the end of the year. And again, we're working with every department, every fiscal manager to manage expenses, manage vacancies. And even our fire department is working on overtime, and they're projecting overtime at 2 to 2.5% less than last year.
Thank you. Mr. Davis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll move on. First department is the Department of Senior Affairs. Director Ana Sanchez with the FY26 proposed general fund budget of 11.5 million, 76 general fund positions, 75 grant positions. First highlight is 100,000 non-recurring carried forward to continue security enhancements at senior and multi-generational centers. Next item is 500,000 non-recurring carried forward to support increased food costs and participation rates at senior centers. director is here and staff to answer your questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you,
for
Madam
being
Chair. Thank you, administration and council, for allowing me to go first tonight. I really appreciate that.
You bet, you bet. Counselors, any questions for her? Counselor Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This might be in here, but are you all, do you have, is operating funds for the Northwest Multi-Gen Center in this budget?
Madam Chair and Councilor Lewis, thank you for that question. We're closely monitoring the progress of that project. It's looking good. We've done a certainly collaborative effort to get it on a fast timeline, similar to Santa Barbara Martinez Town, which actually was erected within a year. So we're closely monitoring that. We are anticipating perhaps next year's budget. And so we already are actively planning on what we need, and we certainly will be making that request when the time is ready.
Do we expect, Madam Chair, do we expect the center to be open before the end of this coming budget year?
Madam Chair and Councilor Lewis, I wish I could see in a crystal ball. We are pushing on all fronts. I wish sometimes the wind would cooperate with the project. That can be a factor up there on that Cibola Loop Hill. So we're going to continue to monitor it, and we will be trigger ready when that time happens, and I have that go.
Right, yeah, but Madam Chair, so best case scenario, I mean, it's a year and a half away before this budget would end. I would expect that, I mean, to be wise about it, to be proactive, that we would want to be able to have some funds, some operating funds ready, so that if we do open that up in the next year and a half, I think it'd be wise if we put that in this operating budget. So I don't know how we're going to do that, but anyways, but thanks for all your work on, obviously, a great construction project and a great amenity.
Thank you. Counselor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Director Sanchez. Mine aren't really questions, just I have to say publicly what we've already talked about is that our growing population of unsheltered folks is 55 and above. And other than, I know your department gives the meals at the West Side Shelter for seniors, but I have to say it again, I need us to figure out how senior affairs can get in the game. And you do amazingly by protecting and making sure people can age in place, which is absolutely helping us make sure we don't continue to keep at growing that number. But I think the space that could be good for you is rental assistance for seniors who we want to stay in their home and not end up at the West Side Shelter. So just have to say that publicly again, that we need to figure something out in the budget so that we can hold the folks that are 55 and over that are not in a home. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Counselor Pena?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director, you haven't even started your presentation. We have a ton of questions for you. So as you know, we did the study on the aging population, just seen on the news the other day about, I think we're going to have by 2030, our senior population is going to be, we're going to be a bunch of seniors here in Albuquerque, including myself. But I just wanted to know if you've kind of tracked those outcomes, and then, and you don't have to answer that now if you can get that to all of us or whatever, but have you tracked those outcomes from that aging study that we've done? And then also, like, how much has your budget grown over since we've done that? Because, I think you guys do a lot with less. And I think we really do need to start focusing on your department. I mean, obviously, my mom goes to one of the senior centers, and I just see and hear of so many people there who, just similar to what Councilor Rogers is saying, is just that, having the services and, being able to provide that extra care to our seniors is important. So if you can send us something, you probably will mention it here somewhere today, but if you can send us something, I'd like to be able to track that and really start to focus, whether it's in this budget or future budget, about how we start to really address this department and its needs. So thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Did you have anything to tell us about?
Well, I was just going to, Madam Chair and Councilor Pena, I was just going to thank Councilor Pena. We do have, we've become more data-driven than ever through our strategic plan from that aging population study back done in 2021. We have a lot of information to share. We're coming out with our next facts and figures at the end of this fiscal year. You can see membership growth, participation growth, meal growth. So those are all things that we're actively tracking, and we have been trying to be at the forefront to make smart operational changes, be fiscally responsible, so that way we can continue to evolve as the older adults in our community continue to grow. So I'd be happy to provide that to you all.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions for you. Constituents have been reporting the inability to schedule senior transportation services ahead of time for appointments, such as doctor's appointments. And seniors like their appointments first thing in the morning. So if they can't schedule them at 4 in the morning to be picked up, and they like to get there early too. Can you give us a status on how this works?
Madam Chair, thank you so much for that question. Just to provide a little bit of context for our transportation services, which is primarily funded by the Area Agency on Aging, it's not general fund. We do provide curb-to-curb transportation Monday through Friday. We do have a reservation process. I think as I've shared through our council updates, we've seen a dramatic increase of medical appointments that have been requested, and those are priority for our transportation services. Through the reservation process, we offer the equitable opportunity for people to reserve the transportation, those one-way rides, and that is for all of Bernalillo County. So I'd be happy to share, we have some wonderful mappings of some of those services that we could be able to also demonstrate how transportation kind of works. But certainly we are something that we're continuing to evolve and improve as we continue to see more and more demand.
Perfect, thank you. I think we'd like to see that map. What is the total expense for the program that runs the senior transportation scheduling?
Madam Chair, so in regards to our software programming and the costs related to that, we used to actually be linked to the transit department. In the last month, we actually made a strategic move to actually have our own transportation software program that is actually giving us a lot of wonderful data. So we are looking at the yearly cost of that is roughly $100,000 per year. And I'm very excited by the data and trying to make improvements. So one of the things that we have done just from that change of the software is even be able to offer same-day availability as we can. But as normal, we have some challenges with driver vacancies. We have an aging fleet that had come to CIP before and talked about where we need more infrastructure in this program as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Two more questions. Can you tell me what senior companion service, what that's all about? I've noticed that it's down from what you were hoping for. So could you just explain that program?
Madam Chair, I'd be happy to. I think AmeriCorps seniors in general has been a target of a lot of conversation in our community. Senior Companions is a very important function within the 3 programs that AmeriCorps Senior funds at the federal level. So that is one area in which we always have a demand for companions. Those individuals that volunteer are provided a stipend and mileage. We're talking that these are individuals that go into the home and they spend time, take them to the grocery store, take them to church. So that is something that we are continuing to monitor because, of course, we can only bring on as many companions as the funding provides. So that is something that we're closely watching.
Okay, it's down from what you had approved, and so like significantly, which is a long time. We got this 2 months ago, right? So that's interesting. Okay, the next question I have, tell me about the grandparent program for school-aged kids, foster grandparents. Tell me about that.
Madam Chair and members of the council, that also is one of our AmeriCorps funded programs that works very closely with APS as well as charter schools and other organizations to place these foster grandparents in these classrooms with teachers to provide assistance. It's a wonderful program where they also receive a stipend and mileage to be able to kind of compensate them for their time, but many of these folks get more out of it than even just the children do. So it's been a fantastic, long-going program of the city, and we hope that it will continue.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any other questions, counselors? Thank you. Oh, Counselor Rogers, one more.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Something you asked. The transportation program, I remember you just said, and when we talked, you said it was, you covered the entire county. Does the county give us any funding to help with that program?
Madam Chair and Councilor Rogers, appreciate that. So just to provide some context, any funding that comes from the county would be going to the Area Agency on Aging of the metro area. So what our service is, we're the largest recipient of the funds from the Area Agency on Aging. And so that is where the funding for the transportation comes from.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Director, for being here.
Thank you very much for allowing me to go first.
You're welcome. Okay, let's go on to arts and culture.
Good evening, Madam Chair, councilors. We have Arts and Culture with Dr. Shell Sanchez as the director. The FY26 proposed general fund budget is $52,815,000. There are 413 general fund positions. The budget has a $275,000 increase for dietary and pharmaceutical necessities for animals under the care of the Albuquerque Biopark. There's a $430,000 decrease for risk insurance assessments and telephone rates. There's a $93,000 reallocation from the Department of Arts and Culture to the General Services Department for operations of the Albuquerque Rail Yards, and there's a $1.9 million in non-recurring funds for sponsored initiatives and events. And Dr. Sanchez is here to answer any questions.
Good evening. Hello, Director. Thank you for being here this evening. Do you have anything you want to add to that?
No.
Okay.
No. Just ready for questions.
Yes, ma'am. Councilor Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director, I mean, you have a good amount of increases year over year in many parts of your budget here, but there's a cut to the libraries. Would you explain the cut to the libraries? I mean, I was going to ask it and say, why does the mayor hate libraries? But I thought I'd ask it in a nicer way. So why the cut to library funding when there's increases in every other part of your budget?
Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis, I think you're referring specifically to an overall $50,000 decrease.
That's right.
Well, my understanding from that is it has mostly to do with transfers. So as I think an earlier slide said, there are certain things that have decreased, risk fund, different transfers that come out of our budget. And then some of that is related to program savings. So I think if you're specifically asking about this $50,000 net, that might be a question for OMB.
Sure. Madam Chair, a question for who? I guess Mr. Sursad, you want to explain the $50,000 decrease?
Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis, I would defer to our budget folks that are in the weeds and the details on these.
All right, Madam Chair, our budget folks, if you can explain the cut to libraries.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis. Overall proposed decrease, Director is correct. They had, the vast majority of the decrease is workers' comp and tort and other, which is actually really good. That's based on experience and the liability for those. We also had some transfers out to a few other departments. For example, the rail yards, we transferred $93,000 out to the rail yards. And those would be the most significant ones. As far as the $50,000 in total net general fund, the overall decrease is $416,000, including everything. So the $50,000 specifically for libraries, I could dig into and have an answer for you probably in about 2 minutes.
So, Madam Chair, now we know what came out. I mean, why? I mean, why did we take it out of there when we know there are needs in the library area? There's a lot of needs all around the entire system. So why? And I think it's more of a decision of, where do we take this money out of? Could have done that with every other department. Could have done it with any other facility, any other jobs in the city. So why reduce the library funding when you know they could use it?
Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis, I believe what I heard budget say, a large portion of this, and we can see that there's a $430,000 decrease to arts and culture, and a big piece of that, including library, is for risk management. Risk management, the budget calculates costs and bills departments for their cost of maintaining our risk management program. So if workers' compensation claims, tort claims, other liabilities are down, we reduce that across departments. And I think budget can get you a number of how much we've reduced that across the entire city budget. But arts and culture has a $430,000 decrease because we're managing our liabilities and our claims. And like Mr. Davis has said, he can get you a more specific number, but I do hear him saying that a good piece of that is from reduction in liability and costs. So those are costs that the library won't have to pay. So they've also reduced their expenditures. So we've adjusted their appropriations accordingly.
Right. And Madam Chair, again, a good explanation of what happened, but someone made the decision to do that with libraries and not anything else. And so, you know, I'm just wondering why libraries was chosen as a reduction when you know there's needs, there's personnel needs in every aspect of the system of our libraries. You know, the property that we purchased and own. I don't have a library in my district. We have property for it, but is this a department that we're going to fund less and less each year? Is it a department that we're going to look at and say, hey, if we need money to fund other areas of the general fund, the budget, we'll take it out of here? I mean, is that going to be the trend? Why this one specifically this year when you know, you had a lot of choices to make in that regard? I mean, it doesn't sound like you're going to answer that, but.
Thank you. Mr. Soroso, do you want to answer it?
Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis, we can go through and show you where we've reduced the risk assessments to our departments across our budget. We can show you that data.
Yeah, Madam Chair, you could do that. That's great, but you also increased costs in every other budget, in every other department, and you increased it, but just not this one. But thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilor Bassan.
Madam Chair, Mr. Davis, I want to make sure that I'm understanding correctly, because I'm going back to still the transfers thing, because I was understanding you to say sort of the franchise fees and things that we get transferred in that regard. But now when you said there's the $93,000 transfer from the Department of Arts and Culture to General Services, that this paper says reallocation. So now it makes me, is that what you mean by transfer? Are they two different kinds of things?
Madam Chair, Councilor Bassan, yes, they're two different things. I should not combine the terminology. So transfers, we have personnel, we have three main categories in the operating budget. We have personnel, we have operating, and then transfers. Transfers are primarily composed of like network, radio, like internal service funds that we transfer out to internal service funds to recapture those costs to run those services for the city. A transfer out that I was referring to earlier was a transfer to the rail yards. So that was taken out of Arts and Culture's budget and then sent to GSD.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director or Dr. Sanchez, my questions are around the biopark. It is by far the largest amount of funding in your department goes to the biopark. We do have a biopark society that is a nonprofit that is supposed to support the biopark. Can you give us an overview of what the biopark society pays for? Because it looks like we pay for most of it.
Madam Chair, Councilor Feeblecorn, yeah, the city does pay for the vast majority of operating the biopark. All of our nonprofit partners that we have for the museums and that we have for the biopark, they raise additional funds and do advocacy work and community kind of engagement for our cultural institutions, but it is the city's operating dollars that make those organizations and those cultural institutions go. I'm happy to get you a copy of the Biopark Society's annual report where they really, they do an annual report to their community, but they also do one for the city that details everything that they pay for. Most recently, their biggest investments, they brought in $2 million for the Mediterranean Garden, which is under construction. That's a $3 million project. They brought in additional $2 million from a private donor. They, just in the last couple of months, paid for a CT scan machine for the biopark, which we have not had before. That's a huge, huge improvement in terms of animal care on the veterinary side. So they do purchase a lot of, they've updated some other significant equipment for us at the vet clinic. So they do a number of things like that. They have made the major investment in the EEHV clinic. That's the elephant herpes virus that we are part of research, national research, and actually international research, because elephants in the wild, in addition to elephants in human care, are susceptible to that virus. So we're part of that laboratory system trying to figure out how to create a vaccine. So those are the spaces, those are the big spaces that they've stepped into lately, but I'm very happy to provide, you know, their very thorough report on what they fundraise for.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What I'd really like is a list of what it costs to run the zoo and what is being paid for by the Biopark Society on each of those line items. That would be very helpful.
I'm happy
Thank you.
to give you that.
Thank you. Counselor Lewis?
Madam Chair, thanks. Did you talk about the dollar increase to New Mexico residents to the zoo?
Madam Chair, Counselor Lewis, yes, we have proposed a $1 increase. Last year, the council approved a $5 increase on admission fees for out-of-state. And this year, we have proposed a $1 increase. This is really to bring in the revenue to cover the increase in food and medicine costs that we've been experiencing over the last attractions, like main event, other things that families do on the weekends. So it's still an incredibly affordable option for families and members of our community. It doesn't impact our SNAP program, where families and seniors, anyone who's SNAP eligible, can buy tickets that are $3 and $2. So it's really to keep pace, frankly, with the costs. But it's also a reflection of the fact that we've made some major capital investments, all of us, at the biopark. It's a very different place than it was 8 years ago, which was the last time we had a fee increase. So we feel like this is a pretty incremental proposal in terms of fee changes.
Yep. Madam Chair, yeah, I mean, there's a massive tax that pays for the zoo and the facilities, and the voters approved that. The voters pay, again, a massive amount of money that comes out of our local economy that goes to support the zoo. And then so you're saying is that we need this $1 to support the massive tax and all the things that we've done 8 years ago to support the operations of all that. But how much are you projecting the $1 to generate over the next year, or for 1 year when it starts?
Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis, we're projecting $275,000, $280,000 conservatively in increased revenue.
And Madam Chair, look, I want people to utilize the zoo. It's a great amenity. It's phenomenal. I wish we could make it, half the cost is what it is right now. I think we could actually do that in our budget. We're actually wise and smart with our budget. We could probably pay for all the operational costs that people already give money to, anyways. But I think at a time in our economy, we just look at employment in our city. This is a terrible place to do business in, the city. You look at the numbers and the data, and it's extremely hard for somebody to make a decision. It's very surprising, really, for people to make the decision to actually do business in this city, let alone to live here with everything. I mean, there's not a lot of real good, positive things to say about investing in our city, and yet we're taking another $250,000 out of the pockets of New Mexico residents and putting it into this. And again, I think it's needed. I think we need to do it. But I think there's a better way to do it. I mean, I think we could find, $250,000 out of a $1.5 billion budget. But that's not how this administration has chosen to spend things. The administration would rather say, hey, let's just take more money out of people's pockets, hardworking families, and make them pay more for our amenities. Director, doing a good job, and I know you're fighting hard for the zoo and all these great amenities, and so I'm not necessarily saying this directed toward you, but it's a mindset of our administration right now that we spend everything we think we're going to get, and by the way, we need a little bit more, and so let's take more out of the money out of the pockets of families in this city, and I just think it's the wrong way to go.
Thank you. Councilor Rogers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a question. Last year was my first budget cycle as a city councilor, and there was a clerical error with Outpost, and it seems to have happened again this year. Can you talk to me about what happened with Outpost and being left out of the budget?
Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, as far as I know, the non-recurring, the recommendations from the budget office for non-recurring sponsorships, they were basically carried forward from last year. And since Outpost was not in the original base budget, when that came from OMB to City Council, it was simply not included.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we use the old version of the budget to.
Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, I believe that the intention was to have a flat budget, so they were simply putting the same amount of money forward and keeping everything at the same level.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have just a couple of questions. You had mentioned that you anticipate revenue increase about $250,000 from the dollar raising the fees at the zoo. So I'm looking at numbers here, and it says that we had annual attendance at the zoo. You're hoping for $1,350,000, and mid-year you're at 568. So the numbers don't work.
Madam Chair, yes, because it's our calculations are based on a number of things, because it's not just every single person that walks through the door. First of all, a lot of the people who buy tickets are out of state. So those people are not included in our projections because the proposed fee increase of $1 is only on this year, or on residents, New Mexico residents. So we're not looking at out-of-state residents. There's a lot of people that come to the zoo who have memberships, so they don't buy tickets. So we take those people out of our projected number that are actually buying tickets. And so when our team, and I happen to have this in front of me because I have a great fiscal manager, based on the last year's and the last 2 years of attendance, we're estimating our base number of people that would buy full price tickets at 345,000 by New Mexico residents that would buy full price tickets, because there are also other reductions. The SNAP tickets, we wouldn't be increasing theirs, out of state membership, all of these other visitors, some of those are field trips, a lot of those numbers are field trips, right? That's a different number. So that's where the 345,000 base comes from.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I have a few questions too. Let's talk more libraries. How many temporary employees are working at the library?
Currently, we have 54 temporary employees. And that's a mix of library assistants and library shelvers.
Why are they temporary?
Madam Chair, we've always had temporary employees as part of the library staffing. That's been part of the staffing model for a very long time. We also have temporary employees in some of our other divisions. There are certain positions where having temporary employees is actually really helpful in terms of flexibility, in terms of being able to respond to different changes in scheduling and all those kinds of things. So that has been the model for a very long time. I don't think, transferring all of those to permanent employees would be a very significant change in budget, but also some of these employees they're students. A lot of our shelvers are teenagers. This is a part-time job. Some of them are in their 20s. Again, this is a part-time job. So many of those positions, that's not to say all of them, some of them transfer and move into permanent positions as library paraprofessionals, but that's kind of part of the model.
How long, what is the average that a temporary employee is there as a temporary employee?
Oh, Madam Chair, I would really have to look into that. I know that there are temporary employees that have been with us for a very long time. I know that there are temporary employees who are working towards finishing their degrees. I mean, I can think of 2 or 3 who were temporary employees for 2 or 3 years or 4 years, and then, did the school and got the accreditation they needed to become library paraprofessionals. And then there are many that are students, and they're here with us for a couple of years.
How many temporary employees are full-time employees?
Madam Chair, I don't have that number, but
get
I'm
that?
happy, I'm happy to get
Okay,
that for you.
Thank you. Last year, the library reduced the number of hours they were open to provide training time for librarians, specifically from many of the libraries were closed on Sundays. Will the hours that the libraries are open remain reduced in this new fiscal year, or do you plan to reopen them or extend these hours?
Madam Chair, there's kind of I feel like there's 2 things that are conflated there. So we did not specifically reduce service hours for training and professional development. We do that occasionally. We have 1 day every year when all of the libraries are closed, so all of our staff can come together in one place. We do have some mornings where we delay openings so that staff can meet together. The change to the Sundays specifically, we took our 7-day-a-week libraries, reduced those to 6-day-a-week schedules. That was in order to stay within the budget that we had. And the best way for us to do that was by reducing our temporary staffing so that we wouldn't impact our full-time permitted employees.
Thank you. Councillor Champagne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You reduced the library hours based on last year's budget, and we're reducing this year's budget. So are we facing more hours being cut?
Madam Chair, Councillor Champagne, at this point, we're not expecting to reduce service hours further. There were a couple of constraints on the library budget last year. Again, to be clear, the $50,000 change is really like a reduction in costs that are not things that we oversee, like the risk fund, the amount of money that comes out of our budget for risk and for network and all of these things. They're built into our budget, but those aren't things that I can change because I mean,
but you're still affected by them.
They don't affect the line items that we oversee. They don't affect our contractual services, materials, maintenance, and personnel. So, I mean, I'm happy to.
I hate to put you in the spot, but I'm a little confused why
it's okay.
5 people showed up here wanting to advocate for money, and this doesn't touch you guys. So you're good with personnel money then?
Madam Chair, Councillor Champagne, the $50,000 is a different thing. Last year, one of the major constraints for us on our budget was some security costs that we had to find space for in our budget. One of the things that has changed for us is that Metro Security has actually increased the number of staffing that they have. They've filled additional positions. They've made the ID library one of their permanent posts. That is one of the places that we were spending a pretty significant amount of money on security. And this was one of the things, again, contractual services is kind of the only space in our budget that we can actually make decisions, right? The personnel budget is fixed. And some of these other things, like how much it costs for us to have phones, how much our network costs are, those are fixed, right? We can't move those. Where we can make decisions is in contractual services, temporary employees, and if we have external security costs, those are in contractual services. So our contractual services for security, we are projecting to be significantly less because we now have another department that is able to cover those security needs in their budget at the ID library. So once we have a budget, we will revisit all of the service hours and the contractual services projections for next year and revisit the schedule for all of the branches.
Okay. Madam Chair, one last question. Temporary, by definition, is not permanent. So you have temporary employees that have worked for 4 years?
Madam Chair, Councillor Champagne, we have positions, yeah, we do have some employees that have worked for 4 years or up to 4 years, or, have worked for us for 2 years. They've left and done something else, come back after 2 years to work at the libraries. That's also true at the biopark. And it's a small number, but that's also a place where people get to come and work and find out if this is a career for them. And then many of them decide to go and get the education that they need and then apply for open positions at the branches. And I'm not sure, but I'm happy to look into, but a lot of our employees who are paraprofessionals started out as temporary employees and found that this is work they wanted to do. A lot of them found that it wasn't work they wanted to do, and so it was kind of an easy way for them to learn more about library employment.
Okay. And is it my understanding, Madam Chair, after 2 years, the temporary employees have to be furloughed for a couple months and then brought back again? Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne, yes, there is a 2-year limit for temporary employees for each engagement, yes.
Okay.
Mr. Whalen?
Madam Chair and Councilor Champagne, I think we just need to clarify one thing. When we say temp employees, there are 2 types of temp employees. The word temp is because we're using one of our agencies that we employ temps from. We have full-time temps that are there full-time, but then we also have temps that are part-time that may only work 20 hours, 25 hours. So you have the 2 buckets. You have the full-time temps, and then you have just regular temp employees. The full-time temps can work for the city for up to 2 years, and you're correct. Once they hit the 2-year mark, then they have to have a 6-month cooling off period. The temps that are less than 25 hours, they can just continue on because they're really just a temp employee. And so that's where I think we get mixed up, and you're going to see that with a bunch of our departments. Solid waste, parks and recreation, for instance, they'll have a full-time employee from a temp agency, and then they have to let them go for a 6-month period. But most of the time, it's usually been a stepping stone for them to get to know the city, and like Director Sanchez said, for them to work for the city and for the city to know them, and then they transition into a full-time position here with the city of Albuquerque. So we just want to differentiate between that.
Thank you for that explanation. Do those temporary full-time employees get benefits from the city?
Council Chair, no, they work for a temp agency, so whatever benefits the temp agency offers, that's the benefits they get.
Why wouldn't you hire somebody full-time? I mean, if you're hiring a temporary person for 2 years, why aren't they permanent?
Council Chair, because there's seasonal work, just like Councilor Sanchez was saying, there are times where we need 20 to 30 extra employees during the summer. That's where we hire kids out of high school or college students, because they need to be, we don't need 100 employees to do parks during the winter. They're there. I mean, we'd be wasteful in spending if we did that. We need them going into the summer to move forward, and then we have to let them go. So that it serves 2 purposes. So, and same thing with lifeguards. We hire lifeguards over that time.
Right, I understand that for parks and swimming, although swimming is also year-round, but at some places. But the library is open. If you have employees, full-time, temporary employees for 2 years, that's not seasonal. So explain that to me.
Council Chair, seasonal would be somebody being brought on for a short period of time, and they know that.
I understand that.
So sometimes you bring somebody on and they're good, and you want to transition them into a full-time city position, but you have to go through the hiring process. If there's no positions available, you just keep them and use them to keep working until a position becomes available. And then that's when you can transition them into that.
Thank you. Okay. Councilor Champagne.
Just one last question then. If a seasonal employee or a temporary employee at the library gets a pay of $50,000 a year as a temp, no giggles, I don't have the numbers, but what would that employee be if he was employed by the city? What would the cost be then? Because it costs the city $50,000 to pay them from the temp, but if they were a regular city employee, what would that cost the city?
Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne, I mean, it's significantly more when you have a full-time employee because you're paying, you know, an additional 30% in benefits, and that has to be built into a recurring budget. So you have to have a recurring funding source long-term for those kinds of expansions. The last time we significantly expanded the library budget for staffing was with the International District Library. And we have added, I think we added 14 or 15 positions when we brought on the International District Library, or maybe 17, and we have added another 3, 4, we transferred a position to the library over the last 3 years. So in total, I think we've added close to 20 positions to the library in the past 4 to 5 years.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to, last year, or this year, fiscal year 25, the non-recurring item of $750,000 for the Route 66 Centennial Planning. Can you tell me how that money was spent?
Madam Chair, one of my favorite topics. It is one of my favorite topics.
Mine too.
No giggling, it's true. And something I spend a significant amount of time on. But let me just pull up my notes so I'm not speaking. Tried to bring everything to answer all your questions, so just give me a minute. Nope. Oh, here we go. All right. Madam Chair, I'm not going to walk through every single item, but I'm happy to send you a very itemized list. I would say that most importantly, the bulk of this has been an investment in our creative engagement project for Route 66. We've gotten some significant funding from the state. And between that and with this investment that the council made last year, we have been able to pay the 20 artists that are involved, our 2 creative partners who are Meow Wolf and Refract Studio, and that all of that work will be realized and be an amazing 20-stop engagement project from Singing Arrow to 9 Mile Hill starting in September. So we have a project manager that we've spent money on. We have our branding and design team that has done the logo, who's also been designing a bunch of collateral, marketing collateral, giveaways for the city, all of these kinds of materials that we will start rolling out in the fall. We did a neon sign docuseries. We matched that, again, that was grant funded. We had to match that with some money from the city budget. Friends of the Orphan Signs, a couple of years ago, did an inventory of signs on Route 66 on Central. We had them do one on 4th Street, which also is part of Route 66. I know my enthusiasts know that too, but so we're very happy we did that this year. Like I said, a lot of artist fees came out of this. We put $50,000 from this money into Bands of Enchantment, which is at the Chemo, a really important event. They are, for 2025 and 2026, really planning to double down on the Route 66 theme for their TV show. So that's going to give us a lot of national and international coverage. One of the mural sites, we're working on purchasing a very significant Route 66 selfie station. And so that is going to be delivered this summer. Right now we're working on banners, stickers, to engage retailers and restaurants, and ad placement. And then we're also working on a pretty significant youth engagement piece, illustrated piece, so that artist.
It's a very long list. Thank you.
It's a very long list, and I promise it's all, not only is it all going to be spent by the end of this year, but most of that we're really going to see and feel in the upcoming year.
Thank you. Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just had a quick question. One of the big events that I've seen every year in May is the Tarde de Oro and the Mañana de Oro. They're right at the Chemo Theater, and you didn't list any of that on there. That would be an excellent event to actually put forth, which highlights the multicultural phenomena that we have here in reference to it. That production is something that I think you need to put on that list and probably have it roll probably 20, 30 times during that Route 66, because that highlights who we are as Albuquerque. Do you have any plans on doing that?
Madam Chair, Councilor Sanchez, well, these are the new things that we have invested in, and there's actually a list of probably 25 to 30 major events that are generally put on by nonprofits, either in partnership with the city or on their own. Many of these, the city, like Tarde de Oro and Mañana de Oro, the city sponsors. So our event list and our event calendar is very different than these particular projects that I just listed. So
okay, I just want to make sure that
yeah, absolutely they're on
yes.
that.
Ms. Roll call.
Madam Chair, Councilor Sanchez, those are funded out of Senior Affairs.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I have just a couple more questions. I would like a breakdown of how all the fiscal 25 non-recurring funding was spent for downtown events, including the Downtown Arts and Culture District, Downtown Route 66 events, and the rail yards. Specifically, does this funding cover the same events? And what percentage of these events happen on Central?
Madam Chair, I'll go backwards. Does this cover the same events? No.
Okay.
The rail yards, the non-recurring money for Rail Yards Market is specifically a contract with Rail Yards Market each year, and that is sponsorship and support for Rail Yards Market. And that is all. I mean, we can get you the report of how they spent that money, but it goes to that nonprofit.
Okay.
The Downtown Arts and Culture District, that was $100,000 in this past year. Again, that is a contract with the Downtown Arts and Culture District. That's a nonprofit. Again, I'm happy to get you a report. A significant amount of that money is invested in First Fridays, which is downtown, but they also, they do a number of other events along Central and in downtown. And that leaves, by my math, $100,000 for Route 66 events. This year, we are looking at, we put $50,000 of that money also towards Bands of Enchantment. We have another $50,000 that we are working with 2 or 3 organizations that are planning major downtown events in August or September, and we're going to put that sponsorship towards those. But we're trying to work with nonprofits that we know are planning to build events over the next 2 to 3 years, so that we're really building the downtown events that are going to be highlighted during the centennial and frankly, the years beyond that.
Thank you. And then I have one last question. Will the $1 increase be added to the annual memberships at the biopark?
Madam Chair, the Biopark Society, they set their fees for membership. So those are very different funds. The $1 will come into the general fund, and Biopark Society memberships all go through Biopark Society.
Thank you. Councilors, any other questions for Director? Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One more question. And I noticed in the non-recurring, there was a budget for library IT for $200,000. Some of my constituents are concerned about last year's budget cuts for that specifically and having to get up earlier to get their audiobooks and things like that. So will this money that we put in help with that?
Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers. So the audiobooks, Hoopla, I know Hoopla's so popular. Hoopla, our subscription does not necessarily come out of this money. Hoopla is a materials expense, so that comes out of our overall materials budget. That is that comes from a number of different sources. We put GO bonds into it. So there's the GO bonds. There's also county bonds that go into materials. We get state bonds and state grant and aid for materials. So we have a number of different sources for materials, and that comes out of the materials budget. I know it's a space that we all want to put more money, and we're always trying to do, you know, the magic math of how do we make that happen. So this IT money, that $200,000 is primarily infrastructure, computers, you know, printers, all the other things that I should know. I should have a lot more things in my, even the automated system that we use to track where all the books are, because as you know, you can pick up a book here and drop it off over there. There's a whole complex system that helps us know where that book is and how to get it to the next place. So that IT budget is really for a lot of infrastructure things, not subscriptions.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So this is a license for Hoopla, is my understanding is the issue. We had to reduce the amount of licenses for it. So to me, it's still technology because you're paying for a technology license. So if we added some funding to that line item, could you get us back the licenses to help with that?
Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, my understanding is we have not reduced licenses. What has happened is we have increased demand. So, you know, it's a great, people now understand that it's an amazing resource, and so the demand has gone up significantly. And so again, we have to look every year, how many books are we going to buy? How much are we going to put into the license? Because that impacts how many people can use it at once. And how many people can use it each day? How many downloads can our system have? So yes, we can pay more. We would just have to make those trade-offs. If you want a presentation on how we make those trade-offs, I am definitely not that person for you, but I'm happy to bring in our materials people to talk about that, because if you're a library geek like some of us, it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think we need that. I just need a breakdown so we can help my constituents with Hoopla, what that would cost.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's move on. Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to Youth and Family Services. Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Youth and Family Services, Catarina Sandoval, Director. Their FY26 proposed general fund budget of $25.8 million with 186 general fund positions, 69 grant positions. The highlights include FY26 proposed budget maintains $2 million reallocation from YFS to Triple H, $648,000 in non-recurring funds for after-school programming, sponsored initiatives, and continued support for the Westgate Bike Shop. And with that, Madam Chair, Director and staff are here to answer your questions.
Thank you. Hello, Director. It's very nice to see you.
Madam Chair, Councilors, good evening. Nice to see you all. I'm here with my team, my wonderful team members, and we stand for questions.
Any questions? Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director. I know that we had to close quite a few early Head Start locations because we lack staff. Is that the real reason that we had to close those?
Madam Chair, Councilor, I would invite my colleague, Dr. Blackman-Mosley, because it's nuanced, right?
Okay.
Part of it has to do with relationships with APS, the site, and staffing. So,
Okay, thank
Anita?
you. Hi, Doctor. Thank you for being here. Can you help me understand why we had to close early Head Start?
Okay, good evening, Madam Chair, Councilor Grout. So initially, during the pandemic, in the aftermath of the pandemic, we did close centers, do temporary closures, a direct result to staffing and even children. So during the pandemic, what we saw was, the world was saying social and physical distancing. When you're working with infants and toddlers, that's up close and personal. And so we had a lot of employees retire, completely leave the field, the early childhood field, and then also remote work, taking jobs that offered those. And so that's how our staffing was impacted. Kiddos, families, they were really kind of gun shy also about having their children in centers that with mass number, of other children. And so parents were electing to keep their kiddos at home with grandparents, aunts, and other family members. And so that's where we started having to really look at those temporary closures. And so that was initially what ended up happening. The kind of aftermath was we were not able to recover from the pandemic once things started to kind of loosen up. When I say recover, I mean specific to staffing for sure, but then children. And so what we ended up having to do after kind of long, hard discussion was a change in scope, reduction of slots for our Early Head Start grant. And this was a nationwide opportunity offered by the Office of Head Start, because this wasn't a challenge or a struggle that was specific to the city of Albuquerque. This was nationwide. And so we did complete a change of scope, reduction of slots, which was approved, and that reduced our funded enrollment from 128 to 64. And once we did that, those temporary sites that were closed temporarily, they became permanent closures, with us kind of coming up with a strategic plan of reopening those centers when we got to a staffing point, but with understanding that when we reopened them, they wouldn't reopen as early Head Start centers because of our reduced funding. We would look at opening, getting expansion funds, state funds, expanding to be able to reopen those centers. So we do still have that vision and that plan in place for those centers to reopen. They would just be under a different funding stream.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So how many kiddos? 64 that can
64
be registered
what
for
we're
Early
funding.
Head Start? And there are no plans to expand that for Early Head Start?
So the way it works, Madam Chair, Councilor Feeblehorn, the way it works is once our funded enrollment was reduced to 64, that's our permanent number. There's no way to expand from that unless the Office of Head Start issues an expansion grant opportunity, and at that point we could apply to expand our services. But we couldn't. Once we were formally, officially reduced to that 64 number, we couldn't say, oh, staffing has picked up enrollment. We have a lot of kiddos on our waiting list for Early Head Start services. We couldn't just go past that funded enrollment number. We're funded at 64.
Thank you. And last question, just how many kids are on the wait list?
On the wait list, we currently don't have any children for center base, we do. We have, I think, approximately 24 on the wait list for Early Head Start. And the breakdown for Early Head Start is, of that 64, 40 are center-based services, and then 24 of those slots are for home visiting services. And so where we're not having any trouble with the center base. And so that's where the waiting list comes into play. Where we are seeing the struggle is with home visiting services. Families really aren't they're needing more of the center-based services. So I actually have been in conversation with the Office of Head Start at looking at our home visiting caseload, since we are having some trouble with families not really needing that service, looking at obtaining approval to convert, to maintain a 16 caseload for home visiting, and then move the 8 to open up another Early Head Start classroom. So that we're in the beginning conversations about that, and then that would expand our ability to provide the greater needs service for these families, which is center-based.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Director, and thank you, Doctor.
Madam Chair, Councilor, I just wanted to clarify that our intent is to create more slots for children at our centers versus home visiting. And so that's our intention moving forward.
Madam Chair, thank you. So, I mean, it certainly looks like the department, and for various reasons, as you all mentioned, I mean, the department certainly has been, has reduced and, employees and programs and, participation in a lot of the programs here. But, I just read an article yesterday that New Mexico has the highest per capita, the highest youth drug use in the nation. I think it was Wallet Hub or a study that showed, again, the highest youth drug use in the nation. I would think that a lot of our youth crime is, I'm sure, affected by that. But how would you say the department could most impact that challenge that we have in Albuquerque?
Madam Chair, Counselor, thank you for that question, and I'll begin and ask my deputy, Jess Martinez, to join the conversation. I think, as you probably know, we hire hundreds of youth in the summer, throughout the year, but the summertime, of course, when most of them are not in school, we hire them to work at our community centers, to work for us. And I think if we can continue, we want to continue to build out those opportunities for our youth to work with us in a variety of ways, different mentorships, looking at expanding our job mentorship program is one way to combat that.
Okay.
And Jess, I don't know if you want to, here's Jess if he wants to add to that.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis. With the proposed budget right now, we're not making any cuts. So our programming stays the same. We have maintained it throughout the 8 years. We actually increased it the first year that this administration came on board by 35 to 40% in youth opportunities. But this budget right here, it was a council question, maintains our level of service across the board.
And Madam Chair, no, I appreciate you saying that. I mean, but there's positions that are inactivated in the department, and there are other reductions in a lot of the services that we're providing, again, for various reasons. But I think what's important in a budget like this is, first of all, to understand that we don't have a money problem at City Hall. We got $1.5 billion, so we don't have a money problem. And I think my challenge to you all, I guess, as a department would be, it's time for big vision, a real big vision to really impact our youth and our children, our families in the city of Albuquerque, and to demonstrate how these programs are making an impact. And so I, for one, would like to see that. You guys are doing good things, but I think I would just challenge it that there's an opportunity to be able to take advantage of a lot of money that the city has right now, and a willingness to be able to address these challenges and issues. So if there are some of the latest and most innovative, programs and efforts and visions and plans that you all have, I mean, please come to the council with this as far as for funding and ways that we can help, contribute to that, because there's a lot of room to do that. So, thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilor Bassan.
Dr. Blackman-Mosley, I have another question. It's really kind of to elaborate. Oh, there you went. Just to elaborate, because I apologize because I had to walk away for a different issue. And I know you were talking about Head Start, and Councilor Feeblecorn had been asking. I do know that we just recently have had some communications about a new early Head Start director.
Correct.
The role has finally been filled, and I think it would be great if you just quickly kind of share a little bit about that. I know that you and I know a little bit more about it because of my role lately, but I think it would be really helpful to explain a little bit of that, but then also to paint the picture of how this will impact the plans moving forward, I think. So I hope you think so too.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Councilor Bazan. So, yes, we're very fortunate to finally have an early Head Start director. The position has been vacant, moving towards 5 years. And, the reason for the length of the vacancy is the individual to assume the position, the Office of Head Start has some really exact experience requirements specific to, fiscal experience, administrative experience, and of course, early childhood experience. Interestingly, we've seen hundreds of candidates over the last 5 years, but there was the candidates historically did not have that fiscal background. So the candidate that was presented for approval to hire is Paola Castillo, and she's been in the early childhood field for a number of years. She has her bachelor's degree in a related field. She does have significant years of experience, specifically with the birth to 5 is her age range of experience. And I guess finally having this position filled will put us in the position to where we have that close oversight, direct oversight over the Early Head Start grant that we haven't had, because my role is overarching for child and family development. So I've really had to be, down in the weeds with the Early Head Start grant, and so now we'll be in a position to where we'll have that position filled, and we'll be able to really ensure that the services that we're providing, that we're delivering, are in line, with the detail and attention that they need. And so, the vision is definitely to regrow. So that's one of our, one of my initiatives is, we had to do, I call it the 3 R's. Just as a result of the pandemic, we had to reduce, regroup, and rebuild. And so, we're still in that regroup phase, kind of at the tail end of that regroup phase, and so we can really focus on rebuilding, and that's the direction that we'll be able to go in with the Early Head Start director in place.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, and Doctor, when does Ms. Castillo start?
May 19th.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's great news.
Thank you.
Yes. Let's see. We have Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question's for Jess. I just wanted to get some updates on, I know I'm horrible at our bill numbers, so I know Councilor Pena did it to talk about opening our community centers on evenings and weekends when kids need them, to Councilor Lewis's point, and also increasing programming past like 12. A lot of our teenagers say that there's not a lot of programming as much. Outside of teen nights, I know we have some good teen nights, but that's like only during the summer. And so I just wanted to find out where we were, and does this budget reflect opening the centers evenings and weekends? I know some are open on the weekends, but only till like 2 o'clock on a Saturday.
Correct.
And to Councilor Lewis's point, we need the centers to be open when the kids need them, and need a safe place to go to get mentorship, to not go down the wrong path. So can you give us an update on where we are with that?
Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, all of our community centers are open till 8:30 in the evening. So we are from 7:30 to 8:30, Monday through Thursday. Fridays we do close at 6. And I want to say 8 community centers are open on the weekends. Only 8 because in the past what we've done is we've opened up our community centers. We noticed that there is a lack of attendance, consistent attendance. And so at some point, for efficiency purposes, we make the decision to close the sites that aren't being well attended. So that's the answer to evenings and Saturdays. As far as the teen population goes, it's a challenge across the board. Teen nights are successful because they're kind of like one hit every 2 weeks during the summer. We do offer family nights. We do offer date nights for parents to drop off their kids periodically. But the tendency that we've seen across the board over the years is teens do not attend a structured activity versus just wanting to hang out and, do things what they want to do.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So that sounds like maybe we're saying we don't need them open and we're not working on a plan according to our direction to direct you to do that?
Yeah, no, Madam Chair. Okay, so Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, what specific direction are you speaking of?
The one Councilor Pena sponsored that we passed that asked you to put together, I want to make sure I'm characterizing it correctly. My memory, it's been a lot happening this year, but directing you to come up with a plan to open the centers when kids need them. And I think we have a lot of examples across the city, like Warehouse 508, where kids do show up for cool programming that we, I think, could model after. So I guess my question was, how's that plan going? Not
Gotcha.
Why
Understood.
you stopped doing that.
Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, we are actually engaging a contractor to do that outreach for us. This is the first time in my years that we were asked by City Council to do an assessment. So we're being very diligent and clear as to scopes with this contractor. Once that is in place, we will start that process.
Thank you, Madam Chair. How much is this contractor going to cost? And is that in your budget?
Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, yes, it is, and it is approximately $15,000 to $17,000.
And is this contractor a member of the, are they young? Are they youth?
Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, no, this contractor is not a youth, but his expertise is in engaging the youth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Pena.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a couple of questions. I have had, as soon as the summer starts to come around, I start to get these calls from different constituents outside of the district, just asking about, their child getting into the community centers during the summer, and, it's a lottery system. So I know you're going to do this contract, so I know you're working on those things, but just a question as to, what do we need to do in terms of staffing to be able to provide more opportunities for youth? I mean, it's kind of like this lottery system just drives me a little crazy. So I don't know if we have, because I know this is an area where we hire temps, right? So the youth to be able to do that. And I know it's not built into the budget right now to add more, but I mean, if we could, what would that look like in terms of some of these centers, just to be able to accommodate that? Because this is, part of the issue is during the summer, parents have to go to work, and that's when they are engaged and they're there because, I mean, I grew up at the Westside Community Center, so I know, and it was where everyone went, and obviously the reason you kind of have to have a ratio now, obviously, is because of liability, right? Because, God bless you, I remember at the Westside Community Center when I used to go when I was a youth, I mean, there was always danger ahead because there wasn't enough staff. So I understand your dilemma. If you can tell me a little bit about that or just offline, and send it to all of us, I think that's really important to try to be able to offer it to more children. And then a quick question, if you answer now or later, just, we're talking about Head Start, and I know this is someone else, but, we're hearing about some cuts to Head Start. So have you kind of contemplated that in terms of your plans moving forward? And then the last thing is that with this contractor, just to work with Bernalillo County, I know they do such a phenomenal job. I have tons of grandkids, and Bernalillo County does a great basketball program, but yet we have to go to the Westside Community Center or to Paradise Hills, and it would be really good. I think I mentioned that in that resolution of having APS. This would be a good thing for ABCDFG, now a different name, but to really be able to actually partner with them with this program and make it maybe a city-county program. It's just, there's so many kids who are trying to get into those programs as well. So a lot of information. You can answer what you want. If not, just send some.
Madam Chair, Councilor Pena, we will send that information out to all the councilors.
Okay.
So that way we're completing our answers.
Yeah, so that you're just not answering on the fly. And then
Yes.
the Head Start thing, Madam Chair, the Head Start thing, you can just answer that too, or unless you have an answer.
Madam Chair, Councilor Pena, if for whatever reason the early Head Start funding goes away, we do have a contingency plan for those participants.
Okay, cool. And then finally, I want to say prevention intervention, I think, is the key to some of our youth. We didn't get here overnight, and we're not going to get out of here overnight. And I think some of the services that you provide are part of that long-term solution. And so I just want to say the lowrider bike program, I think that's been just a phenomenal program. If other counselors want to do stuff like that in their district, you guys, we started this program 3 years ago with 8 students. Then last year we had 24 students, and this year I think you guys have 65, or some have dropped off. But 65 students that are really, really engaged, and it's really kind of changing their trajectory in terms of some of the things that they're doing. So thank you guys for your work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I have 2 questions. Okay. Has the department considered implementing a hiring bonus for teachers for the positions that are hard to fill?
Madam Chair, thank you for that question. Yes, we currently, and for the past 2 years, have a $1,500 hiring bonus for our teachers and head teachers to try to recruit and retain our early head start educators.
Okay, good. I'm glad. Is there an on-site maintenance staff at the Gateway from your team?
Madam Chair, our team maintains the Gateway Center, but we don't have an on-site team there dedicated exclusively.
Okay. Counselors, any other questions for Director? Counselor Rogers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. That is surprising, because I was told that because of the issues with maintenance at the West Side Shelter before we got a new operator, that there was an on-staff maintenance person that is now at the Gateway, West Side Shelter Gateway.
Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, we have always had a presence at Gateway West. We have, once FCS broke up into 2, we do have an MOU with Triple H to maintain Gateway West. The operator, through contract, also has on-site custodial that is through their normal Triple H process.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say, I know we're doing pod renovations, and we need to stop calling them pods, even though it's an old jail. Dorm. Sorry, just realize that as I'm saying that we're calling, it's a jail. The horrific things I saw regarding maintenance there, I know we're doing the pod renovations, but I don't want to see it go back to decline if we don't have somebody there on site to fix those things as they happen.
Chair, Councilor Rogers, we actually send 2 full-time staff every day for 6 hours. That's number 1. Number 2, if we have a work order that takes more than the 2 B-32s, we will send additional staff as well.
Thank you. That sounds like on-site people. Even if it's just 6 hours a day that they're there every day, that's on-site.
Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, it's an hour to get out there, an hour back. So,
which is the point of why they should just be there. Exactly. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Director, Deputy. I think we're done for you. Thank you. Thank you for what you do, too. Those kids need you. Okay, we're going to move on to Civilian Police Oversight Agency.
Thank you, Madam Chair and councilors. We have the Civilian Police Oversight Agency with Diane McDermott as the Executive Director. The FY26 proposed general fund budget is $3,043,000 with 21 general fund positions The budget includes $159,000 in recurring operational funding for the 501 Tijeras lease and janitorial services. There's $45,000 in one-time funding carried over to cover costs associated with branding materials for the Community Policing Council, mediation and translation services. And I think Executive Director McDermott is here. Thank you.
Good evening, Director.
Good evening. Thank you.
How are you?
Good.
What say you?
It's been quite a whirlwind of a year. We've been adding positions, restructuring positions, working towards compliance. We've had some stability. We have now officially moved to a new location. It's not fully ready. We have to do some build outs and a few other improvements, but it is vastly improved from our old location where we were stacked 4 per a very small office. So now we have actual room to function.
Good.
So appreciate all of that. The budget, of course, is all to figure out because that's all new. There's a lot of new things that are added to our budget that we weren't originally accounting for or expecting. So, but I'm here to answer any questions.
Okay. Counselors, any questions? Counselor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi. I did ask this question. I'm not sure if you got it. So if you don't have the information today, that's okay. I'm just interested to know what the number of complaints are per year. Like, how's the trend going? Are they going down or going up? So I'm interested in the number of total complaints and then also the number of complaints that result in assignment for investigation over, a period of years. And I'm curious if you just know off the top of your head if the number is going down.
So the numbers are increasing, and there's a lot of different reasons why that can be. Obviously, exposure, people being more aware that the agency exists, outreach, things like that, definitely increase complaints. The fact that whenever the department is in the news tends to increase complaints generally. There's lots of different reasons that people file complaints. They file because they don't necessarily understand what our agency does. So they think that we'll get them out of charges, or they think they'll get money, or something like that. So we get a lot of different complaints due to that. There's just societal dissatisfaction with the judicial system and our political climate. So that definitely contributes to why the complaints increase. Now, that doesn't mean that the sustained complaints increase, meaning that there was an actual violation. It just means that more people are complaining. Since I started taking over with things, I've been tracking, there's what's called intakes, and then there's actual complaint investigations. So intakes, as an example, we're up to over 300 for this year, but assigned out, I think we're about 90. Sorry, my deputy director is here as well, Ali Abbasi. So we're at 90 complaints that have been assigned so far. So actual investigations, about 90, actual intakes, a little over 300 for this year as an example.
Thank you. And that's one of the reasons I was asking about how many were actually assigned for investigation, because I think that there is a lot of reasons that folks would be filing, but I'm curious in how many of them are worthy of investigation, and is that number going down over the years?
So I would say yes and no. So when I say that the number itself is going up, again, yes, because it is still a percentage. If the intakes are increasing, then the number of complaints will increase, but maybe not as large as the intakes, if that makes sense. So when we're looking at a complaint that comes in, we're doing work with it no matter what. Sometimes it's very quick, but we're looking at what is the issue. And then if it is something that, even if we have a pretty early indication that it is not a, what we would call a sustained finding, meaning that there was a violation, it still needs to get assigned and it needs to be worked so that it's thorough and fair, and that both the citizen and the officer get that neutral fair investigation that either exonerates or sustains that particular allegation. I believe Deputy had polled, we had about 1,000 allegations in the last couple of years. That's separate allegations. They did a search. They treated me rudely. There's all these different SOPs that we look at. And we look at the incident both from the complaint that we receive, but also our goal is to improve the department. So as we're reviewing this incident, we're looking at, are there other procedural things that sort of, we're not digging, we're not witch hunting, but we are, if something's smacking us in the face that is a violation, we'll address it as part of that investigation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just, it's very worrisome to me in a time when we are seeing the DOJ leave and we're going out from under that oversight, that we are seeing increases in the number of, not only the number of complaints, but the number of complaints that need to be investigated and that are resulting in problems for the for APD. A 7.7% increase for this department this year might have to be higher next year if we continue to see those trends. And I sure would like to be seeing them go a different way. Thank you.
If I might just add a little bit to that. So obviously, the more the department has interactions with individuals, those numbers are going to go up as well. So there's been a lot of different trends, of course, with COVID times, things were down, things like that. But as the department is doing more, and of course the chief will speak more to this, but proactive response teams addressing the concerns that the community have about unhoused and things like that, those are going to increase contacts. Therefore, those complaints are going to increase as well. So again, it's more important to look at what is sustained or what is an issue of a problem more than just the numbers themselves.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We sent some questions before, so I just want to make sure I understand the responses that we got for some. Currently, you have 8 investigators currently?
Currently employed, we have 8, yes.
8 total. And based on your responses, anticipated caseload per investigator is about 41.5. And that's for your 8 investigators, or is that for the total year?
So we're looking at, right now we have 8 employed. We have budgeted 10. We had those filled, but then we had the restructuring and adding of a couple of supervisory positions. So a couple of people got promoted from being regular investigators to those supervisory positions. So that's why we have 2 vacancies. So ultimately we'll have 10 regular investigators. And with that 41, I'm trying to remember if that was at 8 at 10 or 10. But the general guideline, I guess you would say, is to have 10 or under in terms of active, like at a time, active investigations per investigator. Now, we get lots of, they take anywhere between 90 and 120 days. That's the requirement by the CBA. That sounds like a long time. It's not. When you actually have a volume and you have the level of detail that we were required to do, the level of evidence review, things like that, it is not actually a lot of time. But so yeah, it will be probably around 40-ish investigations per investigator.
Okay.
It's a high number still, but.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just did the math, so that's 41.5 cases for, right now we have 8, not even including the 2 vacancies because they're not investigating anything, they're vacant. That's 332 a year, but you just said our complaints for this year alone are already at 300.
That's the intakes. Intakes, different things. So
But
intakes
you have to
are.
intake them to decide if they're going to get investigated.
Correct.
Right?
So we're at about 90 right now this year.
So what was the 300 number that
That's
you
the
just,
intakes.
Okay.
So intake, so I file a complaint, that's an intake.
Got it.
I actually assign it to an investigator to get full investigation.
That's what we're talking
That's
about.
an
Okay.
investigation.
Thank you. So all that to get to, how many investigators do you need to keep up so we can get the backlog done?
Well, that's a different question, but in terms of, we actually conducted in-house a staffing study that we haven't provided yet to the council. We're actually providing it to the oversight board this week to take a look at. That gives some various pieces of information to look at what's the actual staffing we probably would need. We didn't make any additional requests, I mean, for a variety of reasons. Obviously, we were instructed not to make requests, but also because we're doing a lot of restructuring, because we're doing a lot of different things, we also prudently needed to see what's the outcome of that before we just say we need more. So we're taking a look at what do these supervisory positions, what have they done for us, what are they adding for us, what is the stability that we've had now, because we hadn't actually had any stability in the agency until basically this year. So there's been a lot of changes and we're kind of evaluating where we're at, but do I anticipate that we may need more investigators? Likely, possibly, but I won't say that right at this moment because we're still, like I say, evaluating where we're at with what we have.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for our budget, 'cause we have to decide what to give your agency, I would like to know how to lower our backlog. How many people do you need to be able to get our backlog under control? And you don't have to answer that now. Just get us a number. I know you weren't asked for that number, but I am asking for that number. What is the amount of people you need to get through our backlog?
Yeah, that again, that's a short-term thing.
That's
so,
okay.
Yeah.
Whatever you can provide will help us at least have that conversation internally. And then the other thing, maybe directed towards the administration, of all of the agencies and departments, every single one has goals, has measures, has objectives. This one does not. And so I just want to know why not and how can we build those into the budget?
Council Chair, Councilor Rogers, we're going to have legal speak to this because of the oversight responsibilities of this agency.
Yeah, so CPOA, because it's independent under the CASA, the administration really can't establish goals or measures or things like that for the CPOA. That just really wouldn't be appropriate. So that's.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to follow up, I'm not saying, like, for instance, let's just be real. APD has an objective in there about DWI arrests. Probably not a good idea to have in our objectives right now. So I'm not saying we should be having objectives that say we want to see an increase in, because I understand how that's odd, right? We don't want to have an objective that says we are going to have this many complaints and we're going to get through this many complaints, because that's unknown. But we could do, now that the CASA agreement, right, we're supposed to be out of it, then could we do that and put some goals like personnel? We just need to make sure your retention rate is this. We make sure your vacancy rate, things that tell us we're being, the number of backlogs is not as high. Now that we're going to get out of this, because we're talking about how we're getting out of the CASA agreement so much. So then can we set some goals for this agency?
Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, so we're not out yet. We haven't filed yet. We're working on it. We're going back and forth with DOJ. But I don't think so. I haven't reviewed this ordinance in a while. But I do think the ordinance codifies the independence of the CPOA. And so I still don't think the administration could set goals for CPOA.
Wonderful. Could council?
I think so.
Wonderful. Wonderful. We'll work on that because I just think it's glaring that we don't have anything.
Right.
But I understand why.
Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, I do think there is a sort of neither political branch is supposed to interfere with CPOA. However, I think that probably Director McDermott with the contract compliance officer could work with council to set some goals.
Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. McDermott, thank you for coming today. One of the things that I was curious about was the stability, so thanks for answering that question. And I had another question about the new office. How is that working out so far? Do you have enough space? Do you have what you need to operate and function properly?
So we just, I think this is our actual first full week, so it's a little too new to tell, but there are a couple of different build-outs that are going to be necessary for us to function in the space. And we are working with GSD to get the quotes for those and then provide them. I know I've provided some of them to Mr. Cicero to kind of figure out how are those going to be funded. Are they coming out of something that council provides, or are they coming out of our budget because we do have it? Or so I'm working with those parties to try and get those needs met. But yes, it is enough space for us. There's just a couple of refinements that have to happen to make it usable or better usable.
Thank you. Make sure you get a hold of council so we can work with you to make sure that we have your build out taken care of and that it's sufficient for your needs. Also, just to clarify what the city attorney stated, we are still in the cost. We're still in the cost, so we still are under DOJ, and we are not out of it yet. So I just wanted to make sure that people understood that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, counselors? Thank you. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
McDermott. I'm glad you're in your new home.
Yeah, so are we. It's very exciting. So we're working
It's been a long
towards.
time coming.
Yeah, it has been. Thank you.
Okay, we are going to move on to city clerk, and then after this department, we are going to take a little bit of break. Eat real quick, and then we'll come back. City clerk's office.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Next up, City Clerk Ethan Watson. City Clerk with the FY26 proposed general fund budget of $5.2 million, 38 general fund positions. And, you know, one little highlight, we're a department that has a big effort for IPRA. $400,000 non-recurring for temporary staff to continue assisting the IPRA backlog and an increase in requests. And with that, Madam Chair, Mr. Watson and staff are here to answer questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the council. I'm here with Deputy City Clerk Chris Peck and Rachel Rodarte, our fiscal officer. We're very excited to be here tonight. I will say we do miss the CPOA. They were our neighbors upstairs for many years, and we do miss them in Plaza del Sol and be their windows into this. I don't have anything else. So, as questions?
Counselors, any questions? Okay, I have a list here of a few questions we'd like answered. What does the election fund pay for outside of the public funded campaign funds?
So pursuant to the Open and Ethical Election Fund, which is, I assume, what you're referring to.
Yes, sir.
The city charter does allow us to spend some of that fund for administration expenses. And as a result of that, we pay for the cost of the qualifying contribution website.
The which one?
The qualifying contribution website. We pay for our election audit work for auditing the financial reports of people who are seeking public financing. We pay for the legal services associated with legal questions around candidates who are seeking public financing. We pay for, every time a person makes a $5 contribution using a credit card, there is a merchant bank fee on the $5 contribution. We pay for that fee out of the Open and Ethical Election Administration Fund sliver. Several years ago, as the council knows, we started working with the Department of Internal Audit to do an audit of paper qualifying contributions. And internal audit, following the first cycle of doing that, thought they could use additional temporary staff to assist with auditing the paper qualifying contributions. And so this year we are paying for the temporary staff of internal audit who are going out and making sure that the paper qualifying contributions are from who they say they are from. And then finally, last but not least, we also pay to print the qualifying contribution books.
Okay, thank you. So you mentioned that you take the credit card fees out of that fund.
Correct.
So when a candidate gets public funding, you take that piece, amount, you subtract that from what you give to each candidate. How does that work?
We take the merchant fees out of their, that's true, we take the merchant fees out of their distribution, that is correct.
Yep. So are you also taking it, so are you taking it twice? How does that work?
No, we don't take it twice. So we basically just cover it up front. So if they qualify, whatever merchant fees they were charged, we don't distribute to them as part of the distribution. We treat it sort of like seed money.
Okay, well, you had mentioned in your list of the things that you can use that fund for, one of the things that you mentioned was credit card fees that signatures, people that sign it, donations, they take it from there. So is that true? Like, are you getting confused? Because you mentioned that they pay for that as well.
Well, we basically pay for it on behalf of the candidate, and then the candidate does not get that. They don't receive that as part of a distribution.
Let's talk about this afterwards.
I'd be happy to. Sorry, I wasn't aware that was the specific of your question. I thought it was more general to this type of expenses.
Okay,
but
yeah, we'll follow up on that. Okay, a couple more. For municipal elections, what is the city's responsibility for, and what is the county responsible for?
So the city clerk's office oversees campaign finance in municipal elections, which in short, we regulate what people can spend money on and also their reporting on their spending. We manage and oversee the city's public financing program. We manage and oversee the city's ethics code and then enforcement of those, the laws in those various areas. The county mainly manages voting, ballots, and petitions and ballot access, and who gets on the ballot is ultimately managed by the county. But so we have no role in voting sites. So that is all the county. And that's as a result of the Local Election Act, which was passed several years ago.
Okay, thank you. I have one last question. The department has an overall 12% decrease from fiscal year 25. How does the department plan to address the increased costs of IPRA and other programming with the reduced budget?
I looked into this. I was actually not aware of this, and I looked into it, and I think it's all due to a change in the risk premium. So this is, from my view of the CAO summary, my operating budget is not changing, and it's entirely due because we've had, in a bit of good news, fewer IPRA claims as a result of our backlog reduction efforts. So yes. I think that's what the reduction is because 2 years ago, we had a large number of IPRA claims, and based on the way the risk fund works, they sort of like come the year after and take a chunk of that. I did not view this as an actual reduction in my operating budget.
Mr. Whalen, can you answer that?
Council Chair, the way the risk fund works is if you have a claim, you have to encumber or reserve a certain amount of money based on what the potential liability is. So that gets taken out of your budget, not your operating, but out of an annual budget. So for instance, years ago, we had a claim that was on the books, and the anticipated loss was, I'm just going to throw a number out there, $200,000. Well, that carried forward in the risk fund, and then after 2 years, the claim was settled for a lot less, and that money gets re-released into your budget.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Any other questions, councilors? Okay, thank you, Mr. Watson. Okay, at this time, we are going to take about a 25-minute break. So let's be back at 7:55. Okay. Okay, we're back from our dinner break. Our next department is Economic Development. Sir?
Madam Chair, Councilors, Economic Development with Director Max Gruner. Their FY26 proposed general fund budget is $5,067,000. They have 15 general fund positions and 2 grant positions. There's $1.25 million non-recurring for job training Albuquerque to support the city's workforce development program, and $958,000 to support non-recurring initiatives such as Three Sisters Kitchen, the Black Chamber of Commerce of New Mexico, Southwest Women's Collaborative, and Main Street programs.
Welcome, Director.
Madam Chair, Councilors, glad to be here. Thank you for the opportunity. Would also like to introduce Janelle Schisler, the Financial Manager for the department.
Nice to meet you. Okay, any questions for Director Councilor Rogers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director, for being here. I have a question. Thank you for mentioning the Black Chamber of Commerce in the opening there, because that's where my question's going to start. We, for FY25, appropriated an extra $20,000 to that contract that has not been executed yet. Is there a reason your office, like, literally blatantly disregarded our appropriation? The contract was executed months after that appropriation was passed. So I'm just very confused about why you would execute the contract lower than the amount that this body passed.
Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, thank you for that question. As you know, there were some disagreements as to the scope of that additional funding that was added to the original contract. And it is my understanding that the vendor on the other side of this negotiation only agreed and sent back the draft of that newly developed scope last week.
No, thank you, Madam Chair. No, I'll correct you. That contract, there was not supposed to be any change in the scope. We were just adding $20,000 to the contract you had not executed in the first place, even though the fiscal year is almost over. That was not on the Black Chamber. That was on your department not getting that contract out in time. So I please do not put that on the contractor. So I'm going to make sure this year, hopefully if my colleagues support that, to make sure that their contract that you execute for FY26, if passed by this body, is honored by your department.
Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, we will take that under advisement. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. Next question. Can you tell me about your new version of, or your new requirement requiring for your department for insurances for contractors?
Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, there are minimum requirements. I'm sorry, Councilor Rogers, you asked about the insurance requirements?
Correct. You have rolled out a new insurance guide for economic development contractors for FY26 that changes the amount of insurances that a small business has to have. Can you tell me about those changes?
Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, thank you for that question. I am not prepared to tell you specifically about those changes. What I can speak to is the process through which we arrived at that document. There had been over the years inconsistencies, if you will, variations in the contract requirements from vendor to vendor. We have been working diligently with risk to streamline the contract requirements. So if somebody comes in wanting to collaborate with the city, they know exactly what the requirements are, which are situation specific, right? Are you going to be driving as part of this contract? Are you not? Things like that. So that document is a collaborative document between risk and EDD.
Okay.
And would be happy to talk offline with people who are a lot more educated than me on the specifics.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think, let me ask it in a different way. I see Kevin wanting to weigh in real quick, but let me ask it a different way. What is the requirement for insurance for small businesses who are contracting with economic development in FY26? Is it 1 million or is it 2 million?
I do not know off the top of my head, but whatever the document you are referencing, if it is the final version, says that is the standard to which vendors are held.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay. I would love to talk about this offline. The fact, because this does have to do with the budget. I know I'm feeling the vibes from my colleagues about the budget, but this is going to significantly, the change that you've just rolled out is going to significantly impact our small businesses. And I'm very concerned. And if you can't tell me that as the director that you made this change, I'm even more concerned. So I would love to hear from Kevin.
Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, my understanding is that the insurance requirements have not changed. What I heard Mr. Gruner speaking to is making sure that all of the businesses that contract through economic development have one document that they can look at and understand what those insurance requirements are. But I'm being told by our director, who is over to risk management, that those requirements are the same across all departments, and they come out of risk management. And I believe the number you're looking for is a $2 million number. But again, there are some nuances to whether you're going to be driving, whether you're going to be working with children, et cetera, that may change those requirements. But we are consistent across the board. We should be consistent across the board, whether you are contracting through YFS, EDD, HHH requirements for small businesses should be consistent. And
Thank you, Madam Chair.
We have not changed those.
Yeah, and I think that's what's concerning is they have been changed. And so I know that they've been changed. I think the other thing is that, to your point, in equity and inclusion, when we were contracting with folks that aren't like running the West Side shelter, right? I understand why someone like that needs a large insurance product that we also pay them for in our contracts for their insurances so they could have them. We don't do the same with the economic development contractors. They don't have a line item in their budget that will reimburse them for insurances. I'm hearing from business owners that have contracted outside of the Black Chamber that have received word that they're going to have higher insurances, and that your department specifically, these are some contractors who have contracts with other departments as well. And your department has specifically said we are not going to provide waivers anymore for some of those. And we're now increasing those waivers we gave last year. We're not doing them this year, and you're responsible for a $2 million, even for a training contract. So I would love to talk about this more offline so we can get back to the budget. But this is going to, if this is a change across your contracting and economic development, it is going to seriously impact small businesses to be able to contract with your department. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director, for being here. My question is around some of the LEDA projects. You provided us with a pretty long list of LEDA projects, and there are a couple on there that aren't going to happen. And so can you talk through the clawback process for those? There's one for sure, $2 million that's encumbered from the city. What's the process for getting those funds back and putting them into use for something else?
Madam Chair, Councilor Feeblecorn, thank you for that question. I want to answer that question head on, but I do need to take a step back. The Local Economic Development Act statute functions as a reimbursement calibrated against actual eligible expenses that a company expends along three axes: land, building, and infrastructure. There are, and I believe you're referring to universal hydrogen would be my guess. Universal hydrogen was a very compelling project that went through the public process, was approved by council. The governor allocated 10 million, we allocated 2 million. However, universal hydrogen, as you well know, never put a shovel in the ground, so they never generated eligible expenses that they could request reimbursement for. So no money, whether state or city, ever exchanged hands. No money ever flowed from the city coffers to the business. So there are no clawbacks. Clawbacks we're referring to as, money exchanged hands, certain kind of performance metrics weren't reached, and we come in and say, look, you fell 30% short of your performance measures, give me 30% of your money back. Okay. That is not the case with universal hydrogen. We safeguard, as per the statute, those funds until there's a closeout of that project, essentially a formal communication, in this case, a three-party communication between the state, the city, and the company saying that for X, Y, and Z reasons, this project will not progress. At which point, the $2 million in this case that were allocated and safeguarded in a dedicated account for this project get reverted back into the leader mother account.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that explanation. So we've known for a while that this project's not going to happen. So how long does it take for that to get closed out so that that $2 million can be unappropriated?
Madam Chair, Councilor Fieberkorn, the project has been closed off, and I'm doing this from memory, for about 2 years. Those funds were reverted back into the leader mother account and have already been not appropriated, but reallocated for other projects, some of which we approved this year.
That's great. Thank you. Can we get a list of the funds in the LEDA account then? Because it was my understanding that $2 million was still sitting there. I'm really, really glad to hear it's not. But can we get an accounting of what is available in there and what's being held for projects?
Madam Chair, Councilor Fieberkorn, absolutely. Some of the projects that have not yet been socialized through the public process or through the press will continue to have project names associated with them. But yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other? Councilor Lewis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Director, so that, the hydrogen, that's an example of one that just didn't work out. And luckily, if they would have started construction or doing thing, and then, then we'd be doing clawbacks, like that. But one example of a successful, project was like Topgolf. You would say that Topgolf has been successful in that regard, or doing what they said they were going to do, and then generating the kind of revenue that we expected. And everything.
Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis, yes, Topgolf is a very successful both project and amenity. It is an atypical LEADER project because rather than LEADER funds being expended from the LEADER mother account, it is a more nuanced project that collects, we call it a GRT share.
Yeah.
So the LEADER award actually does not come out of the LEADER account, but it comes out of a GRT that is collected by the state and then moved to the city. Right, and Madam Chair, and but it is a great example of the success of the process. Not only success of that company, but the success of the process that those kinds of tools that we have through economic development can attract and help businesses like that and bring jobs and have great benefits to the city, like bringing jobs as well as revenue to the city. And certainly we can calculate it that way. And even though it wasn't a project that your administration supported in the beginning, you could still look at that and say, hey, the process was a success, and would we continue to pursue more opportunities like that? Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis, the answer is yes, right? Projects that fall within the statutory fence posts of the LEADER law that create an ROI, understood both in terms of the capital investment they bring, the taxes they create, and as you mentioned, the jobs and the salaries they create, we would always like to support. Yeah. So generally, and even though you didn't support Topgolf and that process, that relationship,
you would support opportunities like that in the future if the right ones came along? Is that something that the department is actively looking for and pursuing?
Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis, again, the answer to your question is yes, but there is a nuance to it. One, the leader mother count that the city has, any local municipality has, is very much smaller than the state leader. One of the real strategic advantages of being tactical about how we utilize LEADER is we leverage other funding, not just the private funding associated with the projects, but other public funding through the state for these projects, because the value proposition that is Albuquerque, right? We need to do all that we can if we want to be competitive against Houston, Phoenix, other such places. And as you well know, Topgolf is also atypical because it is a project that the state categorically had no interest in supporting for a number of legitimate reasons. So yes, my department, and I think we have shown this over the years, we are excited about being creative and using the tools that we have at our disposal to support economic and community development in the city. However, there is also an importance to doing so in a way that allows us to leverage other additional funding so that we can actually really be competitive.
Right, Madam Chair. So I mean, really, in that sense, we're a small fish. I mean, when it comes to, we might be leveraged in a small way, but it might be the state or others that are, actively, participating in that maybe a little bit more financially than we are. But I mean, we're a critical part of that piece. But anyways, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just real quick, can you remind us what happened with the universal hydrogen and why that never came to fruition?
Madam Chair, Councilor Sanchez, I sometimes use the phrase in the world according to Max. I will tell you what I know and what I saw. I also want to be very clear, I probably do not have direct line of sight on some of the inner machinations. I think there were two things that ultimately led to the demise of universal hydrogen and mind you, other similar hydrogen projects that were looking at onshoring in New Mexico and other places like the Carolinas. Something that was specific to universal hydrogen is what I think typically is called the founder syndrome, right? There are different skill sets between brilliant engineers who have fantastic ideas and CEOs who then allow a company to be successful. I think by the time that universal hydrogen invested in external third-party C-suite leadership, a lot of decisions had been made that it was very difficult to come back from. So there were some internal challenges to this company. And, we see that a lot in the state because of the labs and the tech transfer that we have from the labs into commercialization. I think the main reason why universal hydrogen and other companies like it failed was the U.S. at the federal level and quite honestly the state of New Mexico allowed the hydrogen bubble to pass us by a little bit. And what I mean by that is a litmus test was used both at the federal and at the state level to only support green hydrogen. There is no mathematical path to create enough volume of green hydrogen in the kind of timeframes that companies need to be successful. And, blue hydrogen, mathematically, it does not do what hydrogen is supposed to do. It is not carbon neutral. It does not decarbonize the atmosphere. But I think most experts would agree it is a necessary transitional piece, right, limited in time to ensure that, I'll give you an example, and I know I'm talking too much, but universal hydrogen, just before they went under, entered into a contract with American Airlines, a huge contract. However, American Airlines realized that they're not going to be retooling their factories to the tune of billions of dollars unless they are assured that there's enough hydrogen in the system that they can actually fill their tanks quickly and without any risk. And that is very difficult to do with some of the policies surrounding hydrogen that came down from the federal level and that we also picked up in the state.
Okay, one of the things that we always hear is from just different businesses or different organizations, different impactful economic development companies that are wanting to come into Albuquerque is they're very, very concerned about the crime. They're very, very concerned about the process that we're doing, that it takes for us to actually open up. So we have a very, very, very difficult process within the city government, within several other entities in our state, which is really unfortunate that we don't work well with these companies so that we can bring those types of jobs, or any kind of jobs, into Albuquerque. So what are you doing with the rest of the city government entities that have to deal with that, state entities, to make it more user-friendly for these large corporations to come and reside in Albuquerque and make an economic impact? Right now, currently, the base is the only game in town. Our economic development in Albuquerque is something in the area of 0.01 or 0.02, which is really, really low. So what are you doing to work with the rest of the city and the state to make sure that we make it an easier sell for them to come to Albuquerque?
Madam Chair, Councilor Sanchez, thank you for that question and thank you for that insightful analysis. Let me respond with an anecdote that I think points to some of the wins that the city has experienced. I had an opportunity to meet with the CEO and other C-suite leadership of a Seattle-based company in the future tech space, and most of you would recognize the name. And unsolicited, the CEO mentioned that he was on a committee with his mayor, and they got a briefing on ACS and the advances that Albuquerque has made in using civilian resources to really address in a fundamental way some of the generational challenges that this city and all urban cities, all cities in the states are faced with. And I was very heartened by that because, again, this was unsolicited. This is nothing I would have ever brought up. And you know, halfway through the conversation, we spent 15 minutes talking about Albuquerque Community Services. And so I am hopeful that as the national press picks up on some of the really innovative things we're doing in the city, and as some of our local press maybe shifts from the ongoing barrage of negativity to really highlight some of the wonderful, powerful, beautiful things that are going on in the city, that message will carry through as site selectors and company leadership consider Albuquerque as a potential home for their expansions, for their relocations.
Thank you, Director. Thank you. Councilor Pena?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to ask, have you looked into, or has anyone looked into providing LEDA funds for local companies, local startups, you know, that have shown success? You know, we hear from a lot of businesses. There's been some real innovative businesses that have actually come out of the pandemic, and they said, unfortunately, here, there's nothing for us here. So can you just, have you not? Just a simple question.
Madam Chair, Councilor Pena, thank you for putting your finger right on the jugular. One of the challenges that the state and the city has is absolutely capital. By statute, the Local Economic Development Act, which you know was signed into law in the early 90s as a means of circumventing really Article 9, Section 14 of the New Mexico Constitution, typically known as the anti-donation clause. The statute clearly articulates our fiduciary, our ethical responsibility to safeguard the taxpayers' money. So before leader funds can be invested into a company, we need to have a high level, and I say we, the state, the county, the city, all of us, we need to have a high level of confidence that the company is going to be successful. There is nothing statutorily that prevents us from supporting local startups. For instance, Build with Robots, which I brought to this council maybe 4 years ago, very innovative startup during COVID, very successful. So there's nothing statutorily that keeps us from investing LEADER in this way, but there are mathematical issues with it because most startups will not be successful. And I am not investing private money of wealthy individuals who are willing to take that risk because they have an eye to pursue that special unicorn. We're investing the taxpayers' money. So the risk analysis when it comes to startups is tricky.
Madam Chair, just real quick. So not just startups, but businesses that have shown success, we don't necessarily fund those here. So, and you don't have to like just yes, no, we're looking at it. We're kind of think it's an idea that we should pursue. You know, I just think that, you know, we've done a lot of LEADER funds that have been around a while. And, you know, we've had some successes, but we had a lot of major failures. I mean, tens of millions of dollars in terms of, you know, having to do clawbacks or just not clawbacks because something in the contract didn't even allow for that, you know, so, or there's stipulations within the contract that, so just, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, Councilor Pena, I would disagree with your characterization. I would say that the majority of LEADER projects that have been brought to this council are Albuquerque-based companies, not foreign direct investment kind of companies from other places. Like, for instance, last Monday, Vitality Works, a company that's been here for 40 years, was founded here.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Yes, so there are, but we don't.
Councilor Pena, yes, we have a very user-friendly intake process for LEADER funding and other incentives for any company, whether you're international, national, or local.
Okay, Madam Chair. So I'd like to see that because I've gotten a lot of calls from people who are saying that it's just not accessible for local companies. So I'd love to maybe sit down and have a meeting and look at that further. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director, real quick, there was a time when, you know, I think we were really leading the country when it came to incubators and startups and, you know, everything from, you know, our agreements with UNM, with the Rainforest Cafe to all kinds of incubators. And for a while there, it seemed like we were really just thriving with really helping small businesses and new startups. And a lot came out of that. I guess, tell me, I mean, would you say that the priority now with your department is still in the city, still with that as because there was a time when that was top priority in our city, you know, and I think we saw some really great results from it. You know, we really saw some good things start up and grow and thrive out of that. I mean, we were having, you know, like Shark Tank, you know, type stuff all over the city for a long time there, you know, and some good successes with a lot of different organizations. But is that, would you say that's less of a priority now? Is it still something that we're characterized by? I mean, I don't hear a whole lot about that lately.
Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis, it's a really valid observation. We have, as you know, and you mentioned them, I would also include West. We have a number of very strong incubator programs in the city. I think what has happened is that because of national security concerns, the tech transfer, which I think you are referring to, that we saw a lot of, from the labs into the community for commercialization, has gotten more restrictive, and the barriers to entry have gotten more severe. If you are a doctor at Sandia who had this great idea that the lab does not have any use for, but you think you could commercialize it in the civilian sector, that has become a very, very difficult path, and one that both the labs and the state, as well as the city and the county, are aware of, and we are in regular conversations both with the Air Force Research Lab and Sandia to address that, and to also scaffold on top of that the kind of availability of capital that those kind of startups would need through incubator programs, right, beyond Series A to larger funds. There are a lot of very dedicated people working on that, but I absolutely agree with you. The progress has been incremental, if any.
Madam Chair, and that's one aspect of it. I mean, the tech transfers, which usually are the bigger ones. They're the kind of technology that would transfer out of, Kirtland or Sandia in some of those ways. But there was a real culture, just a real culture among all those sectors of everything from service-oriented, startups to, small retail type, startups. To the point where some of the national leaders around the country, like Rise of the Rest, were saying that Albuquerque is really leading the way when it comes to incubators and innovations and helping, start. But there was a culture, and so I guess all I would say is I would love to see that. Again, there was a time that those groups and economic development was coming to us for funding, and we were giving them funding, and there was great accountability to it. We were seeing those results, but. Again, we're talking about, vision for your department and vision for the city when it comes to economic development, and those are the kind of things that create that, that create that, inspire and create the kind of, results-oriented, type, that, it gives, the people in our city that have ideas and to have a place, a culture that they can, try out those ideas and thrive. And I know we have aspects of that around right now, but I'd love to see that really take a big focus.
Thank you. Any other questions? I have just a few. I can say that there are 2 projects in here that, in the list of 23 that you've done over the last 5 years, 2 of them are specific in my district, Blue Halo and Solero Rocket Labs. And I can tell you that they have exceeded what they said they would do. And so those are 2 successes that I can talk about. And I'm thrilled that it has worked out for them. Blue Halo continues to grow, and they're doing great things here. A few questions. There's a list of 23 projects, LEADA projects over the last 5 years that you provided to us. Do you happen to know how many are still in business?
Madam Chair, yes, I do know, but I don't have the list in front of me. So if you would want to read them out to me, I can tell you.
Well, we know Netflix is here.
So Netflix, yes, is.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
So, Madam Chair,
you have the list there.
Yeah, Netflix is here and is one of those companies that I think Councilor Lewis was referring to, right? Huge expansion.
Yep.
The U.S. headquarters for Netflix is in Albuquerque.
Wonderful.
Right, like wrap your mind around that. Vibrant, doing very well. Jabil around have had some challenges with their federal contracting, but doing strong. Eagle Technology still around. OBTC, which is Old Barrel Tea Company. You can visit them in Old Town. Doing very well. 3 Glass Solutions. I will tell the public who are listening, probably one of those unicorns that we were just talking about. Kairos, we brought to this council this year, a huge expansion, doing very well. Advanced Optical Technologies is one of those companies that Councilor Pena was talking about. It is a startup coming out of the labs and still exists, has not grown at the rate that it was expecting, partly because of COVID. Build with Robots, I already talked about. Bueno Foods, a local staple, doing very well. Affordable Solar, even though now under a different flag, very successful. Los Poblanos, I do not need to talk about. Amri, Courier, right by Costco and Renaissance behind there, doing very well, doing an expansion right now with a ton of job creation. Universal Hydrogen, we talked about. The Craft Room is celebrating its birthday, I think, this coming weekend. Would recommend everybody go. Agenda is doing well. Paravito Powder just got a huge federal contract that made the news both local and nationally. Heritage is doing well. Blue Halo, and thank you for calling this out. I will tell you, in all the years I've done this, Blue Halo, in terms of speed to execution, the most successful project I have ever had the honor to work with. Yep. The Mesa del Sol Industrial Park, this is not a project that is a leader development. It is an infrastructure project that's going to be contingent on the onshoring of Maxion. Maxion, we have talked, and I've talked with many of you. Again, this is a publicly traded company, so I'm going to be careful about what I say in a public setting. But I will tell you that I am hopeful that we will have an announcement regarding Maxion either this summer or this fall regarding a brown site, and my guess is that within the next 180 days, we will have an announcement regarding the original scope of the project. Array Technology is doing very well, and Solero Rocket Lab, we just brought the expansion to you maybe a couple months ago.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now let's talk about let's see, which department is responsible for monitoring the agreements for the clawbacks triggered by the LEDA?
Madam Chair, the Economic Development has full responsibility of all aspects of the LEDA fund.
Okay. Has the CNM Business Accelerator ABQID program updated its name? If so, what is the new name and where is it located? We were Googling it and it said it was closed, and we just aren't sure that's right.
Madam Chair, and this predates me, yes, the ABQID changed its name in 2019 to Activate New Mexico.
Activate?
So Activate NM. They are still housed at CNM Ingenuity. There are really no changes to, as far as I can tell, to the mission and services provided by that entity. It really is like a DBA, right, doing business under a different name.
Okay.
And I don't know why the name change happened.
In our budget, it still says ABQID. So we need the correct identification, what it is.
And Madam Chair, I agree with you. I think what happened is there was an appropriation to this entity under the old name, which then mandated that name be kept. But if we all do, update our own
new year.
things. Yes, exactly.
Okay,
there you go.
Okay. And provide a breakdown of how funds will be utilized for economic development and promotional, digital marketing, and related contracts.
Madam Chair, I have a spreadsheet that staff put together for me regarding that I don't know if there's any virtue in me reading it to you, but I can provide.
Yeah, would you mind sending that to us? Yeah. Okay, that would be great. Yeah. Councilors, any other questions for our director? Oh, Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just on that Activate ABQ, on our list, it says it was a council-directed appropriation. So if there's anything on the record of which counselor, that will help us too.
Oh, yeah, I have it on mine.
It says who? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so we're good. All right. Thank you. Appreciate you all.
Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Hey, this is good. Thank you. We're going to move on to fire.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On to Albuquerque Fire Rescue, Chief Emily Jaramillo. FY26 proposed general fund budget of $132.4 million, 824 general fund positions, and the highlights include $1.1 million for 4 new positions along with operating funding to support Fire Station 23 coming online, and $11.2 million for IAFF negotiated FY25 and FY26 wage increases. As you recall, we reserved the funding in 25, and now it is built into the 26 budget, plus all the overtime that's associated with it. And with that, Madam Chair, Chief is here to answer any questions.
Hello,
Good evening,
Chief.
Madam Chair.
Thank you for being here. Counselors, do you want to say anything?
Madam Chair, I just would like to introduce my fiscal manager. She's been with us every year, Dr. Amanda Vigil. So we appreciate all the work that she does for us.
Thank you for being here tonight. Counselors, any questions? No questions. I do have a list. Oh, you do have some? No, you go ahead. Dan, do you have questions? Okay, Councilor Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this isn't specific, I guess it is related to all the departments, and maybe Kevin, if you could help us with this. I thought I'd just briefly talk about this at this point. So there's no program savings in this department, and there's program savings in others. At least that's the term that you all use, right? The program savings? That came from you guys. I just want to make sure it wasn't from our staff. Okay. And honestly, I'm not sure if anybody quite understands what that is. I know you've explained it several times, Kevin, but I just thought it'd be a good time just to stop for a moment and take some time to talk about it. So you talk about how it's related to risk. And I noticed the other departments have a significant amount of program savings. So is that risk related to vacancies in those departments? And the less risk because we know we're not going to fill those vacancies, even though the vacancies are budgeted, but projected vacancies might mean that we're going to have less risk, so we can reduce that by, say, 12% like it was in arts and culture. And then and that money technically goes to other parts of the budget, for example, giving us the ability out of the general fund to be able to increase, for example, fire or other departments that have increases, like that, or significant increases like that. So again, so would you explain, again, where is that reduction? Where does it go to? If it's a program savings, and it's because there's less risk in that department, it has to go somewhere. And where does it go?
Committee Chair and Councilor Lewis. So first, I want to separate your comments about risk from your comments about program savings. So earlier when we talked about reduction in risk management, that is a calculation based on historical use of the risk management fund. So let's put that aside and let's talk more specifically about the program savings, which I think is more your line of questioning.
Sure. Madam Chair, if you don't mind, I'm not interrupting. I just want to, just for clarity. But there is a part of the program savings is associated with the risk factoring in, right? I mean, that was used as a part of the reason why there's this percentage of program savings. I mean, you guys mentioned risk. So that's calculated into the program savings?
So Council Chair Grout and Councilor Lewis, risk management is in itself a separate calculation. Our program savings are based on our management of vacancies. Now, I have been at the state of New Mexico. I have worked at Bernalillo County, and I now work at the city. All of those budgets every year account for some percentage of vacancy savings on personnel, because we all know we're not going to hire 100% of the positions that we have available. So there is a management of those vacancies. I'll give you examples at the state. When I was at the state, departments had numbers, and Lawrence can actually probably speak to this as well because he worked for LFC, but there were mandates. We had state agencies where they were told you have to maintain X percentage of vacancies. short of us mandating percentages, we do know that our departments aren't going to fill all of their positions. So rather than have that money sit idle and not get spent, and we still have some unspent money from vacancy savings, but rather than have that money go unused in a fiscal year, we balance the budget with an assumption that there will be some vacancy savings. So, you are right, that money is used in the budget. It all goes into the pot, and it gets allocated out with an assumption that departments aren't going to fill all of their positions.
Okay, Madam Chair, and, okay. So all of the program savings are related to vacancies?
Council Chair Grout, Councilor Lewis. So again, I bring up the example of the state. The state said, tax and revenue, you have to have a 12% vacancy. And that was directly related to personnel. And they were very directive about that. Here, we tell the departments, we base we base that program savings on unfilled positions, but we give the department directors discretion if they have savings in contractual or in other places in their budget, as long as they don't overspend their budget, they can work from different pots of money to maintain their budget within that savings.
So there's no mandates. I mean, the example of the state, I mean, they have mandates. We don't have mandates. Our mandates are really just whatever that department director thinks we need for that specific given year. So then let me, I guess, explain it back to you, and you tell me if I'm correct or not. So it's saying that we need a certain amount of employees. Saying we need this, but we know we're not going to fill those vacancies, and so we're going to take that savings and we're going to spend it in another department and somewhere else. So the general fund, and so it basically goes into a pot that's already somewhere in the budget that could be spent somewhere else. I may not say it like that, but is that true?
Council Chair Grout and Councilor Lewis, I believe I understand what you're saying, and that does seem like an accurate representation. We don't give the departments that money. If we have an $18 million program savings over our $800 million budget or $871 million general fund budget, if we have an $18 million savings, we don't give $1 million to this department and $1 million to that department and $2 million to this department in their budget, because we know they're not going to use it. They're not going to use it. So we are spreading it out and using it as part of our calculation for what's available for our departments.
Right, and so it is dedicated. I mean, it's dedicated in every other part of the budget. And in some ways, it's just under general funds so that everybody it's in a pot, that wherever the needs are throughout the year, at your discretion, you're able to, in many ways, able to use it in that regard. I just think that, it's one way to do it. and I blame you guys, I guess, for doing it that way. I'm just not sure if it's the best way of doing budgeting. And I'm not sure if we should call it program savings. I think we should get to a point where we say, this is the budget, for this department. This is the budget, and some might call it a cut from a year ago or whatever. Whenever we did budget it with those, it's a reduction in spending, but it's going somewhere else. And so, I think probably there's just some confusion over what that means by program sale. I think I understand it now, but I think there's some better ways for us to be able to, put that in the budget. Maybe our staff can help us with that as we move forward in that regard as well. In some ways, it could be, misleading, because right now we have a $5.5 million in program savings to APD, and it almost gives the idea that, hey, we're going to hire 1,100 officers, or I think 1,000 from last year, but we're really not. And so we're going to call that program savings, and we're just going to spend it somewhere else, whether it be Gateway, and that's how we're going to fund some of these other increases in the budget. So, I think there's some better ways that we need to be able to account for that.
Thank you, Councilor Lewis. Councilor Champagne?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just kind of going off of what Councilor Lewis had said, so vacancy savings is where money, the savings is coming from. Does the vacancy savings from, say, AFD, because the chief sit in front of me, stay within AFD? If she's allotted 900 people, but you only have 800, that money stays within AFD?
So, Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne, I don't want to sound like Max Kruner, but it's a little complicated to explain.
I got to understand it somehow.
Absolutely. So, as we talk about program savings and what program savings is based on and what we build back into the budget, we know we make some assumptions, some conservative assumptions, that we will not hire 100% of all of our positions. So we know there's money that we're not going to spend in personnel in that department. So we don't give them the money for that number of personnel. So that's program savings. Vacancy savings. So if the chief is down 50 positions in her budget, if we've funded her for 900 firefighters, and she only has 850, this is not assuming program savings, her actual budget approved by this body is enough money to pay for 900 positions, and she only has 850, that 50 represents vacancy savings within this year that is available within her budget.
That she can then direct where she needs to go throughout the year, say.
Correct.
Okay, Madam Chair, then, if you know that the positions are not going to be filled, and she has an overtime budget, and she has a fuel budget, and she has, apparatus budget, so on and so forth, why not just cut the budget and save the taxpayers' money?
Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne, that essentially, when we talk about our program savings and the budget that we put forth, that program savings essentially does that. But we're cautious not to cut too much out of that in order to allow some flexibility with departments to hire. We don't know, when the market's going to change, when everyone's going to run to us and expect a job from the city, because we have been there during those times that we're hiring and nobody else is. So we have to have some flexibility there. We can't predict to the number exactly how many positions. Fire also is kind of a tough one to call because chief doesn't have a lot of vacancies. Our other departments have more vacancies. So it's a little hard to talk specifically about fire, but we can, most of our other departments have, more vacancies than fire has.
And Madam Chair, then I think, I agree with you in the sense of you don't want to cut it because then you don't know when 20 people are going to say, I want to become a fireman. And again, we're just using you as an example, so I'm not picking on you. Or become a trash guy for solid waste. Then that can go, I just would think that you would put it in some sort of, general savings fund and say, okay, when you have 20 people, then you come say, hey, I'm getting an increase, and we save the money instead of just spend it somewhere else. I don't know, it's again my philosophy. So thank you for the clarification. I appreciate it. Madam Chair.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, thanks. But it is being spent. It is being budgeted. So it's money coming out of, say, in arts and culture. And by the way, the director didn't even know how to, the directors don't understand it, They don't know that it's really not there. It's really allocated to another department. It's allocated to somewhere else. Mr. Motzko, would you say that's true? Every dollar in this budget is allocated somewhere, right? To another department. Everything's allocated somewhere. So this is not, okay, if you don't use this, it's just going to go directly back to you. No, it's already allocated somewhere else in the budget, correct?
Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis, that would be indicative of the $12,000 fund balance, yes.
Yeah, so really it's a result of taking millions of dollars out of the budget and saying that we have some flexibility to move it here and there, so all it's doing is creating confusion, and it's not a good budget. It's not a good way to do budgeting in that way. And so I don't know if a way to fix this, but I think, maybe we need to put some other rules. I know we've attempted some of this in the past where, look, if it's not budgeted, if it's called program savings or whatever it is, I mean, whatever's budgeted for that department, if it's somewhere else, it's going to go somewhere else. Or you leave it in there and we either, if there's 100 people that aren't hired for one reason or another over the next year, then it's turned into savings and it goes into a risk fund pot or goes into a reserve. It goes into the next year's budget that or you know what, bond off of it and let's create $1 billion to build a bunch of capital programs, But that's a great way to save a whole lot of money and to be better stewards of taxpayer dollars. So another way to explain that?
Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis, I would respectfully disagree that it's confusing to our directors. Our directors know what their budgets are. They know what their personnel budget is. Their fiscal people know to the penny what their budgets are. When we talk about vacancy savings, and we've been here many, many times talking about vacancy savings within the fiscal year, and we don't like to have a lot of vacancy savings within a department's budget. That's money that is not being put to work. So when we talk about program savings, we tell the department, we're taking $1 million out of your personnel budget because we don't think you'll fill those positions. They know what their budget is. It's not in their budget. It is built into our projections of available fund balance. So to your point about it falling to fund balance later, we put it to work in fund balance this year. And again, vacancy savings that happen in the fiscal year, whatever is not spent falls to fund balance. So we're pretty transparent about that. And I think we're pretty transparent that we know we're not going to fund all of these positions. So why put the money there if, this department isn't going to fill all of those positions?
Thank you.
Well,
Mr. Source?
Madam Chair, I think it is, I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. It's just that it's not there, and I think that in some ways, the way the budget's set up, people might be led to believe that we are funding those positions, and we're just not. We're not funding those positions. It's going on. So I think that's and so why have it there in the first place? Why call it program savings? Why not just call it, hey, this is the budget. We're not funding those positions. That's just another way to look at it.
And Madam Chair, if I may, Councilor Lewis, I agree with you. We've called it prudent program savings. We've called it program savings. We could call it something different next year, but I agree, the money is not there. So next year when we come back with a budget, we could say, this is the department's budget. And we assume that they're not going to fill X number of positions.
Yeah, Madam Chair, and not only is the money not there, the money's somewhere else. The money's put into other departments that are increased. That's the mayor's choice on prioritizing other expenditures. But none of it is savings. It's not savings. It's spent somewhere else. So I think savings is a bad term. It's not savings. We cut the budget, or however you want to say it. We weren't paying for it anyway, so we're just not saying that we're going to pay for that, and we're putting it somewhere else. So I would say let's, at the very least, at least among our staff, let's lose that word of savings. Okay, take off savings. This is the budget for that department. So all right.
Thank you, Mr. Councilor Lewis. Chief.
Madam Chair.
Okay, any questions, anybody? Okay, so I have a few questions. Some of the responses to your budget questions were contingent on the outcome of the pending lawsuit regarding 22-122. Please provide the following responses. In response to question 4B related to paramedic staffing requirements, the department responded that the budgetary impact on complying with this resolution will increase in AFR's overtime. Let's see. In their overtime costs, since AFR is short these 7 positions. AFR will fill these positions with overtime until the resolution of the legal matters is complete. So in response to question 7, funding requested for Station 23 was added to add an ALS engine this year with 1 paramedic, 3 EMT basics. Because of the safety concerns expressed with paramedic workings independently, fire admin will have to wait on the outcome. Depending on how the lawsuit is settled, how much of the 10.4% proposed budget increase in AFR will still be needed?
Madam Chair, thank you for the question. There's a few pieces of that question. I'm going to start with Station 23. We initially planned to open Station 23 in 2 phases. The first was with an ALS engine, which, as you stated in the answer, is 1 paramedic and 3 EMT basics. When I received the questions, it was relatively quick after the council meeting where the resolution was passed, and we are still awaiting some legal interpretation on specifically the safety of a paramedic working independently on an engine, since the hearing was 3 hours of concerns about paramedics working independently. We've been very successful with ALS engines over the past 10 years, and so the initial ask was for that ALS engine. So to answer the question of that 10%, the majority of that 10% is going to our CBA to do the wage adjustments related to the raises for our contract. So it's very fractional. It would be the difference in paying an EMT base, 3 positions, EMT basic to paramedic pay, which for each person is 15%. So it would be around $45,000 difference related to Station 23, if I put EMT basics there rather than paramedics on that engine. The rest of that ask for wages is to adjust for the CBA, the raises in the CBA for all of our 777 sworn positions that we have. So there would not be a change there.
Okay, thank you. Provide a breakdown of the funding sources used to fund the most recent cycle of replacement plans for the apparatus in the table format. So you gave us a list of all of the trucks and all of the things. And there are a lot that haven't been ordered yet that you need to order. It says you need to order in this fiscal year, which is only 2 months left. So what is the plan and how is it funded and how do you pay for all of it? Because there's a big list.
Madam Chair, yes, and that list includes the procurement process for apparatus can take some time. And so as we order them, when the funds are available, we start the process to order. As far as the ones that you're specifically referencing, that it seems like there's a lot. I would need to, let me see, yeah, I probably have it here.
There are a lot, like 4 engines. So here's a question. When you said the funding has to be available, do you have to have all $1.9 million before you order the replacement ladder?
Yes.
Do you have to have all that money?
Madam Chair, yes, we do.
So all of the ones that have been ordered are paid for?
Madam Chair, yes, they are.
Do you pay like
sorry, Madam Chair.
deposit?
Madam Chair, I'm going to have Amanda help me with this because
Thank you.
this is her wheelhouse more than mine.
So if an apparatus is ordered, we have a PO for it, so it's an obligation, so we have a purchase order.
Okay.
It's paid when we get the apparatus, and that usually takes, what, 2 to 3 years for some apparatus? So we do have to have the funds available, though.
So you have, so you've ordered all of these trucks and engines and so forth, where it says ordered, and then when it comes in, then you'll cut a check.
Yes,
Got it.
release payment.
So you can't order any of these, all of these, it says need to order fiscal year 25. There's probably 20, if not more, vehicles that you need to order in 25. Are you going to order them all? Do you have the money for them?
Oh, was it Randy's list? Madam Chair, give us 1 moment, please, while we find the list so we can look at the same list.
Okay.
Those are sedans. Madam Chair, I believe our fleet manager prepared this list, and we maintain a list of trucks in order of priority to get them ordered. I believe with this spreadsheet, these are the red are the ones that we need to order next. So I don't believe that each of these, looking at the list.
This is about 14, just a rough guess, $14 million in trucks or vehicles that need to be ordered, that says need to order in this year.
Madam Chair, it might be easier for me to I think that the way this is written out is all of our apparatus that we need to order, whether that be in FY25, we have them prioritized. We don't have 14 million to order trucks in FY25. And so I believe our fleet manager put all of the trucks that are on the list to get ordered in red and put need to order in FY25, but that is not the plan to order all of these in FY25. I can correct this so that you have a more accurate representation on this
How much
table.
money, thank you for that. How much money do you have in your savings account to order trucks?
Madam Chair, we've spent all of our money that we have to purchase apparatus on apparatus. We have not ever reverted, as far as I know, money back that we haven't spent on an apparatus.
Okay. All right. Okay, thank you for that explanation. Let me go back to my questions here. I'm sorry. With AFR being able to use funding from the State Fire Fund for training and securing of new firefighters, could you provide a breakdown of AFR's intended uses for Fund 210 for the fiscal year proposed budget, fiscal year 26 proposed budget?
Madam Chair, AFR is actually not able to use Fire Fund for personnel costs. Fire Fund goes towards fire station rehab and renovation, apparatus. We have some loans that we pay with it, and equipment, things like that.
Okay. How many vacancies do you have in the department for paramedics?
Madam Chair, I currently have, if we talk staffing with not under the resolution, I have 17 paramedic vacancies. Under the resolution, it would be 24 paramedic vacancies.
Okay, thank you. What is the likelihood that the pending lawsuit regarding 122 will be resolved within this fiscal year? And how should this timeline influence the council's decision on the budget amount that should be approved or appropriated to AFR to support its operation during this upcoming fiscal year?
Madam Chair, I wish I could answer that question, but I do not know the timeline for the legal process.
Right. Let's see here. On March 2nd, AFR transmitted an operational changes overview memo to council outlining the impact that the enactment of R122 would have on the department's operations. At that time, AFR reported being short 22 paramedic positions, with full field staffing levels for paramedics being 141. How many paramedic positions is AFR currently short in the field?
Madam Chair, AFR is currently short 17 paramedic positions in the field, or 24.
Okay.
If we follow the resolution.
That was a repetitive. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Okay. All right. I think that's it. Okay. Anybody have any more questions for our chief? All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, we're moving on. Let's go to Parks and Recreation.
Okay, Madam Chair, we have Parks and Recreation. David Simon is their director. Their FY26 proposed general fund budget is $50,200,000. They have 340 general fund positions and 3 grant positions. The budget includes $1.7 million in non-recurring that remains in the FY26 budget to continue supporting for a variety of initiatives such as 4-H Park, the Bee sponsorship, cycling, USAC Cycling Masters Championship, Dakota Tree Project, Encampment Cruise, New Mexico Games, indoor track umpires and other sports referees, pay increases, Youth Connect summer recreation programs, and urban forestry, to name a few. And Director Simon is here for questions.
Hi, Director. Thanks for being here.
Good evening. With me again tonight is our fiscal manager, Joey Rowe, and Deputy Director David Flores. We'll try to do our best to answer your questions.
Thank you for being here this evening. Councilor Lewis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director, you have 823, almost $1 million less this year than what was budgeted last year. I think that's an accurate way to say it. And I'm assuming all that is because you're not going to hire the people that we budgeted for last year. So last year we budgeted for all those people. This year we're not budgeting for it to the tune of almost $1 million. So I guess my question for you is, do you need more money? Does your department have everything it needs right now to be able to fulfill your vision of what the city needs when it comes to Parks and Rec?
Committee Chair and Councilor Lewis, I think that we've done a pretty good job this year with similar appropriations. We will always do the best we can with what we have. I think that, there are needs all across the city, and that is it's a difficult balancing act to get that right and to get that fair. I think some of the the impacts we see that show those reflections in the budget, as some costs go up, some of those fixed costs and personnel costs and sort of the issues that affect insurance and things like that, they take a little bite, out of what we're able to then deploy in the parks.
Would you say, does your department need more employees?
I think many departments would say yes to that question. We are working hard right now to do the best job we can with what we have, and I'm very, very proud of my staff. They're doing a great job.
Madam Chair, so if you need more, well, I guess what you're saying though is you don't need more positions to be able to, to provide the very best service for the people of the city of Albuquerque when it comes to parks and recreation. You have what you need as far as positions to be able to give the very best, service to the people in our city.
Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis, our goal is to be the best. I want to see our department continue to climb in national rankings. We've climbed over 20 spots. And I think, we have a great system, and our goal should be to be the best. And no question about it, with more to work with, we probably should be better. It's not always assured that we would be, but I think that, those two things are connected. Departments that have more to work with presumably will deliver better services to the public, and that is our goal.
Yeah. So, Madam Chair, you don't have those positions because they're budgeted in other parts of the budget of the city. So it's been given to other parts of the city to increase spending in other areas. Which again, I'm not criticizing that. It's just that you don't have a budget to hire those positions other than the few that you do have budgeted for. So we're going to take that, at least I am, as you don't need any more money. You're fully funded, and you got enough personnel to give the city the best quality service that you can give it. Madam Chair.
Thank you. And any other questions? Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director, can you tell me how many apprentices are working at the Parks and Rec Department now?
Madam Chair, Councilor Feeblecorn, we don't quite use that term, I guess, apprentice. If you're referring to our training and certification program, that is a program that has graduated growth progression for employees. So if I'm understanding you correctly, and that's the question, we do have a lot of those employees. They start at sort of a beginning level, and then they have the opportunity when they achieve training or certification to move up to the next level. So I guess you could call that entry-level position the apprentice level. In the private sector, maybe that's what it would be called.
Okay.
So I think the answer then would be we have just a little over 60 of those positions, I believe, 61 or 62.
Okay, thank you. I was asking specifically about apprentices.
That-
And so
that's
we
not
do
a
not
term
have
that-
the apprentice program right now at all?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Champagne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple questions, Director. What additional, the question was posed, what additional trail mileage was proposed to be added in order to meet the 3.25 mile target for FY26? And one of the responses was the Alegre Trail, and that's where's that?
Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne, the Vista Alegre Trail is on the west side. It basically would be a short connecting stretch to, it would terminate at Unser Boulevard and its western.
It's a bike trail, it's a dirt trail?
Yeah, it would be a sort of a multi-use.
Asphalt?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the Alameda Drain Trail, Phase 5, where's that?
Counselor, the Alameda Drain Trail is a joint city-county project. It begins at Alameda, runs all the way in a southerly direction, then southwest to the intersection of Rio Grande Boulevard and I-40. So the Section 5 will be from 4th Street, roughly, call it a Matthew and 4th, so just north of Candelaria. From that point, south and west to Rio Grande and I-40.
Okay.
Kind of a south diagonal.
Again, a bike trail, it's asphalt?
Yes, sir.
dirt.
Again, it'd be a multi-use trail.
Okay. And Sawmill Rail Trail?
Madam Chair, Counselor, the Sawmill section of the rail trail is under construction now.
Okay, so that would be what part?
That section right now under construction is between Bellama and Mountain Road.
Okay, so we're talking about trails that you can ride bikes and stuff, and I guess the Sawmill you can do as long as you don't run over people going through, commercial areas and...
Yeah, this is a separated trail from street separated, so, safe, not an on-street trail, and a very nice connecting point between a vibrant Sawmill area and Mountain Road and our museum complex there, a cluster, which is a great way to...
Madam Chair, so is the Sawmill Rail Trail considered the same as like the Bosque Bike Trail and Elena Gallegos trails, and we're all going to wrap that up into open space sort of thing?
Madam Chair, Counselor, I think we do sort of differentiate between off-street multi-use paved trails, mostly which we manage through our park management operation, and open space trails, which are, for the most part, unpaved natural surface trails. So the rail trail, the Alameda Trail, these other trails, they will be added to our paved trail network, if you will.
Interesting. Okay. And Madam Chair, just the last question. I was looking over the golf courses per acre costs.
Yeah.
In FY24, you have 4 golf courses here: Arroyo, Ladero, Los Altos, and Puerta del Sol. 5,600, 4,100, 6,000 respectively, and then 15,900. And then in FY25, again, 5,000, 44, 5,500, and 18,000. Why such a discrepancy?
Madam Chair, Counselor, yeah, it's a big one, right?
Per acre.
Yeah, and
that's only a 9-hole course.
Correct.
Puerta del Sol. Okay.
Correct. So you've noticed something definitely there. And the reason for that, sir, is that for basically the entire fiscal year, we were operating the course. So we had, we were carrying that whole load, so expenses were high. We also, after kind of evaluating some course conditions, we decided to make some investments in treating the non-potable reuse water that we use to water that course. I think we've concluded that non-potable water has some issues with it that were negatively impacting the course. So I decided that we're going to use non-potable water, let's treat it. So we had to address salinity issues, and we spent some money to position us to succeed better in the future on the course.
Okay, so Madam Chair, so basically you just decided to invest more money into that golf course other than the others?
Yeah, and the operating costs of the whole year of running it ourselves while we were in transition between concessioners.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
No, thank you very much.
Any other questions? I have just a couple. Why do certain parks have dying grass at the moment?
Great question. Thank you, Madam Chair. I basically would attribute brown grass in parks right now at this time of year to one or more of several factors, either separately or in combination, right? The first would be a dry winter and a cold winter. So we had, I think, over 150 consecutive days without precipitation in our challenging over the winter. I think the second big issue as to why we see brown or spots in parks is the late startup, sort of late spring startup. We have to go and start up 300 irrigation systems. It's kind of like starting the car that's been in the garage all winter, and sometimes, a tire or a spark plug or something. In a lot of cases, we find a lot of things broken. I think in one of park in your district, ma'am, when we started that park up in 2024, it was sweet and clean and, running smooth, right? When we started it up this year, there were 26 broken sprinkler heads. Okay, so that is a lot. And when we face those conditions in startup, combined with things like other impacts from theft and vandalism, like we have wires constantly stolen, we have controllers stolen. I mean, it's what that does is it takes time and reduces our efficiency, as we have to then go piece by piece and fix this stuff. And this year we've faced a lot of that. And then the last factor, just to be transparent, is if we don't have enough irrigators, or our irrigators are new and not as proficient or experienced, that means we may take more time to get these systems running. So I think all of those factors this year, some of them more than others, but that's why you see it. And then I will say this, though. Most of the parks are looking green. They're looking great. I get pictures. I see them. I go out every day. I had a photo, somebody who raised a complaint about a park today on the west side. We looked at it. It was like 90% is just great. There was 3 or 4 spots that were not, and we don't want that. So, but I think many positive things are happening grass-wise in the parks. And we will try to address those spots and areas that are not through overseeding, fertilization, and the other things we can do to try to bring those places back. If we have a bigger problem, we'll have to have a bigger rehabilitation. But I think there's a lot that is good, even though we see some brown.
Very good. Is it hard to find people to work in the parks?
I'm really happy to work in parks. I mean, for the most part, I think we have people who like working at parks. I mean, however, like many city positions, we're in competition in a labor market, right? So, and that is a labor market that not only is our professional grown, members of the workforce, older members, it stretches all the way down into the youth members of the workforce, right? So we hire a lot of lifeguards. We want to be a great source of employment for youth. It's a terrific start in life when you get a job like that. But we're competing, against Target. So I would say in some senses, it's easy to attract people to parks because most of our folks love it and dedicated to it. On the other hand, we face some headwinds in the labor market.
When do you start hiring for the seasonal, for the parks, the summer parks program and the lifeguard summer programs and so forth?
Madam Chair, for lifeguards, we are hiring year-round. Because it is such a churn and a challenge for us that we're after it every month to make sure we have enough guards.
Good.
You may have seen a KOB reporter jump in the pool today. It was part of our effort to try to attract and recruit lifeguards today, because we're still short about 75.
That's a lot.
with respect to seasonal employees, we generally ramp up seasonal employment starting around February, March, early April, and then we ramp it down in the fall. Although if we can, we like to keep as many people working as possible.
I think the parks, this Parks and Rec department is a very fun department, just like arts and culture is. And I think our community, the quality of life is part of the parks and the arts and culture. And so this is, and we all enjoy it. And we have a beautiful park system. So when we do see the big brown spots, and we do see the dry trees, everybody sees it, and they come to expect it to be beautiful because it has been. And I know that people feel the same way I do. They love our parks. And you've done a great job creating a park system for everybody to be able to go to 10 minutes from their home. That is your goal. And so I don't like seeing it suffer. And I want to make sure that you have what you need to keep that system going well and benefit, because everybody does love our parks. And so that's important to me. How many gallons of water have you used up to this point in this fiscal year?
In our fiscal year? Madam Chair, I did try to check those numbers. We just, I try to get the best read I could on those numbers quickly for you. And I think we have used between 1.3 and 1.4 billion gallons, that's with the B, it's a lot of water, through the early part of April. Okay. So that's about 70% of our total consumption from the last fiscal year, 2024. So we're a little over 70% versus 2024. However, it's over 80%, I think, of what we used in 2023. So, water use changes. It depends on certain climatic conditions and what parks we are bringing online or offline, things like that. But we obviously have one of our highest water use periods that we're entering right now. So we usually have a very high water use quarter in this last quarter. Okay. So I think we're pretty much on track. Although, last year was a very, very hot year. In fact, it was record-setting. It was hot. So I hope that doesn't happen again, and hopefully we will be able to get by with the right amount of water.
Yes, sir. Thank you. In question 6 of our questions to you, you had mentioned that there were six renovated parks, and only 5 were listed. And so we were wondering what that 6th park was.
Madam Chair, I think this might have just been a trick on somebody's eyes due to the alignment here, because I count 6 parks in our answer. So Los Altos, Los Tomases, Netherwood, Ross Enchanted, Filchacone, and Wells.
What was the first one?
Los Altos.
Second one?
Los Tomases.
That's the one we didn't get.
Okay, it's number 2 on the list. So I do think there are 6 there.
That's the one we didn't get.
Yeah. There's double Los.
Thank you. And then what type of work was done in each of those parks? Los Altos, we thought was done in fiscal year 24.
Madam Chair, the parks we listed for you in this answer really are the parks that have received some among the larger renovations. So not just one thing. This was sort of multifaceted renovation. So they tend to be the larger ones. In the case of Los Altos Park, of course, this was phase 2 of the large Los Altos renovation. So there was a lot done there. And most of these parks, it's sort of infrastructure renovations like the irrigation system in conjunction with some other major feature in the park.
Okay. Thank you. Councilor Sanchez, you had a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A little bit more of a comment. I just wanted to make sure, because there was a lot of work done on parks in my district, and I want to thank David and your department for actually working with Aziza and our department to get on it. I don't believe that I want to save any set aside, so if there's anything that you can do to continue to improve the parks in my district, Definitely need that to happen. I think it's important that we have really beautiful parks. So I think when we work together to build these projects, it's a good thing. The last comment that I want to make is that I think it's extremely unprofessional when you have a lighting project at Ladera Golf Course, which is in my district, and not invite the counselor to that district and then cut the counselor out of the press conference. That's my comment, and I think it's extremely unprofessional of you that you did that. Thank you.
Any other questions, counselors? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Director. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Chief Harold Medina with the Police Department, FY26 proposed general fund budget of $275 million, 1,822 general fund positions, 65 grant positions. Highlights include 2.1 million increase in personnel to fund 19+ year retention of sworn police officers, 2.7 million for the funding of the Axon contract to centralize critical safety technologies and improve officer training and reporting efficiencies. And finally, 250,000 one-time non-recurring funding carry forward for the DOJ independent monitor. And Chief is here with staff to answer questions.
Thank you. Hello, Chief. Thanks for being here tonight. Do you want to say anything?
No, let's get this started and over with.
Yes, sir. Councilor Bassan.
Madam Chair, good evening, Chief. There's a description in here about graded and ungraded positions, and the question that was asked was, what is the difference between the two? The answer we received was, graded positions are tied to the city's pay plan. Ungraded positions are more unique roles. Can you please describe what unique roles are?
Madam Chair, Councilor Bazan, one of the things that we have to recognize is like there's different terminology used within the city. So we have, a lot of times people confuse graded, ungraded with classified, unclassified. Classified, unclassified, we know is classified, you know, they apply, we get it. Unclassified, they're kind of, you can't say they're appointed from the mayor's office, they're just within the department, they don't have as many rights. Graded and ungraded is not determined by the Albuquerque Police Department, it's determined by HR. So some of the graded positions would be something like an executive assistant or an executive manager that, for assistance that occurs within the city. So they're all graded the same across the city. But we have specialized positions throughout the Albuquerque Police Department, such as our manager over the DOJ portion of compliance. We have a manager in there that's a professional staff, and they're ungraded because their position is unique and there's no other like it within the city of Albuquerque. Does that answer your question?
Madam Chair, yes, Chief, it does definitely offer some clarification. Are there a lot of ungraded positions?
Madam Chair, Councilor Bazan, at the Albuquerque Police Department, there is quite a number because there are so many unique specialties within the police department where we have people doing different things. We have digital forensic experts that no other part of the city has within investigations. We have certain people at the crime lab that would be ungraded because there's no other positions like them throughout the city.
So, Madam Chair, for more of my curiosity's sake, can you send us over a list of which ones are these ungraded positions? Just
yes.
Not now, obviously,
Madam
but
Chair,
at a
Councilor
time.
Bazan, I'll make sure that we get a list over of our graded and ungraded.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chief, good evening.
Good evening.
How does it feel to have a $5.4 million cut to your department, the APD? I mean, you're proposing a $5.4 million cut to this council.
Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis, you'd have to explain that. And I know we started talking a little bit.
Well, let me explain it then. So I'm assuming that this is all vacancies. You know, so you don't plan on, or at least administration felt like that you're not going to be able to hire about 154 police officers. And so they just took it right out of your budget, cut your budget by $5.4 million.
Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis, we are budgeted the same way we were budgeted last year. Last year, City Council approved a budget of 1,000 officers for the Albuquerque Police Department. That's what we actually got.
So Chief, Madam Chair, Chief, what is $5.4 million in program savings?
That 5.4 is the additional 100 that council didn't even fund last year. We have
So Madam
1,100.
Chair, we didn't fund it because you didn't request it. You requested 1,000 officers. So now you're saying 1,100 officers, but then you're saying you're not going to hire those 1,100 officers. So it's a cut from 1,100 officers. We're cutting your budget by $5.4 million. So you can't hire those 154 officers. We're cutting your budget by $5.4 million, and it's going to other things. That's the explanation. That's exactly what's going on. How do you feel about your budget to hire new police officers? We funded you at 1,000 last year because you requested it. Now we're funding you at 1,100 officers, but yet you're saying you're not going to hire those, and so, hey, give us $5.4 million less than that.
Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis, can I answer now?
Yeah.
Okay. You know, I think we have to remember that there is a struggle within recruiting across the nation. I think last year we were being a very responsible partner within the city of Albuquerque. Everybody has priorities. We knew that we were going to work hard to get to the 1,000. It looks like we're going to get to the 1,000 sometime around December, November. You know, and I'm also aware, and I'm going to say the same thing I said last year. If we are to get to the 1,000 officers in the fall, we have processes built in place in October and December when we start cleaning up where we could come back to council and say we're going to need additional funding. There will be savings in other places where the administration will be able to look. But I would love to sit here and say, fund me 1,100 and I'll blow 5.5 million on anything I want in equipment. Because that's the truth of it. And I think when we talk about the fact that we want to cut the fat out, we want to make sure that we're responsible with the public dollars. We have to make sure that we fund what we're going to be spending. But I mean, if council wants to give me an additional 5.5 so I could spend it however I want, I'll buy all kinds of extra equipment for my officers.
Madam Chair, Chief, that's not what you're asking for. Your budget doesn't have money to pay for those to 1,100 police officers. So I mean, what is it? Are you going to hire 1,100 police officers or not? I think you said you might get to 1,000, but we're reducing your budget. We're reducing it. You know, we're not giving you. You're asking us to not give you money to hire new police officers. You know, even the money you think that you're going to get throughout the year, you're already saying you're going to have to come back to us because for more. But you know what? It's allocated other places. You know, you put it other places in this budget, and the mayor has spent it in other places to the tune of $616,000 in an increase for the entire budget. So they increased the entire budget by $616,000 in spending, not in APD. They took it from you, $5.4 million, and decided we're going to allocate it somewhere else, and called it program spending when it's really a cut to your department. I mean, again, you don't have to answer that. I think you've answered that. I mean, part of it is it just shows again that our department directors don't even understand what the administration did here. So let me ask you this. And you said that, hey, look, we know we're not going to hire that many police officers. So my question is, do you need police officers? And are you willing to show us how you're going to pay for it that's in this budget? Because this budget doesn't show how you're going to pay for it. And so it goes back to my question of, can you do everything that you feel like you can do to provide the service to the city of Albuquerque with this amount of money, or do you need more?
Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis, I'm comfortable with my budget. I'm comfortable with the amount that we're being given.
Okay. Yeah, being given to you by the administration because they spend it other places. And so again, Chief, you're doing your job in that regard. You're listening to your boss, and this is the amount of money he's given you. Just want to remind you that it's a $5.4 million cut from before. Right? A couple other things. You have how many sworn police officers right now?
We currently have about 900. We have 37 starting next week, and we have about 30 in the pipeline. So we're somewhere, of the 1,000 that we're funded for, we're somewhere around 960-ish.
Okay. How many sworn officers that are on the streets responding to calls?
There's probably about 900. That's a difficult question, because that's a question we always get. It's the whole, how many boots are actually on the ground doing stuff. Right now, we have 900 officers that are performing a law enforcement function in some way.
Okay. But not necessarily responding to calls. I mean,
No.
am I safe to say about maybe 300 that are responding to calls?
No, I think that's.
In a marked police car responding to calls, about 250?
Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis, I think we're at about 472 minus 7 commanders. So you got to remember, everybody from lieutenant down in this administration answers calls for service. So it's about
Marked police cars responding to calls for service.
462.
462, okay.
Yeah, 462-ish. 462-ish.
Okay. Do you have any vacancies in your command staff?
Currently, I think I have 1, 2, 3, about 4.
Four vacancies in your command staff?
5.
Okay.
5
I
vacancies.
think Councilor Sanchez has some questions regarding that too that are important. One more question that's kind of unrelated, just because I think it's important to think about, just about how dangerous this city is right now. And the stakes are high, you know, I mean, what we fund you and what this, I mean, you know, and your job, Chief, the stakes are pretty high, wouldn't you say? You know, when it comes to public safety, when it comes to the just security of people in our city. And, you know, one number that just kind of struck me was that, I mean, 32% of the homicides were justifiable. I mean, this year, I mean, it just shows you how dangerous this city is that you know, thank God for, you know, armed citizens in the city who had an attacker where they would have been the homicide, right? I mean, they would have been the homicide. It would have been unjustified. But because they were, you know, responsible, you know, gun owners that protected themselves, they avoided a homicide and it turned into a justifiable homicide. I mean, it does remind me about how important what your officers do. You know, how important is what you do in this department and how we got to get it right when it comes to funding you, getting you what you need, getting more officers. I think you'd admit that if we have more officers, we'd probably have better response times, you know. I would say that it's probably better use to get more officers than to get more ACS, you know, caseworkers. I think that's going to help with response times. I think, you know, the ultimate solution to a lot of this is more officers. But I mean, the stakes are high when it comes to the safety of the people of the city. And I think you got some numbers that show, you know, some better results. But, you know, this is a dangerous city that's really in need of some big results, you know, some real big results. And I think you could probably point to a lot of those things too and champion and say a lot of good things about what your officers are doing. And I agree with them. I absolutely agree with them. But you know, the stakes are high when it comes to, you know, just public safety in the city, how we're known across the nation. You know, your job is important, you know, and it's important we get it right. Anyways, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Lewis. Oh, I have a list here. Councilor Champagne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chief, thanks for being here tonight. It's good to see you. It's been a little bit since I've looked at an organizational chart within your department. It used to be where lieutenant was part of the collective bargaining, and then it went to commander, and then deputy chief, and then chief. Now, since then, we've added in, so I have a couple questions. What is a first commander?
Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne, we have 2 designated a first commander, and that is to assist those commanders that actually get called out. Anybody that is within the collective bargaining agreement, they get compensated for being on call 24/7 and getting called out. Yes, area commanders are on call 24/7, but they're not getting called out consistently, such as a violent crimes commander who responds to officer-involved shootings and to homicides. That's what our commanders do at this day and age. I know it wasn't occurring in the past. So there are some designated first commander spots where we have individuals who are actually getting called out in leadership roles that we think are important to be out there, and we're compensating a little bit extra because of their extra work that they do.
Okay, and where do they fall under the org chart?
Under the org chart, they would be between a commander, a regular commander, and a deputy chief, or a major, because we have some majors because of the DOJ stuff and everything.
Madam Chair, what is a first deputy commander then?
It's going to be the same principle. The deputy commanders who get called out. Tactical has a deputy commander. The tactical commander, anybody, I mean, you're familiar. The tactical commander and lieutenant, they get called out nonstop. They have basically no life. So what we doing is also compensating them for the amount of call-outs that they get off duty and they're being on call 24/7.
Okay, so that falls on your command staff then?
Yes.
Okay. So lieutenant commander, first deputy commander.
Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne.
Give me an idea here.
Lieutenant, deputy commander, first deputy commander, commander, first commander.
Okay. So commander, deputy commander. And then where does major go?
Major goes above commander.
And then it goes, Madam Chair, and then it goes to deputy chief and then chief.
Well, my chief of staff would be a 2-star chief below that, and then the deputy chief's above that.
Okay, so so all of those fall into your command staff?
Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne, not all of them fall under my command staff because you got to remember the office of the Superintendent of Police Reform is technically still within APD, but they answer to Superintendent Garcia. So Superintendent Garcia has a bulk. I mean, if you look at ratios of how many executive leaders you have within an organization compared to officers, it's very heavy on that side, but there is reason for that. It all comes back to our settlement agreement and how use of forces have to have a certain level of review, and it has to hit so many reviews, but then we have to have 2 people who could still hear cases that are being appealed. So that broke it in. That's why we had to create a major position, Superintendent of Police Reform, because he's technically not a deputy chief, because they're the 2 reviewers and the individuals who are able to hear appeals. And then a lower level of discipline would come back down to the commanders. But through the DOJ process, we were required to have 1 commander who just screened cases coming in. And then we had the other commanders who were reviewing it. It's very complicated. If you want to sit, so we don't go into all the details, that DOJ portion is where we have the biggest concentration of the worst ratios of actual workers to individuals of high rank.
And those fall under, Madam Chair, and those fall under the Superintendent of Police Reform?
Yes.
And where does he stand? Okay, so how many are below him then, of deputy commander, 5 commanders?
He has 2 majors, 3 commanders, 4 commanders, 4 deputy commanders, 4 lieutenants, a bunch of sergeants.
Okay, but we're only going to that, okay. So of the department, and though he falls under a different deal, and he has majors below him, his salary is $192,900. So of the people, of those higher up, lieutenant, I guess would be not lieutenant, so commander and above, we have 41 in that command staff totaling, including yourself, $6,526,104 for brass. Correct?
Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne, yes, if that's the numbers you have, I'm not going to dispute them.
Okay. Okay. I just, because I haven't been in it for a couple years, I didn't know how many we added in. It was very confusing to see first commander and all that. So $6.5 million roughly goes to the brass, whether it falls under the superintendent or yourself. Okay. Going through this, I was just kind of curious. It has 2 positions for air support, one for a mechanic for $116,000 and one for an actual pilot. Do we have enough pilots?
Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne, currently I think they have 2 pilots. I believe 2 pilots. I'd have to get Josh here for that specific question. But I think it is important that we did have that funding separate, and now that we have gotten a second helicopter that's going to be able to be launched more frequently than Air One, which you're familiar with the limitations of it, we're looking to hire a full-time pilot to assist them.
A third one?
Yes.
Okay, and Madam Chair, then what about the mechanic? Do we not have a mechanic then right now?
Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne, they do have a pilot, mechanic.
And it's a civilian mechanic, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What is a bait vehicle coordinator?
Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne, as many of you aware, I mean, you're aware, you were in property crimes at the time with me. When we started the bait car program, bait cars, you just don't call a dealership and buy a bait car. A bait car has to be built. We have to install cameras. they're very maintenance intense. Batteries need to be replaced, stuff breaks, and they go. So the bait car coordinator is a position that typically in the past was the position covered by Ken. You remember Ken?
Yeah, he was a sworn officer that
Sworn
did it.
officer.
Yeah.
So we removed the sworn officer from that position, and we have a civilian now who does all the mechanical work on the car. Makes much more sense to not have a badge and a gun doing mechanic work on a car.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, Chief, can you tell me what a career development manager is?
Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne, that is one of the positions at the academy, I believe, and that individual was part of our DOJ process. That was a requirement for us to be able to have somebody to build the curriculum and everything that we have to do in the academy to meet all of our requirements. But I'll double check and verify that to make sure.
Okay, is that position filled for
Yes.
$82,000 a year? Okay.
Yes.
Madam Chair, and I apologize,
Yeah, that's okay.
okay, thank you. Chief, can you tell me what a civilian crash reconnaissance, I guess, or reconstructive investigator is?
Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne.
Pretty much what it says in the title, and they're civilians?
Yes, sir.
Averaging $64,000, okay. Madam Chair, Chief, can you tell me what the difference between a data analyst manager and a data scientist is?
Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne, the data analyst manager would be probably the individual in charge of DIT, which is our digital forensics. And the other one was what position?
It's a data scientist.
That would probably be somebody at the crime lab, but I'll have to check and verify.
Okay. And it's a difference. So I think the scientist, it says, is 96,000, whereas the manager is 76,000. So maybe the scientist is in charge of the manager. Yeah, I see the helicopter pilot for 109,000, and that's going to be a civilian. Madam Chair and Chief, what is an investigative liaison?
Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne, back in the day, you were in property crimes with me when we had individuals who, pawn shops, who called us to said we had a property in it. Back in the day, it was Valerie and
Myself.
Vivian. They would drive, and yourself, you guys would drive to pick up the property. To me, that was a waste of a sworn officer to go pick up a stolen item that doesn't have a suspect. So we've now hired civilians who pick up property and do a state case, run information like that. A lot of the times detectives need somebody to print reports, get documents, do simple stuff that we're trying to make it as easy as possible for detectives. So in making that efficiency so they could stick to the sworn work that needs to be done, we've hired these liaisons over the years.
Okay. Madam Chair, Chief, you have listed a managing attorney and a special counsel. Can you tell me what the difference between those two are? Besides the
Madam Chair,
$60,000.
Councilor Champagne, one of the things that we've been working really hard on is, obviously, we need our legal counsel. One of the two is going to be legal counsel. The special attorney is somebody that we're working with in order to reduce risk and to reduce liability to the city on the IA side through our cases. We're trying to strengthen our cases so we don't have so many appeals, so that we don't lose a lot of our cases. We've been quite successful. Last year, thanks to Lauren's team, we won a major lawsuit against the Kennedy firm. They appealed it. We won the appeal, and they reversed one of the findings, which was negative towards the city. So we've gotten really good at fighting litigation and lowering lawsuits, and part of that is we have a process where there's people helping us along the way understand legal requirements as we're processing through cases.
Okay. Chief, Madam Chair and Chief, do you have officers at the Metro Court right now?
Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne, yes, but those officers are paid for by the courts.
So the 360 or the 266,000 and the 180,000 for a sergeant isn't part of your budget, but it's here?
It's there, but it's paid, we're reimbursed.
Okay. Madam Chair and Chief, how many PSAs do you currently have?
Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne, I think we're only funded 45, but we're at like 89 PSAs. That's where we've been using some of our salary savings to offset. And as we've seen, I mean, the PSAs have been so successful program for us. Of the 37 people starting, the next academy, class 10 are from our increased PSA ranks. It's one of the biggest reasons we've increased our recruiting efforts.
The PSAs, so that roughly about $3.4 million in just service aids. Okay, last couple questions, Madam Chair. Chief, what is a quality assurance auditor? And why do we have 10 of them?
Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne, I believe those are going to be the individuals that work to process our self-monitoring for the settlement agreement and review all of our data for the 298 report to ensure that everything we turn in continues to keep us in compliance.
Okay. And I'm guessing, Madam Chair, I'm guessing that the senior quality assurance auditor is their supervisors, the two of them that are there?
I would say so.
So once that we get out in that case, that's dismissed, we can, that's, you know, $500,000 or $600,000 that's going to be in savings? Or what is the term? Program savings?
Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne, I wouldn't jump to that conclusion. I think that it's important that the people of Albuquerque understand the Albuquerque Police Department is a different department. All of us went up through the department, myself, Councilor Sanchez, yourself. We saw how we did business back in the day, and I see how our officers do business now, and they are 10 times more professional than any of us ever were. They do a great job.
I wouldn't make that claim, Chief.
They are great. They do a great job.
Not taking away from them, but I did my job pretty well, but thank you for that.
We did our job very well, but they're much higher level of professionalism, and they're a much higher level of de-escalating situations, reducing the use of force, and doing everything better that brought the DOJ here in the first time.
Okay. Chief, last question. What is a special services coordinator or social services coordinator?
Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne. Oh, peer support. For our officers to have somebody to organize officers' peer support and make sure that they have everything that they need mental health-wise.
Perfect. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilor Feeblecorn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for being here, Chief. My questions are around the investigative services line item in the budget. It's about $63 million. Can you just give us, because we don't get this level of detail, but can you just give us an idea of what's included for $63 million for investigative services?
Madam Chair, Councilor Feeblecorn, I believe that special investigations, they've always had their own budget, so to speak. A lot of the reason that is done is because of a lot of the nature of their work needs to be conducted in a way that it's not just available to everybody in the department to view or the public to view. That would be getting cars for them that are unmarked rentals that we wouldn't want nobody to be able to enter and be able to figure out what kind of cars our undercovers work. It would include money for CIs, money for informants, money to buy narcotics. So that whole division is funded through that.
Okay, thank you. And Madam Chair, this is a very small amount, given that you have by far the largest budget in the city. I mean, you have $275 million. So you might not know the answer to this question, but I want to make sure that we are doing right by victims of sexual assault. And I know I want to thank you last year for working with me to get additional funds for SANE, the sexual assault nurse examiners, getting them up to 150 for their contract with APD so that they can continue to not only gather the evidence needed to prosecute those kind of cases, but also take care of victims. And I, again, can't see that level of detail in the proposed budget, but can you just tell me if that is funded again and at what level?
Madam Chair, Councilor Feeblecorn, it is funded at the same level. We haven't had any cuts. But one of the things I think we have to remember is I know at times people will be upset and they're like, God, APD's really grown in professional personnel that work for the department. But that's part of why, is when I first became chief, one of my first meetings was with the New Mexico Crusaders. And they sat me down and they gave me an earful about how they felt the previous leadership had treated them in terms of being treated as victims. And they had family members murdered, and APD's ability to connect and get the information to victims. And that's when we hired Terry Hortas as our victim coordinator for victim services, and she's hired her whole team. So we're very concerned about victims. We're very concerned about making sure that not only do we investigate their crime, that we support them, their families through difficult time. And that is part of why we've seen, it's programs like that that we're seeing why we've increased the number of professional personnel within the Albuquerque Police Department.
Thank you. I agree. I think that portion of APD's work is vital. We have to fully fund it. So two things. One is, can we just verify, and I know you don't know at the top of your head, but can you verify that it's for 150,000 for SANE for this year, and let me know and let others know. And then also, on that line of reasoning, I did note that the list of federally funded contract positions has 2 empty positions for violent crime victim liaison. And I just wanted to say, I think we have other positions that are not federally funded that are doing that type of work as well, but it would be great to understand how many staff are committed to that kind of work, and how many of those positions are open right now.
Madam Chair, Councilor Feeble-Corn, I'll be sure and get that information. And if I can, Madam Chair, just to really cover the federal grant issue, and I know the question is going to come up eventually with what's occurring. Fortunately, through Major City Chiefs, I did get a heads up with some of the information that was coming out. They did do an analysis of our legislative body that covers us in DC. And one of the biggest things that came out of it through the assessment was, the Trump administration is looking to add support to law enforcement. So we're hoping that that means that our grants programs for hiring cops aren't going to be cut. They did cut programs. They trimming fat in areas that they feel that weren't directly impacting law enforcement. PSP was one of the grants we had that we lost, but what PSP paid for was for officers to go get additional training to do peer exchanges. So we can't put a monetary value to what we've lost with PSP because it was a as-need basis, but it seems a lot of the programs that they're cutting, I did see some remarks where they did add remarks that the administration's goal was to increase the number of officers, make things easier for officers, give them the resources. So we're hoping that in the end that all translates to a lot of the tools that we still use and the funding which is made available to us either for the grant cops hiring grant or our burn grant where we get equipment, that those aren't going to be impacted because they'll fall into the 2 sections where they talked about providing these resources to officers. But nothing is definite yet, and once we know, we'll be able to report back.
Thank you. Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nice of you to show up in a polo shirt today, Chief. That's the uniform that your deputy over there is the uniform that I'm used to, with wearing a badge of office, looking nice, tip-top shape. Thanks for disrespecting us today. Appreciate that. First thing is, I'm glad that you're okay with losing $5.4 million in cut. It seems to me that the administration threw you under the bus pretty good, and also probably all of us. So my first question is, why did you not consult with this body, City Council, when you decided to have the National Guard come to Albuquerque? And why did you disrespect us in reference to that?
Madam Chair, who is not in her seat, Councilor Sanchez, respect goes 2 ways. You expect me to respect you, you respect this body, and look at the way you just addressed me. And I hope the whole city of Albuquerque just saw that unprofessionalism.
Chief,
what you just
look
Councilor
at
Sanchez,
yourself.
let me finish.
Look at yourself.
Let me finish.
In the mirror before you come into this. Before you come into this,
you to finish.
You can come in and you can come in with a professional attitude and a professional look, and that's what you need to do.
There's only one person who starts off unprofessional here, but I'm not going to sit here and let you abuse me, Madam Chair.
Please. Thank you. All right. Please be respectful and
answer the
finish.
question, Chief.
Madam Chair, Councilor Sanchez, the National Guard coming to Albuquerque is an operational decision made by the Chief of Police of the Albuquerque Police Department, the Governor's Office of the State of New Mexico. There is a separation of powers, and I believe it didn't fall under the jurisdiction of City Council to make that decision.
Thank you.
So when you made that decision, you don't think that anybody in here cared whether you made that decision or not?
Madam Chair, Councilor Sanchez, that decision was not made in a silo. That decision was discussed amongst several individuals. As soon as I was gathering information, I would give phone calls to Councilor Grout and update them with what we had. The information was released prior to I was not aware it was going to be released that day. We had a plan in place where we were going to make phone calls. I spoke to Councilor Rogers about it, and I apologize. I wish we could have made our phone calls earlier, but we weren't aware they were going to do a public release at that
So you
time.
did feel that it was important to contact some of this body, but not all of it? Okay, Chief, who makes the determination on how much individuals get paid in reference to your command staff?
Combination of myself, the administration, we follow guidelines.
And what are those guidelines?
Well, we have to have separation between all the classes of pay. Our entry-level officers are making more money than ever before. And why is anybody ever going to want to get promoted if they're going to be making less?
Okay, why would anybody want to get promoted when you're blockaded by 49, possibly 54 after the rank of lieutenant? So another question is, the first commander makes 153,920, right? There's 3 of them for a total of 461,760. The first deputy commander makes 145,600 for a total of 436,800. The chief of police makes 228,155. There's 1 of you. Commanders make 149,760. There's 17 commanders with 3 vacancies. This one right now, you're only at 2.6 million. Deputy chiefs make $168,521. There's 4 deputy chiefs, which total up to 674,000. Deputy commanders, there's 12 deputy commanders, which total to 1.7 million. Majors, there's 2 majors. They each make 160,000, which totals to 316,160. The superintendent of police reform, might as well line them up at 200,000. Out of all those individuals, your list says that you have 49 command staff above the rank of lieutenant. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Councilor Sanchez, if that's what the paperwork says, I would support that.
Okay, and you said you also have 5, you agreed with me when I said you had 5 vacant positions. Is that correct?
Madam
In
Chair,
that command
Councilor
staff?
Sanchez, that's probably correct.
So that would be a total of 54 people over the rank of lieutenant. Currently, your rank, and Councilor Champagne talked about it earlier, that's $6.2 million. $6.2 million in that area, with that group, not including the vacancies. In 2008, 2009, I know there's a lot of changes in the police department, but during that amount of time, we had close to 1,200 officers. You're saying you have 900 now. We had 11 commanders, we had 4 deputy chiefs, and 1 chief of police. We're on the department at that time. That was the largest the department has ever been, the largest. And right now, you're looking at 54 people above the rank of lieutenant. When you talk about promotions, how does anybody get promoted when they're moving up in a position where it's blockaded by most of these individuals, who I can see their names, are individuals who have been brought back?
Madam Chair, Councilor Sanchez, first of all, I would like to thank City Council, current and past. I am very proud of the fact that our officers are paid very well, because that's something that didn't occur always in our times. Yes, our officers are paid well. That causes our sergeants to be paid well, causes our lieutenants to be paid well.
Chief, I didn't ask that question about pay. I asked the question about how a person can get promoted when it is blockaded at the top.
Madam Chair, Councilor Sanchez, we've increased opportunity for people to get promoted. You yourself just said back in the day there was only possibility of 19 people reaching this rank. I am proud to say that we've created opportunity for our officers. And yes, we've had to bring some people back, but there are a lot more officers from within the department who have been promoted than outside individuals brought in.
I would beg to differ based on this list that I'm looking at with the amount of people that are here. So Chief, another thing that I wanted to ask is, with that, if you were to actually lower the percentage of individuals in that 6.2 million, and if you added the 54 top-heavy employees, you would actually be closer to 7.2 million. If you were to cut that in half, and save the public some money, reference to what Councilor Lewis said, looks like we could actually put between 60 and 70 officers to work with that amount of money, just cutting that in half. So 54, half of 54 is what, Chief? So you'd be at 23, 24 higher ranks, which sounds acceptable with the amount of officers that you have. And then what we need to do is focus on the boots on the ground. So how are you going to do something to change your over-bloated upper echelon in reference to putting boots on the ground? It seems to me that that's your savings. You can move that money from an over-bloated command staff to fund 60 officers.
Madam Chair, Councilor Sanchez, in 2011, the year you quoted, I believe that 4 years later, there's a city councilor sitting up there that saw what occurred in 2011. It was the beginning of loss of control of the Albuquerque Police Department. In 2014, City Council asked the Department of Justice to take a look and come in and oversee the Albuquerque Police Department. And maybe in 2011, with those low numbers of executives, we had a lack of supervision over people, and we had a lack of holding people accountable because we had spans of control that were too wide. And that's one of the things that came upon this settlement agreement is no sergeant should have over so many people, no lieutenant should have over so many people. You remember where we had field squads up to 13, 14 people. Did we truly manage them? And the number one thing I do not want to do is, and I think the citizens in Albuquerque do not want to occur, is I do not want to bring Albuquerque back to 2011. Because that is why the Department of Justice is here, and that is why we had riots and protests in 14 in the streets of Albuquerque.
So based on that, Chief, Madam Chair, based on that, when we're, go ahead.
And Madam Chair, and I think it's important that we remember the repercussions, and we just don't look at the numbers. This is more than numbers. We look at the success the department's seen. We have reductions in every crime category. We have people being held accountable better than ever. I run the department this way. Someday there'll be somebody else here, and if they want to get rid of lieutenants and commanders, they can do so. But I think we have something that's working. We're getting out of DOJ. How many agencies our size have really gotten out of a settlement agreement in the last decade? Our officers deserve, their leadership deserves to be congratulated for it because they did all the hard work on this. They're the ones that put the blood and sweat in it. They're the ones that got disciplined more than anybody else. This process is working. Give it time and it will continue to give the results it's giving right now.
Councilor Sanchez?
Yes. One of the things that I can see right here, Chief, is that when back in 2011, you talked about Trump grants. During that time, there was two $10 million grants that were not put through by the mayor. Why was that? I mean, it wasn't 2011, it was during COVID, 2022. And now you're saying you'll take those grants.
Madam Chair, Councilor Sanchez, I don't think Trump was president in 2022.
Well, when he was, there was two $10 million grants that came here that the mayor decided he didn't want to have. And now you're saying you're taking them. Okay, so the next question is recruiting. Right now, when we're dealing with recruiting, we're hearing on the streets that the officers are having a hard time working under this administration, and the word is out that nobody wants to work for this for this police department. What are you doing to change that and the perception that the public does not have confidence in our police department right now?
Madam Chair, Councilor Sanchez, am I going to be allowed to finish my answer?
You can talk.
The Albuquerque Police Department over the last 2 years has increased felony arrests for warrants, respectively 24, 29%. This year we have a 12% increase year to date. We went from when, before I became chief with the previous chief, this department averaged 23,000 traffic tickets. We're in the 80,000s now. Our clearance rate for homicides went from the 50s to the 90s 3 years in a row. Officers are the ones doing that work. And is anybody up here going to tell me unmotivated, unhappy officers who don't want to be working here and hate their leadership are producing these results? Not true.
Well, the public still does not feel safe. Have you hired an outside investigative firm to investigate your administration to make sure that no one else is involved in any type of DWI scandal or DWI issues in your administration?
Madam Chair, Councilor Sanchez, I've gone through extreme lengths to ensure that we are capturing everybody that we can. We're working still in cooperation with the United States Attorney, the FBI. We're working with every aspect that we have. And I will not discuss any further of where we're at. I think we've made great progress. We've identified a lot of individuals. I don't think it's everybody. We've also determined that it went back 30 years, which would be 1995. I think I was a cadet at the academy. So this was hidden during all of our careers and none of us knew about it. And I think I want to applaud everybody who's working on this now because it took 30 years, but the group of individuals working on this are uncovering it and getting to the bottom of it.
Okay, you didn't answer my question about after you hired an outside investigative force. Another question is it true that is it true that you're saying out there in public that the DOJ is 100% gone?
Madam Chair, Councilor Sanchez, the DOJ is leaving. Would you like, I mean, I could go up there and show you the email.
No, I asked you if you're saying in public that they're already gone.
No, they're not already gone, they're leaving.
And so what have you said in public? That they're leaving or that they're gone?
I'm pretty sure I said they're in the process of developing the paperwork to leave. I called Councilor Grout, I think that's what or Councilor Bazan, I think that's what we talked about. They're in the process of getting ready to leave.
Okay, another question, and this is going to be my last one because I have several more, but I'm only going to ask one more. Does Anthony Montano work on in your administration?
Madam Chair, Councilor Sanchez, Anthony Montano is the director at the RTCC.
And is he one of the individuals that?
Councilor Sanchez, that's an HR question, so let's.
Okay, I just was wondering why he wasn't on this list.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Champagne?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chief, I just need a point of clarification on this. I know that the field service bid was about 300 officers, 40 per area command, and then 60 in the valley. Can you explain the other 162 officers that you said were answering calls for service?
One of the things I wanted, Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne, one of the things I wanted to do is I spent 14 years in the field taking calls on graveyard. One of the things that I recognized during the course of my career is you had a fair number of officers who did the minimum. They took their calls if they could take somebody to jail. I took a different approach to this. In 2019, I created the PRTs. Every single counselor loves their PRTs. The PRTs are uniformed field personnel, taking calls if needed, but they're the proactive branch of field services. And those PRT, if you would like me to add 90 people to the taking calls right now, counselors, let me know, and I'll get rid of your PRT team and I'll put them into taking calls for service. I'm that open about it. But PRT is part of the field. I separated them out. PRT didn't exist when any of us were in the field to the extent they exist now, and they are an asset, and they're the drivers of arrests and proactive policing in this city.
Okay, Madam Chair, that promoted another question of what PRT, priority response team, I'm assuming, and they're not what Impact did back then. The Impact Squad in each area command, correct?
Madam Chair,
okay.
Councilor Champagne, proactive response team.
Proactive,
and I'll let some of your counselors talk to you. I think every counselor who works with theirs loves their PRT team.
Our chair loves it. How many are in there? Because my question was of 162 in the math is, what does that consist of? So 92 of them are PRT?
Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne, like I stated earlier, we have to remember that in today's day and age, our sergeants respond to calls. So when you're talking about 332, add in 58 sergeants right there.
Okay, so 58 sergeants, okay.
And then add in the 90-some PRT, and I think you're almost close around the 450 mark.
Well, that's yeah, 160 right there. So we're missing 2. So I'll give you a little squish room on that one.
160 plus the 300 in the bid you spoke about, that's 160 and 300 is 460. I think I said 460.
462. And like I said, I'll give you a little wiggle room on that one. Okay, that's all I needed. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. I have just a couple questions. On the, we have that list of federally funded grant positions. 19 of the positions are vacant. It's my understanding, you know, I've heard the mayor talk about, oh, we're going to lose these officers because they're federally funded. 19 of those positions are empty, and that's disappointing that they're empty, because that's federal funds that we should be using instead of our city taxpayer dollars. And so why weren't these positions full instead of vacant using those federal dollars?
Madam Chair, I'll look into that tomorrow. If there's a way for us to revert and get money back for anywhere we've been paying where we could have claimed.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering if those positions were not for sworn personnel, and they're positions that are federally funded for specialty positions within the department, such as the victim advocates, Councilor Feeble-Corner was asking about.
It says police officer. They say police officer. Most of them are police officers. But I understand. I was like, okay, first of all, you never want to, it's not good when we get federal dollars and then we have to send them back because we didn't use them. That's unfortunate. And so but I understand that we don't have to give the money back. We have to submit the invoice to get the money. So we don't have money to get back, but we're losing money to our city that I believe we could really use in this flat budget.
Madam Chair, Chief of Staff Hernandez just explained, there is a process on how we can claim this money.
Okay.
We will put the process in writing, and we do have limitations on how we could claim it each quarter. So we will get you your response in writing, so you have it in writing, and I don't butcher the response right now. And they'll explain the process we use and why we couldn't utilize all 19 at the same time.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Rogers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chief. I just have a question also about the grant-funded positions. Of those positions, some are vacant, some are filled, but there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about 8 at our Family Advocacy Center. To your point, violent crimes victim liaison, the SAKI grant coordinator, our backlog prevention for our sexual assault kits. What is the plan? We already know that VOCA, we've heard federally, might go away. We have a position funded for that is full. So I didn't see a plan in the budget, even with program savings, to cover those positions when that grant funding is going away. Of course, we were already getting emails from our domestic violence task force worried about these positions and saying to replace them we need $6 million, which is way more than this budget, our current tight budget can handle. So just want to know what the plan is for the Family Advocacy Center and the very important work that's done out of that center.
Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, I'll work with Deputy Vega, and we'll get your response on what exactly he has planned. We have spoken about it on where we're going to have to double up duties with some of our current victims advocates in some sections. I was unaware the SAKI grant coordinator position was open, but I don't know if it's being covered by somebody else. So
no, it's filled. It's just
filled. Okay.
It's just that it's on grant funding.
Okay. It's on grant money. So we'll have a plan. We'll put a plan together and we'll present it as to how we're going to cover things in the interim in case we lose any funding in any of these processes.
Okay, thank you. A couple more, Madam Chair. Just my question is, looking through all these positions, the appointed positions, grant funded positions, there's one glaring missing piece. And so I just, instead of assuming we don't have it, I wanted to ask about the work that APD does with CYFD. I'm extremely concerned about child well-being in our city and how APD works with CYFD. Is there a special unit for crimes against children? Who does that work on is it just a natural, whoever is available to go on that call with CYFD? Just interested in how that works because I don't see that reflected in any specific positions for that.
Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, child calls as they come in are handled in a variety of ways. If it's low-level misdemeanor, typical run-of-the-mill, as horrible as it may sound when a child is being abused, the field is capable of taking those calls. If it starts to elevate where it's something more serious and it's based on child abuse or even the death of the child, Crimes Against Children's Unit will cover those investigations, and they fall under CIB, Criminal Investigative Bureau, at the FAC. And that section we actually left at the FAC so that they could continue to work with the providers when we moved all the other violent crime investigators to the main. So you have the CACU, but we also have another unit that works with children who may be exploited, CED, that works for looking for online predators, doing other things. So between those three processes, we have a system where we could communicate with CYFD personnel to check the history of children right off the back through dispatch, and they're able to check the system to see if there's open cases. So there's a lot of mechanisms in place for us to make sure that we can try to capture them. The investigations has a good relationship with CYFD. We actually have personnel assigned there who work specifically with them, especially especially CACU. So there is a good process. If at one point in time, I'd love for Deputy Chief Vega to sit down with you and really explain how well organized they have everything with the children's investigations and everything they have that they're working with to provide safety to our children.
Thank you, Chief. And then just a question about, I have to talk about the National Guard, because to, Councilor Sanchez's point, I reached out to you about that. I didn't get a pre-heads up, just in full disclosure. So, it wasn't that. But I just, when you say there's these huge reductions in crime in every category, but we need the National Guard, it's hard for those to correlate together. I appreciate the conversations and the openness to do town halls and work together on the community engagement, because my district folks are just unclear about what they're doing, what's happening. And so I appreciate you wanting to work with us on that, because I think it's really important that we do that community engagement through the ambassador program, which I hope we can use more during this time. And so I just have to say that it's hard to hear crimes down in every category, and we're doing great, but also we need the National Guard. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Councilor Champagne?
Yes, point of order, please. I'd like to make a motion to suspend the rules to extend this meeting from 10:30 on till midnight. And I only want to do this once, that's why I'm picking that time.
Okay, all those in favor say yes. Raise your hand. Yes. Opposed? Okay, it passes 8-1. Thank you, sir. I have one question for you, sir. You applied for a lot of police grants, and I'm glad that they're available. But one you did not apply for was for specifically targeting street racing. Why not? Because that is a problem.
Madam Chair, I'll look into it. I was unaware of that grant, but I'll check and see if our people were aware of it. If they're aware of it and it's still available, if we could still apply, if it's something that's reoccurring, we definitely will look into it. But a lot of our other grants, the traffic grants, would enable us and cover us to have units out there during those times. And that's the funding we already use with traffic to get them out when we've had complaints in different parts of the city, is some of our current traffic funding.
Thank you. I've been very concerned about some areas in our city, and I think we all know that sadly, there is a problem, and I would hate for anybody to die because of that, so it's important. And grant funds, or if they're available, we need to apply for them. More money bringing back to the city. So thank you, sir. Thank you for being here this evening. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Councilor Pena. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just before I get started with some maybe more comments and questions, but just to ask the chair for a request to uphold the quorum.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. So just, Chief, I wasn't going to make any comments. I mean, I think I looked at everything, and I'm good. And if I have any questions, I can call you or the administration and get those answered. But I did want to say it's kind of, you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. I just want to commend you for all the work that you've done. You've been asked to reduce crime, you reduce crime. You've been asked to get the DOJ out of the city of Albuquerque, you're in the process of getting them out of the city of Albuquerque. You've implemented, worked with some of us counselors to implement the speeding cameras throughout the city, which has helped significantly to reduce speeding, although it's still a persistent problem that we have. We've put ShotSpotter throughout the city of Albuquerque. That's another tool that we've been able to utilize to, just identify and identify guns. And I know that there's people that have been caught as a result of that. So anyway, I just kind of wanted to make some comments, and that we just had a community conversation that you were at some neighborhood events that I was at recently. And we had a community conversation. It was just a small survey, but it was done for District 3. And of the people who responded to that survey said that they feel safe in their community and that they feel that law enforcement is responding to their concerns. So just wanted to add those. I wasn't going to, but I did want to say that, there should be credit where credit is due. So thank you for all your work and appreciate you. I've known you since my community days and as the commander there for the Southwest Area Command, and seeing all the initiatives that you've implemented and watching those throughout the years from when you were there to seeing how you've used some of those things that you learned from your past practices to utilize now. One of those is the PRT teams that were discussed. The first PRT team was the Southwest Area Command, and those folks, I think they were called, initially they were wanting to call themselves the problem response team, and you sat down with the community, listened to them, and as a result, the name got changed to the proactive response team. So these are teams that are out there just, looking to provide resources and to do what they need to do. I know that actually one of the Southwest PRT teams actually had a big major drug bust, and it's just been a couple years back. It hasn't really been that long. But anyway, just wanted to make some of those commentaries and appreciate you being here, and the request to uphold decorum is because we really need, for when we ask for you guys to be in attendance, to really be able to do the work of the city and make sure that we can get good answers and ask good questions. So thank you, Chief.
Madam Chair, Councilor Pena, Councilor Bazan, I just want to thank you guys. You assisted us in developing the first Detective Academy. It is a game changer. We talked about why clearance rates are at a 90% and above, and it was the work early on with you two as city councilors to develop that training for officers that's made the difference. So when we work together, we're able to accomplish a lot, and I appreciate everything you guys have done for me over the past 7.5 years. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Soroso.
Madam Chair, councilors, I just want to, for the record, clarify that APD's budget has grown since last year. It's slightly larger than last year's budget, and the chief is funded for 1,000 officers. We heard from him tonight. He thinks he can get to 1,000 officers, and I would rather not fund him for 1,100 officers right now if he can only get to 1,000, because that money, as we've talked about, can be put to work somewhere else in our budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Lewis.
Madam Chair, yeah, so in the chief's department, he was able to budget in other areas. So there's the $5.4 million cut, which looks like all related to the vacancies. And then all that is, the chief had the ability to be able to, add that back into other things within APD. The other departments doesn't look like they had that same ability to do that. It went to cover the $616 million increase to other parts of the budget. So that's exactly what is happening here in this proposal with APD. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Soroso.
Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis, I need to address that. We have been here before with council talking about the unspent money at APD in the form of salary savings or vacancy savings throughout the year. We have worked with council to rein in the budget and to not fund positions that are not going to be filled, so that we don't have, like the chief said, you give him more money, he's just going to spend it if he doesn't spend it on personnel. So we've been here before, We've talked to this council, we've worked with this council to not overfund the police department for positions that they're not going to be able to fill in the current fiscal year. Just want to make that clear. We have worked with this body. That's direction that has come from this body. It precedes some of the councilors on this, the dais here, but some of you councilors were here at the time. So I need to make that clear. Thank you.
Madam Chair, what is,
Councilor
what
Lewis?
do you disagree with what I'm saying, Mr. Assad? There's a $5.4 million program savings, $5.4 million less going to APD. Otherwise, what does 5.4 mean?
So, Madam Chair.
It's less money that's spent on
Madam
APD.
Chair, Councilor Lewis, that 5.4 million, in prior years, we had Councilor Davis, Councilor Benton up there talking to us about the savings that came from personnel that the chief had in his budget that he spent on the things he talked about spending it on. Like, he would go out and just, he would blow through it to buy,
Madam Chair, what are you saving it from? What is the $5.4 million saved from? Where is it coming from?
Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis, it's coming out of his personnel line.
There you go. So it's $5.4 million less.
He's funded for 1,000 officers, and he can hire 1,000 officers. There's no point in giving him money for 1,100 officers if he's not going to hire 1,100 officers this year.
Madam Chair, it's $5.4 million less on personnel fund spending. And it's allocated other places within APD. So why call it $5.4 million in program savings if you're not going to admit that it's $5.4 million less to spend on vacancies? So, I mean, we're talking about the same thing. I'm telling you exactly what it is. And if you want to just say a bunch of words that somehow explain it, I don't know. It is what it is.
Okay, let's go on, fellas. We're going to move on to the next department, health, housing, and homelessness.
Thank you, Madam Chair, councilors. Health, housing, and homelessness is run by Director Gilbert Ramirez. Their FY26 proposed general fund budget is $45,287,000. There are 80 general fund positions, 20 grant positions. The budget contains $2.6 million in non-recurring that remains to continue support for a variety of initiatives such as ABQ Street Connect, New Mexico Asian Family Center, Serenity Mesa, and Warehouse 505. There's a $2 million reallocation from YFS to Triple H that's maintained for FY26. And there's an $8 million transfer from city support to the operating grants fund for the housing voucher program. And I'll turn it over to Director Ramirez to answer any questions.
Madam Chair, councilors, stand for any questions?
Thank you for being here tonight, Director. I want to start with, I have one question. I'm just going to start here. In an answer to the question about how, over how many years the $6 million for housing vouchers was intended to be used, the administration, HH answered this. HHH plans to spend the Fund 265 funds this year, and it will not be for subsequent years. What does this year mean?
Madam Chair, thank you. If I understand that correctly, so the voucher fund and the fund that was created for the 265 account was our promise to you to be able to address the issue of what occurred last year and align it really with the program implementation. What that means in short is that funding that's allocated on fiscal years doesn't support leases that get assigned to individuals for housing. So the fund allows it to come back. The dedicated amount of funding for that is committed to individuals to maintaining their housing, and that's where it will stay.
So did you say, what is this year fiscal year 25, or does this year mean calendar year 25? What is the difference? What does it mean?
Fiscal year 25.
Fiscal year 25. Okay. So if it means fiscal year 25, why did we have that resolution if it was supposed to be used in this year? We had a resolution 24-106 that we appropriated because you wanted it to be spent over a period of time, beyond fiscal year 25.
Council Chair, thank you. Clarification for that is to allow that funding to go into an account that doesn't get reverted or swept, right? So it allows for the revolving amount of money to sit in there, and specifically for that use for leases that are not based on fiscal year. So if the appropriation of a lease goes to a tenant in FY25, but it is mid-year and will carry into FY26, there's importance to be able to make sure that the funding is maintained in that account for that lease, because leases don't work on fiscal years and or calendar years like always.
How are you doing on the spending right now?
Madam Chair, thank you. Right now, we have been working hand in hand with our agencies and partners to be able to make sure the drawdowns are happening. We look on target with the majority of our providers. And so it looks good to be able to make sure that those are accounted for. There have been some impacts with the FMR, which is the overall fair market rental rates. And some of our agencies are now approaching us saying that they're expecting rental rates to go up, and therefore some of those leases. But the leases allow us to at least predict for that, because once you lock in the lease rate, it's good for that year. But upon renewals, there is some worry that that cost could go up. We don't know what it will be because it's dependent. Madam Chair, that funding could cross over fiscal years depending on the lease, as I explained earlier. So if it was dedicated to it and there's a lease that crosses over, it could go from 1 year and carry over depending on when the lease is signed and dedicated to the individual client.
How many households is that going to fund?
Madam Chair, 596.
Is this is the 8 million going to increase any households for the next year?
Madam Chair, this currently is what we have to maintain the individual clients per contractor for our providers currently. It would not probably increase access without an infusion of more funding.
How much of the 8 million will be budgeted for direct assistance to beneficiaries, and how much for operating costs to the agencies?
Madam Chair, it's probably a 70-30 split.
Are specific housing voucher funds devoted to moving individuals through the gateway system?
Madam Chair, we do work to dedicate vouchers through our gateway housing navigation systems and support. So whether they're attached to our family program, currently our women's housing navigation and treatment, we also have vouchers sometimes attached to our affordable housing projects to lower the rental rate and offset that. And they're built into the formulary for our projects, much like our Los Altos Lofts property, which has dedicated vouchers for a certain percentage of individuals to be able to make that affordable, depending if it's 80% AMI, 50% AMI, or even 30% AMI.
Okay, is the funding from the Housing and Neighborhood Economic Development Fund for the homeowner rehab program being administered through a contract with HomeWise?
Madam Chair, yes, it is.
Is that contract on track to fully spend down its funds?
Madam Chair, my understanding is yes.
Can you get us those details?
Madam Chair, I'd be happy to.
Okay. Where is the funding for the assisted outpatient treatment program that reflected in the budget? That is a very important program. CAO Singles had told us that it was in the budget. We weren't able to find it.
Madam Chair, in my budget book, page 29, and it is under Health, Housing, Homelessness, it was deferred maintenance at Gateway Center. We have $1 million there. I believe the dedication of that funding will be $900,000. And I hope my book page numbers match yours.
129, let's see.
It would be under non-recurring FY26 proposed. Health, Housing, Homelessness has our own section. And you will see a deferred maintenance at Gateway Center, $1 million, and it actually will be $900,000 dedicated from that, to that program.
So it's page 129 or 29?
I have 29 in my book. I apologize.
Okay.
My team printed this for me, so it may not align with yours, but
Okay.
it is in the non-recurring items section.
It's non-recurring, okay. Thank you.
Yes.
What's it listed as?
It is listed as deferred maintenance at Gateway Center. 1 million.
Why is it listed as deferred maintenance gateway system?
I believe it was a technical error when we were looking at where our money was in SAP, but that was where that was moved. And so 900,000.
No wonder we couldn't find it.
Yes.
Okay. Why is the coordinated entry system funded through both recurring and non-recurring sources?
My Deputy Director, Dr. Raploop.
Madam Chair, good evening.
Hello.
The intention is to make sure that that program and the operations that they fund are up to capacity. So it's the coordinated entry system, it's operating the COC, it's making sure that the whole system for HMIS is functioning well. And so we were able to pull funding from a couple of different pots to make sure that they got what they need to operate the way they need to operate.
Okay. What is the administration's plan for when contracts can't be followed through? An example, the recent CPLC contract for the Gateway, the new provider out there, they're supposed to be doing transportation, and we've learned that that's not happening. And so we have a different contract for, so taxpayer money not being used as intended.
Madam Chair, let me kind of map how that came about. We were working in partnership with Transit to see if we could use decommissioned buses to save some money and allow that to be built into the contract with our providers that came on board. They were open to that discussion and trying to do this process for us so we could remove that contract. While we had that conversation, also internally with the city, we met with RISC and we met with others. And unfortunately, city vehicles cannot be operated through nonprofits. There's a risk issue, there's an insurance issue. They also have to obtain a COP as well as a CDL. So I think our intentions there were to be able to bring this into the provider. They were, of course, willing to do that. But because of those issues that arose in our exploring this as a partnership, we do appreciate that they were willing to at least explore it. We hit some roadblocks, unfortunately, internally with the city that's not going to allow them to operate our buses and do that.
So I can say two things about that. We should have done our homework before we wanted to throw that in, but what have we done to claw back that portion of that contract to, since they're not going to be providing that service, how has that changed the contract?
Madam Chair, so at the same time that that occurred, we had a conversation with CPLC as a provider to be able to say, you know, onboarding this new agency as well as right-sizing that contract was something as when I stepped in as director last year to really look at. We knew it was constantly underfunded, and we knew bringing a new partner on to take on such a huge responsibility was kind of guesstimating what the full budget was going to be. Upon our conversations with CPLC, they did notify us that they were requiring more infusion of funding and the direct line staff on site. And so they had asked us actually for a budget increase. When we sat down at the table with them, we said, oh, well, if this funding is not going to be able to be utilized for the transportation, you can request a budget amendment to dedicate that to the staff on site, and that is what I approved.
Okay, thank you. Can you explain how tenants' leases are set up, including rental payments, the maintenance, security, and how that affects operational costs?
Yes, thank you for the question. So, Madam Chair, Real Property really handles leases for and in partnership with our departments when we do that. So I'm not going to say I'm an expert in the lease, but I've done enough of these with my oversight of the social service arena. We offer two types of lease. One's a triple net and one is a full service lease. Triple net really puts the responsibility of maintenance and all the expenses that come with us hosting a space in one of our facilities on the agency, which sometimes allows for a lower rental rate because the city doesn't have to assume that cost. Then you have a full lease. Full lease means that basically we cover all of that, but they're probably going to pay a higher premium with regards to the price per square footage. So the way our leases are structured are in partnership with DMD and the Real Property. We design that lease in partnership with them. Typically, our tenants do choose full service leases in which we handle the maintenance, we handle the security of the facility in those contracts, and then we build the cost into their price per square foot rate. Given the entities that we have and the facilities that we have, the advantage to also a full service lease is really that our teams know our buildings, know our boilers, know our facilities, and there's less chance of any issues coming up with their maintenance repairs of a city building. So I hope that answers the question as far as the types of lease we offer and why that's built into that.
Thank you for that explanation. Counselors, any other questions? Counselor Feeblecorn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question on the legal aid appropriation for the landlord-tenant hotline. It's always been at, I believe, 95, and it was reduced to 75,000 this year. This is a really important asset for the community. I send people there on a weekly basis, and I'm just wondering why the reduction and if it was like discussed with legal aid as well.
Madam Chair, Deputy Director Braden.
Hi, Madam Chair. Councilor Feeblecorn, actually, it's in the contract for 75, and they're adding an additional 10,000, so it will be at 85,000 for FY26.
Where's the 10,000 in the budget?
Just talked about this today.
We only see.
Madam Chair, Councilor, actually the $10,000 comes from a match fund that we have to have for CDBG funds. And so we will be transferring those funds to the particular entity using a $10,000 fund that we have, a fund right now. And then that fund will be transferred to them.
Okay, thank you. So the budget for the hotline will be 85,000. It's been 95 in the past. So I'll ask again, like, what's the reduction, and was that discussed with legal aid?
Madam Chair, Councilor, yes, it was discussed with legal aid. They showed that relative to the smaller budgets that we have on the federal side, that's what the reduction was about.
I'm sorry?
Or the proposed reductions that we have on the federal side. So that was generally what it was about.
Reduction on the federal side. I might just be tired, but tell me that again.
Yes, so the reductions that we have in the overall spending that we have available to us on the federal side of our spending equation has been going down, and that's the primary reasons for we have that particular grant in place.
But there's nothing that would keep us from funding it fully with another 10K from another source.
Madam Chair, there's nothing that would stop us from increasing the total amount back up to the original amount.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I did want to make a small change. There was a small...
Can you talk a little louder?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I did want to make a small adjustment to a question that was answered. Currently, right now, the addendum funds is not allocated to HomeWise. They did answer an RFP. However, the addendum commission hasn't approved that contract yet.
For what? For what?
The HomeWise contract.
Oh, okay.
For rehab. So just want to let you know.
Thank you.
Yes. They do have another fund that they've been using and spending very well. I think that's why there was a difference in it.
Do you know when they're going to, thank you for that clarification. Can you tell me when they're going to approve it? What's the plan for getting it approved?
Madam Chair, there's been a problem with the subcommittee in terms of approval. There's somebody who has been very ill, so they're going to approve somebody else to be able to look in that subcommittee to be part of it in order to make the approvals and the recommendations.
Okay, thank you. So I want to go back to the question that she asked about funding. That seems like a really, really important piece to helping people so that we can help them not be on the street and be more of cost taxpayer dollars, taxpayers more money. So I think it's something that we definitely need to make sure it's funded. And does it need to be funded more than that?
Madam Chair, we can't agree with you more in terms, it's so much more cheaper and easier to have preventative issues and have people never become homeless in the first place. We would agree completely. We can look at that, but the reality is that there's just a limited amount of funds, and that's why it went down.
Right, I still think it's one that we've got to fund big time. Prevention's much better. Thank you. Counselors, let's see, Counselor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have so much. I'm going to just hit on the highlights because it's a long night and I don't want to belabor the points. So, first question, Director Ramirez. Last year, I went to go to DC, met with HUD, and found $7,412,150. $7.4 million. That was listed in our budget last year as to be determined. Okay? I went over and over and over with Joseph about when that money has to be spent, which is there's a ticking time clock on that money. And again, in our budget season, I see it on the still not allocated. No RFP's done. It's a year later. That money is not spent with a ticking clock to spend it. I double checked with HUD. Home ARPA money can be used on prevention. It can, which means instead of the $250,000 we are only allowed to use under CDBG, we could use $7.4 million in rental assistance for the preventative stuff. So it's clear your department does not have a plan for that money, and so I will be appropriating it to use it because I cannot wait. We cannot wait. I will ask my colleagues to support that because if we don't use this money, it goes back. And HUD was very clear that our formula, the reason our money is decreasing is because we aren't getting it out fast enough. That's straight from HUD. I heard it from their mouth directly. You can disagree all you want, but the bottom line is we're not getting the money out fast enough. And people are suffering. So I'm going to put a plan together for that money, and we're going to get that money out before the deadline and get some people housed. Next question is for same thing for the transportation, but I want to talk about Hawthorne family. How much does the city of Albuquerque spend every year to rent that hotel?
I'm sorry, I missed the beginning of that. My apologies.
It's okay. Gateway family. Sorry, I said the Hawthorne. Gateway family. How much does the city of Albuquerque pay every year to rent that hotel?
Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, I believe our license agreement is at about $1 million a year.
That's for licensing, but the other contract that I read is closer to $4 million with everything.
Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, for operational, I thought your question was around the rental.
I read a contract for the hotel, the actual owner of the hotel, that said we rented at $4 million, including licensing, per year. Not, okay.
Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, I'm not sure what you read. If you provide it to us, we're currently looking at that license agreement now, and it's not at that cost.
Okay. Okay, I'll be happy to send you the contract that I read. Please. That our staff pulled that said $4 million for that hotel. What's the plan for that hotel? Are we going to continue to spend a lot of money to rent it instead of purchasing it?
Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, so the hotel purchase, which we've learned a lot in regards to the challenges when we purchase them, there's a lot of issues to consider when you're looking at a facility for purchase. Not only what district it sits in, it's also related to the condition of the hotel. If we own it, there's city requirements that we have to do environmentals and abate it. This hotel came to us via COVID in response to serving families better. The amount of money that we've been spending on it on the license agreement, and the owners of that particular hotel have been more than gracious to be able to work with us, welcoming the service and initiative of what we are providing there. So we're in conversation currently for that license. My understanding it's about $1 million. Now I do understand that rates are going up because everything is going up, and so year to year to year we have that discussion with them of what that increase looks like. But I do know my staff is currently working on that license agreement for renewal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we're going to continue to rent it.
Madam Chair, yes, I think you're very aware of the challenges of locating not another hotel, but what district that would sit in, and relocating, and the impact, more importantly, on 65 family households, and removing them from the services that we built in partnership with APS and coordinating their school access, the partnerships we have with YFS and utilizing Thomas Bell and making sure they're taken care of. And we have a great partnership with regards with CYFD for all the complex issues that happen on site. So it'd be a major, I would say, impact on the families to uplift them and move them to another part of town. It's a disruption to them.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I'm definitely not suggesting that. I'm suggesting we don't continue to rent it, that we purchase it and own it, so we don't have to spend all that money on renting a hotel. But can you tell me how many total rooms are in that hotel?
Madam Chair and Councilor Rogers, so I toured that hotel before we acquired the first license agreement. I believe it's just upwards of the capacity of 100, maybe 105 now. 65 are dedicated to families. Currently, part of that has to do with the contracting ability and funds dedicated to expand other rooms, but we also have a design framework in which we have decommissioned rooms for case managers, floor monitors, and resources on that site for the families.
Okay, so how many available rooms are we not using at that hotel?
That would, I'd say roughly, I think the count is 40-ish or a little more above that.
Okay. Director, when I first took office, I asked, and Mariela was still the director of ACS, but I asked, we all were in a room together, and I asked you to put together a process to share funding that you have for housing with ACS so they could directly house folks that they're responding to directly, instead of having to call all your other providers and beg them for vouchers. What have you figured out a year and a half later about that?
Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, so, I think the conversations with ACS and Mariela exiting that, their new director, we have worked really well with regards to when they need access to family rooms and families regarding responses that they do. They've had immediate access to that. We understand there's been dynamics with, domestic violence calls, et cetera, and we've accommodated them at the hotel, leveraging internal services for them to be able to be placed. We've also talked around the ability and capacity, I think, with ACS, and I know they're up in regards to the next presentation. There are challenges with administering those when primarily their services are crisis response, and then building in the capacity to have the vouchers. But what we have talked about is that currently our vouchers are dedicated to individuals who are in permanent supportive housing, and so that there is no available other stock. And then we currently have a subcommittee that was, I think, via resolution to look at the motel vouchers, in which I think the quantity and amount was much less than I think that was perceived at the time that was in different contracts. So there is a plan in place, and that subcommittee is working toward that. I believe there's been input on that as to the motel voucher, and then also restructuring of how we look at building the system and how they're available and how they're accessed.
Thank you. That was a lot of words to not answer my question, which is, what have you put in place to share your resources with ACS? The domestic violence vouchers that they're doing that independently. Your team is not helping with that. I looked at their purchase orders in their own department with hotels, their own process through their core responders that has nothing to do with HHH. So again, we'll just have to do that. We will take some of your budget and we'll put it in ACS's if you can't figure out a process to do that, because it is just maddening for that staff to have to call your providers to get vouchers. And what we heard in the voucher task force, not just for motels, is that it's also frustrating for your providers. That you give us this amount of vouchers to work with, and then we are constantly calling them for those vouchers instead of working with our department. And I've had long conversations with ACS that they can do this. They already have processes for this. And so I will ask my colleagues to help fix this instead, because I've waited very, very patiently for a year and a half. No answers needed, Dr. Buplo, thank you very much. Just needed to say that we will fix that, since I've asked very, very kindly and patiently for your departments to work together to figure this out. I have like 10 other questions, but I'm going to spare us, and I'm cranky and it's late, and I don't want to do that. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Champagne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director, it's noted here that the department relies on several federal grants. And we've talked about those grants being taken away. What plan do you have in place to supplement if those grants are gone?
Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne, thank you. Yes, we do receive a large proportion of funding that comes from our federal partners. Right now, we've been working closely with them, and they have not indicated that those would be reduced and or changed. Those contracts proceed, I think, this administration. What we have learned is some of the current applications are not on the websites that we would typically apply for, so we're monitoring that to be able to go after that funding. there are various pieces of impact, right? I think I have about $1.4 million in salaries for federal staff in my department that administer it. We probably will have around 16.5 million in federal various grants. None of those seem to be on the chopping block currently. And so being able to understand like where that sits is of utter importance for us while we monitor that. I would say it would be detrimental to lose that much, just given that our budget can, cover that portion of it totally. But I can't also predict which particular program could get cut, other than we're in constant communication with our grant oversight, and they are saying that none of them have been identified for cuts.
So we're just going to continue to hope that they don't get identified, or if they do, what is your plan then? If they do get identified on next Tuesday, they call and say, hey, these are it. What are you going to do?
Councilor Champagne, I think what we are preparing for is should they expire and or end based on that, we would look at a point in which, depending on what the funding source is, because some of this is for community development, some of it is for other areas, there would be reductions.
Okay. $2 million is requested for funding to, was requested not increase to fund the permanent supportive housing vouchers. Is there any plan to change that program from permanent to of a more rapid rehousing program? Or are we just going to continue to permanently fund a majority of these vouchers?
Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne, thank you for that question. So originally, I think those funds were councilor driven prior to some of your electeds who came in and asked us to stand that program up. I think the dedicated funding that came from councilors at the time for rapid rehousing has been expended, and we're at the tail end of those funds. The next infusion of funding came the permanent supportive housing vouchers. So I would say expansion to the rapid rehousing would be welcomed if there were more money. However, maintaining the individuals who are in those permanent supportive housing vouchers now is our priority as we have them dedicated.
And Madam Chair, how does one get on the permanent housing voucher program? Is I mean, obviously there's a set amount of these vouchers.
Correct.
And so if there's, say, there's 150 of them, how long is the waiting list? Is there a waiting list? Is it there's numerous people? How does one get those vouchers?
May my deputy answer that in regards to the contractors we have and the delicacy around how they get issued, but yes.
Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne, thanks for the question. It happens through what they call the coordinated entry system. So essentially we have a lot of providers that have funding through our program for rental assistance and case management support to be able to house people in housing situations. Basically what happens is people call one of those providers, or they call the Coalition to End Homelessness, and they get what they call a VI SPIDAT. So they get identified in terms of what their acuity level is. So depending on whether they're chronically homeless, if they have a disabling condition, whether they meet that highest acuity level to be able to be put in permanent supportive housing. We don't want to put people in permanent supportive housing if they don't qualify for it. What I hear from our providers is that we are housing the people who are meeting that acuity level, who really need that level of support. What happens is if we don't have that support, then you see this problem in other parts of our system in terms of the emergency room, the jail, higher cost services that are not helpful, right? So putting the right intervention at the right time. So once you get identified, then if there's a voucher available, then you would be put on that voucher. Right now, since all the vouchers are allocated, what happens is ultimately we can really only allocate those through attrition. So if someone comes out of the program or falls off a voucher, then we can allocate that out. But yeah, it's a longer waiting list. And the same with the county and other parts of the state. You see these longer waiting lists because it's expensive to put people on these long-term vouchers.
Okay, thank you for that answer. How do, why would someone fall off that voucher program? How do they fall off? Do they not qualify eventually? Do they get onto other housing?
Yeah, so Chair, Councilor Champagne, that's a good question. It could happen for a variety of reasons. Sometimes people do get better, right? They're meeting their substance use needs, they're working with a case manager, they're ready to go into a different type of housing, they're ready to, get in, start to pay their own rent. That's awesome, that does happen sometimes. Other times, people go the other direction, right? They're not doing well in their housing, they're not being able to meet with their case manager, and potentially they become unhoused for a variety of reasons, right? And that's the worst case scenario and what we don't want to see, but it does unfortunately happen. So it could happen for a variety of reasons, but I think those are probably the two most common scenarios.
Okay. Madam Chair, let me make sure I get all my stuff down. 1.7 million is proposed for Gateway Family Housing Navigation Center operation. And it's sufficient enough to house 65 households. Is that enough funding? Because you didn't ask for any more. Is 65 enough?
Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne, I believe it's sufficient to sustain the 65 number that we currently have. I think that if we needed to expand to more rooms and dedicated spots, it would create an increase in cost for our operator. Again, we understood that it was a flat budget year. We wanted to maintain at least what we had, and so we did not put a proposal to increase.
Okay. And Madam Chair, it says that 3.8 is proposed for Gateway operating. It's not sufficient enough to obviously, is a Gateway operating system only 3.5 million to operate it yearly, or does that all come from us? And before you answer that, I know it doesn't, but so one of the actions is something that was vetoed by the governor. So there's a shortfall there off of not getting money from the state. What are your plans to fill that shortfall from House Bill 2?
Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne, I'm sorry, I think it was a two-part question, so.
Okay.
Yeah, give me the first part, let me try and see if I can.
You have 3.8 budgeted here, and obviously it's not enough because I know you guys you're hoping for state appropriations, but the General Appropriation Act, House Bill 2, was vetoed. You were waiting on that or banking on that money. Obviously, it's not coming now, so where you plan to fill that gap, or how do you plan to fill that gap?
Yeah, so, Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne, no, overall, I mean, that's a response we gave, is it's not sufficient. Other funding sources can include things that we're looking at for SAMHSA, state appropriation, allocation, House Bill 2. That funding right now, there was a line item veto, as you are aware of it. We're currently working in conversation with the state. They've been great partners as to what the grant application would be like, if we're still candidates to receive any of that funding, and if our projects align with what they wish to do. So I don't want to say that it's completely not an option, but they've been very kind to kind of keep us updated on what is their plan, and we are more than willing to apply and see what those conditions would be for the funding as they give us more detail.
Okay. Madam Chair, last question, and this goes back to a previous meeting.
Oh, Counselor, I just.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's okay. I just wanted to add the one thing on that the line item veto did not eliminate that funding. It just changed some of the wording, but that fund is still available, and the state is going to decide how to allocate it, so we may get funding from House Bill 2.
Oh, perfect. Thank you for the clarification, Counselor. Madam Chair, my last question, and then this was a point of contention. The HHH department has two amounts of money, 20 and 40,000, going to Tender Love. Are they on this year's budget because they haven't been using the money in the past? I've talked with other counselors saying that they've been wanting the money, but they can't get it. Is it on this year's budget that we're going to fund or give money to them again so they don't use it?
Our Deputy Director, Braden.
Chair, Councilor Champagne, they have been able to utilize the Rapid Rehousing Fund. That contract actually expires in December. I believe you're talking about the non-reoccurring funds in the 60,000. We have been working with the agency. They had some outstanding findings, but they have been clearing those, and so we expect that they'll be able to utilize that $60,000 in FY26.
So are they budgeted? Oh, so it's going to get carried over for FY26
I believe
from
that
25?
They're listed in the non-recurring funds, I believe.
No. No, the 60,000 is not recurring, so or did you make it recurring in the cost?
No,
I'm just asking.
Excuse me, Chair, not Councilor Champagne. It's non-recurring.
Okay. So are they in FY26's budget then?
Yes, they are. Oh, no. Oh, just 30, 60, so, yeah. About 60.
It looks like everybody's shaking their head that they are, so I can save you some time for looking
Okay,
at
thank you.
Madam Chair, then, so let me get this straight. So they didn't use the FY25 60,000 because we're getting to that point where they're not going to use it, so we're going to fund them another 60,000 in FY26?
Chair Councilor Champagne, so the 60,000 went to economic development. because that 60,000 is for a workforce development program. And economic development had multiple conversations with Tender Love, and at some point during the year, because of the outstanding findings that I just mentioned, they decided not to move forward with the contract with Tender Love.
Okay, for FY '25.
Correct.
Okay, so, and then in Madam Chair, in an FY '26, we're going to go out and try it again with them.
Correct.
Okay. Madam Chair, does that same thing with LifeQuest, the 25,000 that they declined the funding in FY '25? Are they in this FY '26 budget as well?
They are in there. Chair Grout, Councilor Champagne, they actually denied it in FY '24 and FY '25. And Youth and Family Services is, even though they're under our budget in here, it's Youth and Family Services who are administering that one-time funds. So I didn't actually answer your question. You asked why they're in the non-recurring, and because they're administered in another department, I can't actually speak to that.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
I just have a follow-up question. I want to talk about the $6 million that we have for permanent supportive housing vouchers. That is funding 596 families, which is very important. But this next year, you're going to ask for $8 million for the same 596 families. How, are permanent supportive housing vouchers the best use of our dollars? Or can we help more people with rapid rehousing vouchers? I don't see how, because if we're stuck on the same amount of people, we're not helping more people. Is there a better way?
Madam Chair, so this is a complex question in regards to understanding the population we're serving. Rapid rehousing is really designed for individuals who are work-able, have no probably mental health issues or addiction issues, and could easily just need a lift up for a short period of time. Permanent supportive housing vouchers goes to a population that's more of a systemic issue for our state. As individuals unfortunately lost access to institutions and longer programming and care, they became part of the society in which they're going to need case management, additional support to be able to sustain that. Complexities involved with that is unfortunately with rapid rehousing, if you don't have that guaranteed income and you are in treatment and still trying to survive, they become an entity that actually needs more resources and investment so that they're not taking resource investment from police calls, emergency hospitals, et cetera, that are also costly. So it's hard to weigh the impact, I would say, and advocacy of the individuals. They would say that they appreciate the dedicated funding they have to be able to have stable housing and not in other shelter systems or emergency housing.
We need to help these people, but I don't see how this is sustainable. I'm looking at a graph that's just, it's unbelievable how much money we're spending, and I don't know that we're $8 million for 596 is not very many. And I know that there's more people that need help. I think that I don't see the sustainability of this direction, and that concerns me. We really need to have a discussion about that. I would like to do that. Any other questions, councilors? Okay. Thank you, Director, for being here.
Thank you, Madam Chair, councilors.
And our final social goal department, Albuquerque Community Safety.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Albuquerque Community Safety, Jody Escabel, Director. With the FY26 proposed general fund budget of $17.9 million, 132 general fund positions, 8 grant positions, and highlights include $527,000 to create field operations program manager and community outreach manager positions, and $210,000 one-time funding carried forward in continued funding for the domestic violence housing voucher task force, school-based VIP case management, New Mexico Center of Black Excellence, and Vision Sancova programs. And Director Isabel is here and staff for questions.
Hello, how are you?
Good evening, Madam Chair, councilors. I'm well.
How are you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you.
11:15, we're gonna get
It's
out of your seats.
11:15. Very,
Yay.
made it before the next day, I'm happy.
Counselors, any questions? Counselor Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Director, so you got a small decrease to your entire budget and $1 million taken away for program savings. I guess what I want to say is, what's the future of ACS? I mean, is ACS intended to grow? Are you hiring more? Are you intended to do more and more? And what are your goals?
Yes, Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis, thank you so much for that question. The goal, of course, is to eventually grow, absolutely. At this moment in time right now, we are in a beautiful phase of ACS to where we can refine and make sure that all of our budgeted positions are filled. And so with the Community Safety Department, we were off and running very, very quickly in the first 3 years. And so right now, it's a really good space for us to really make sure that the house is built very strong for longevity of the department.
All right, Madam Chair. Yeah, so, I mean, a decision was made to decrease your funding, basically say that you're not going to hire anybody else, even though you have $1 million in vacancies, a need for personnel, $1 million in need for personnel. And that money was given to the general fund for other departments, and to fund the administration's, I think it's like $4.6 million increase over last year to other spending, but not your department. So if you're good with that, I mean, I guess one last question is, do you need any more money? You have everything you need.
Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis, I think that there was a lot of factors that played into our salary savings and the amount of money that we hadn't spent. We didn't have a complete HR division at the time. We have now held a bunch of hiring events, and our focus is on hiring and filling those positions that we are budgeted for. And so I think that we are adequately funded at this time right now for ACS. In order to make sure that we see the longevity in the department that we would like to see, we want to build the walls very strong. And
is there anything else, Madam Chair, anything else that you need? I mean, like throughout the next year, anything else? I mean, whether it be any other kind of program expenses, operating expenses. I mean, you're good with going throughout the next year going, I'm getting everything I need from the city council if they approve this budget, knowing that, APD at least had the opportunity to take the money that they cut, that cut $5.4 million that was cut to personnel and spend it on other issues or other things in their department. You didn't have the luxury of doing that because you got a small decrease to your total budget. So I'll just take that as you got everything you need. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilor Rogers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you tell me about your opioid education program?
Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, thanks for asking about that program. It's something that we're really fond of right now and seeing great results. That program is housed under our Violence Intervention Prevention House of the branch. Deputy Director Desiderio is here for any additional comments. But that team is a peer-led team, and so what that means is that those folks that are on that team have lived experience. For those of you that have maybe a family member or somebody that has ever gone through substance abuse, it's a hard thing to understand. And so when you're going through the stages of actually wanting to make a change, it's helpful to have somebody there that has made that change and give them a hand. So we've found a ton of success and actually partnered with our other community safety partners For example, we're receiving 30 to 40 referrals from the fire department every month. Those of them that are receiving Narcan or had an overdose. And so those names are able to be sent to us, and then our OEP team is able to follow up. And that's one of many ways that our OEP team is receiving referrals, and a really cool partnership with the fire department. We've also have the Golden Opportunity. I know that we've talked about it very briefly, but also a really amazing program because not everybody's doing that across the country. So we talk about leading the nation in a lot of ways through the Community Safety Department, but this initiative is also one of the ways that we do that. So if somebody overdoses and they receive Narcan on scene from the fire department, in that moment, after they are alert and able to make some judgments, they're able to start Suboxone immediately on scene, which is a special skill that our fire department went to the state to go and get. I'm also a licensed paramedic, so I appreciate this special skill that they had to go and get. And then from that partnership, there a lot of like a CARES campus that we can take them directly to, which is really amazing. So we've partnered with a couple of our community partners that say, hey, there's gonna be a bed for you guys, we'll reserve a bed. So we're not trying to find this person to go into detox. They'll go into this, the program, and the peer will then, for lack of better terms, hold their hand through this process.
Thank you. And thank you, Madam Chair. And how is that currently funded?
That's the OEP, Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, excuse me. The OEP team right now is currently grant funded.
And how much is that grant?
Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, that grant is $500,000.
$500,000. Okay. And is that grant something we think is going to continue, or is that something, if we want this program to continue, we would need to fund it?
Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, at this time that we're continue regular programming, that grant does run out in September.
Thank you. And I ask because I don't see anything in the current budget to replace that funding so we can keep that program going. What would you say an estimate is to keep that? Would it be just $500,000 a year to keep that program going?
Inviting community manager, Jeffrey is very knowledgeable in all of our grants, so to minimize the back and forth, I'll invite Jeffrey up.
Thank you. Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, just as a point of clarification, so it can go through September of next year, but it's a renewal process on those grants. So that's why we're still waiting to hear from SAMHSA. We filed the renewal paperwork, but we're waiting to hear back. And the renewal was for $500,000.
SAMHSA. Oh, okay. Thank you. Another question is, tell me, you have 3 street outreach coordinators right now. Are those positions city funded, or those are city positions, or are those contractors?
Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, those are city positions for street outreach and resource coordinator is the job description.
Not contract?
No. Under the, Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, under the street outreach division, we do have 2 folks that are on PT contracts right now that are navigators. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And so those are under your contractual services, and that's not being cut or moving. You'll be able to continue those street outreach. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you. To Councilor Lewis's point, we know you need more people. We know, I mean, this body wants you to do more. We just heard from economic development. ACS is going to save economic development now. You're continue to ask to do more. I think this body has asked you to, wants you to do more for homelessness specifically, even though that's not what you were intended to do. For your core responders, can you explain what your core responders do?
Sorry about that. Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, I can. Our core responders are a community oriented response and assistance team, and they're a really talented, caring group of people that have a wide set of abilities. And so they receive referrals from domestic violence situations. They receive referrals from the Albuquerque Police Department. And then we also provide outreach in any type of traumatic incidences in the area. So for example, we had a tragic incident at an apartment complex, and they were able to go in and kind of case the area and say, hey, is everybody okay? Does somebody need, do we have more information? And do you want to talk to folks? And so it's really a community-led healing in a way that we really haven't before. It's really important, the partnership that we've had with our police department, our CORA team.
Thank you, Madam President. Last question for the CORA responders. You have 6 CORA responders right now. Any of them doing housing navigation?
Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, at this time, they will help with temporary housing, emergency housing situations. I was just looking over everybody's job descriptions in preparation, and one thing that stuck out to me was just evaluate a wide range of crisis issues and supply appropriate information and referral services to resolve problems. So they are not currently focusing on housing navigation in that way. We do have a street outreach division that we've pivoted from our behavioral health responders, ensuring that our behavioral health responders could respond to a 911 crisis that we were originally kind of seen on. So the beautiful thing about the community safety department is it does evolve to the needs of the community. That's why we have 7 to 8 different types of teams, because we see the needs of the community. And so our street outreach team itself are those folks that kind of focus on our homeless population.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Madam Chair. Do you have a youth mobile crisis team or a youth mobile unit for youth?
Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, we do, and it's something that's really exciting for the community. We do have a school-based violence intervention program that we work very closely with APS, and we're in a handful of high schools. Just recently having a meeting with Del Norte High School, so we'll be going into Del Norte High School next. And they even wanted summer programming. So what we found through our school-based program is that we were losing kids that were dropping out of school. So if these kids were originally in the program and then they dropped out, our hands were a little tied with the fact that they weren't in APS anymore. Or they didn't attend an APS school, or we started finding these ors, and now we just can't help these kids. So this youth-based violence intervention team has less of those barriers for the youth, right? And it didn't have to be in a high school. We know that our kids are committing crimes at a younger age now. And so what does that look like? If we weren't in a high school, but we're getting referrals from either high school kids that have younger kids, younger siblings in the house that are like, hey, they're doing X, Y, and Z worse than I am, then our hands were tied. But now with this youth mobile team, our range of services are really expanding to be able to help the youth.
Thank you. Last question, winter transport. This last winter, I got a lot of great feedback about the number of transports that you did for that with limited resources. So you're sure you don't need any more resources I know, Walter. He's giving me the look because Walter had to drive the winter transport. I saw Walter out there driving the winter transport. I'm out in my streets, okay, and I saw Walter driving the van for transport, which tells me he's a deputy director. Yes. His use of time and what we're paying Walter to drive the van. Do we need some extra winter transport dollars?
Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, for the record, Walter Adams loves to drive the winter transport. Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, the winter transport van is something that is really needed for our community. We talk about ACS continuing to pivot for the needs of the community, and this was just another example to say, hey, we need to get these folks into the shelter. How are we going to do it? And so we're happy to help where we can.
Thank you. And I bring that up because how much did it cost you to run that program over the winter?
Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, Walter Adams' salary. Just kidding. I can get you the numbers for that.
Like 50,000 or something.
I can. It is like around that amount.
Right?
We do. So what we also, one of the things that I didn't want to do, or we didn't want to do as a leadership team, is put that tax on our field responders. It's really hard for our graveyard teams, which are maybe 3 teams on the streets for the city of Albuquerque, to then start transporting folks all the way to Gateway West. So what we understood was that was really burning out our responders. Something with alternative response is that we have to be hypersensitive about burnout and compassion fatigue. And so this was a way that we could say, hey, our responders don't have to do that, or they shouldn't have to do that, so they can respond to 911 calls. And so that was really the evolution. And so we contracted those positions so that we could have our responders fresh and responding to 911 calls.
Thank you. How many transports did you do total in the winter?
Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, we did approximately 4,500.
And I want to say that 4,000 transports, $50,000, but we're paying $1 million to transport people on a bus to the West Side shelter. Let's just give that million to ACS. And how about we transport them closer, like the Taj Mahal of homelessness that is Gateway East, so that we don't have to be using that. So just a couple, maybe we could tweak some things, and instead of making our responders, HHH and administration, go all the way to the West Side shelter, let's just get them closer. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, and just to mention that this winter around, we did utilize the first responder shelter a lot for this operation, and so that was incredibly helpful for us.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Baca, you want to say something? Sweet.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have any questions, just a quick statement. You know, we all know crime, homelessness, and safety are the top priorities of the city right now. And when I look at the budget and I look at all the work that ACS does, clearly punching above your weight and getting things done. So kudos to the team. I think ACS is an extremely important program that deserves our support going forward. And that extends to all of our city departments. There's a lot of people doing a lot of good work. And I for one, am very appreciative of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Lewis?
Madam Chair, just quickly, maybe I just missed this on some of these things, but you have other core services, I guess the safety intervention, prevention, outreach, and it looks like several different programs, like the youth outreach and things like that. So out of how many positions do you have? How many?
Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis, right now we have 141 positions.
The 141?
Total, yes, sir.
How many of them are doing those programs? I guess what's the distinction over those that are responding to calls and those that are doing these programs?
Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis, there are 81 of our positions that are filled right now currently with some sort of operator of sorts. That's to include our core team, our behavioral health teams, and our school-based team.
Okay.
And our triage specialists.
I mean, everything I've heard about ACS is that your purpose is to relieve APD of phone calls, you know, of calls, you know, non-emergency calls. These are all worthy programs. These are great things. It just sounds like you got added, you know, kind of dump some programs on you because it maybe just fit into your department. But that seems like a pretty significant amount of people that would not be responding to what I thought was the sole purpose of ACS and the advantage. I mean, whenever we talk about ACS, it's all touted as, hey, this program, you know, takes away calls that would take up APD resources. Doesn't sound like that's the case, though. It sounds like a pretty significant amount of your resources are going to other things, maybe worthy things, but just not that.
Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis, thanks for the question or the statement. I think it's interesting the way that we talk about the calls that ACS are taking. And so we're saying that we're diverting calls from APD, which I agree that we are, because I've talked with many of you, is who would we be sending if we weren't sending the community safety department? So 3,000 calls a month would be either going back to the police department or not. But what we've found in the last 3.5 years is that those 3,000 calls were actually made for an alternative response. Less than 2% of those calls we needed to call APD back on scene for. And I attribute that to a ton of things. Our call matrix that says, hey, these are the calls that we can take. And we also are now dispatched under the police department. And so I think that is a good indicator. And so I think to say that we're diverting calls from APD, I think that Albuquerque should be proud that we're saying that we found the alternative response to these calls that didn't need a police response. They didn't. And they don't want to respond to those calls. Majority of them, to be honest, is that they don't want to respond to those calls. Some of them, sure, absolutely. But the majority of them, it didn't have a crime in nature kind of indication of the call or a medical. I'm very blessed and super lucky that I've operated for many years in both realms as a paramedic and as well as special operations via contract for the state police. And so I understand that I felt like we were missing the mark in public safety. And I think that we should be more proud that we have found the alternative response model that is being successful. And yes, diverting calls from APD, but actually giving the people the right response at the right time.
Madam Chair, okay, so that's exactly what I was talking about. Maybe I used the wrong word, diverting, but you're taking legitimate calls that your caseworkers are handling, and let's say that's great. You know, we should all be proud of that, I guess. But then, you know, if you gave some of them back to APD, to me that would say you're taking all the possible calls that you could actually take. That would make sense why you wouldn't want to hire more people. But also, what I was saying though is that it sounds like about maybe 50 out of your 140 or 60 out of your 140 are not doing that. That's not what they're doing, and yet I understood that's the main purpose of ACS.
Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis, thank you for your statement. We're responding to an on average 3,000 calls a month coming through our 911 system. So I do feel like we're answering the call in a way that we haven't yet for our community.
Madam Chair, yeah. My question though is, you know, is it the purpose of your department? I mean, that's the purpose of the department, to respond to those calls. Great, it sounds like you're handling all of them. So maybe you need to have the other 50 people doing something else. But I didn't think that was the purpose of ACS, to do other programs. I thought the purpose was, it sounds like you only need 80 people to handle those calls, the 3,000 or so calls, and then, because the other ones you're giving back to APD. But it seems like the 50 other personnel are doing other worthy things, but not the main purpose that I understand that ACS was created for, and that is to respond to calls.
Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis, I understand what you're saying. And I think that I can talk about growth in a way that is in line with the city and also the budget. There's many things that we can do to utilize and find growth, right? There's little things that we're doing as far as making ACS more efficient and effective. And so what does that look like? Splitting the city in half in a bilateral pilot to say a responder on Coors doesn't take their next call on Tramway. And so now we have essentially an area command. And so yes, absolutely, but we're also a 3-year department. And so like I had mentioned, building the foundation and the structure to that, then I would love to have the same conversation in a year when we have put everything in place this next fiscal year.
Madam Chair, I mean, it sounds like some of the other programs are doing maybe might fit better under youth and family services, or, you know, the intervention programs, things like that. I mean, again, I'm a little surprised that the department is focused on some of those other things. I mean, I'd have an answer to that. That's fine. I'm not trying to stump you or anything like that. I'm just, I mean, I wasn't aware that the department was focused on other programs and doing other things that might make sense with other departments, and there was only you know, a percentage of our caseworkers that are actually responding to those calls. I mean, it's just interesting to me. But that's it. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to help respond to some of the questions, Councilor Lewis. We just talked about this with APD. They said they had 900 sworn officers, but could not give an answer, a direct answer of how many officers are taking 911 calls. We have ACS who's exactly been able to tell us, this is how many people are taking 911 calls. These are the folks that are doing other things. You also just talked about youth crime and the importance that we need to be doing something for youth crime. That's not Youth and Family Services, that's ACS. I think we just have to have the same standards here that we have for our other public safety arms when it comes to the line of questioning that we have and what they do for our community. I think given the fact that ACS heavily is in my district, I get to see them in action probably a lot more than you do. And I get to see their services, I get to see the impact, I see it every single day because they are in my district more than anybody else's, even Bacchus. If you look at the data on their reports, they're in District 6. I need them in District 6, and the reason I need them in District 6 is because my officers say they need them in District 6. APD has absolutely asked for them to keep taking calls away from their officers, and I think we should listen to them when they say ACS is a good thing. It's helping APD. I wish their crisis intervention people were here to talk about all the things that they're presenting as APD using ACS's data across this country, because it is an innovative thing that we don't have to agree on, but the data does speak for itself. And unfortunately, we don't have the same data from APD to show what's going on.
Thank you. Councilor Lewis.
Yeah, we're on the same page. There's no confusion here at all. Again, everything I've heard about ACS is that they exist to respond to non-emergency calls. And I didn't know that only 80 out of 140 were doing that. Again, I said those other programs and things they're doing might be very worthy, and that's great. So no criticism of those at all. But when the mayor talks about ACS, and whenever anybody talks about ACS, we talk about all the the calls that were taken where APD and our sworn officers would have their resources and time taken away by responding to those when they could be responding to other things.
Thank you, Councilor Champagne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have one question. One of the original objectives or goals that was put forth for ACS was obviously responding to mental crisis individuals or individuals who are suffering from mental crisis. One of the other ones was abandoned vehicles. Do you still respond to abandoned vehicle calls? And if so, how many do you do a year?
Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis first. I just wanted to just throw in there also the 30 of those other positions are admin that we didn't really talk about either, and those are all filled. And so we do need admin positions that are helping run the department, and so admin and field. So Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne, sorry. It's also, yeah, I'm sorry. At the time, I'm not sure what at this time, we don't respond or being called out to abandoned vehicles unless there is somebody that might have been living there or perhaps some indication of that somebody would need services.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for staying so late, and I'm going to finish before midnight, I swear. I just want to say, I'm not going to lie, I'm very disappointed that the budget for ACS did not grow in the mayor's proposal. This group of folks are really making a difference in our community, and I would like for them to have doubled in size. Now, I understand what the director's saying, and I understand that we don't have kind of the wait list for people that we had for a while when we were opening up jobs at ACS. But again, I think given all of the comments we've made in public about the vast reliance on this department, having 141 staffers do all the things that they do is pretty sad. So I just had a couple questions. One, I guess, Director, can you just tell me what you think the purpose of ACS is?
Madam Chair, Councilor Fiebelkorn, thank you for the question. As a first responder that didn't have an answer to a lot of these behavioral health crises, answering in 911 and not really having the answer. As a paramedic, I could patch a hole, give some drugs, and drop you off at the hospital with a pulse, and I won the day. If I worked very closely with the state police for the last 13 years and knew law enforcement intimately and understood that you caught a criminal and you took them to jail. But there was a lot of those calls in between in crisis in a 911 situation for behavioral health emergencies that we weren't answering the call for. I know that personally. I saw that for 20 years. And so I felt like hearing about when ACS was created, I was still at my last place of work, was really proud and really happy that we were thinking outside of the box to help people that maybe traditionally we didn't have the answer to. And so I think the purpose of ACS is responding as a first responder in a moment of crisis for behavioral health emergencies that we can support our community in a different way. We know that suicide has increased. And what does that mean? I think we've talked about that before, is like, what does that mean? What does that mean for our community? What does that mean? Is there just more awareness about suicide, or are we, do the people understand that there's a resource now, or are people more sad right now? I don't know, but like, I'm happy that we have a call, we have a way to answer that call. I think that a holistic approach to public safety, public response is such an amazing evolution of first response. A compassionate hand to hold in a moment of crisis. And what does that mean? Also, that it stems off into multiple other fields, and that's why I feel and saw that ACS was filling the gap in many other ways. Our OEP team, our school-based team, our street outreach program, all the teams that we're talking about, because it's nice to have an inside referral system when we're responding to 911 calls in a behavioral health emergency, that we can then refer them back to our other teams to say like, hey, Cora, let's go check out this family. There's multi-layers to this. And so to have the depth that the community safety department has now to answer the call to the service, as cheesy as it is we're reaching the community in a different way. And I'm proud of that. I think that's the goal of ACS, is to really give the community hope in a way that we haven't before.
Thank you. I'm also proud of ACS, and I will say that when I talk to folks in my community, my constituents are very proud of ACS and proud to have this kind of really new approach happening in our community. One of the things that I love the best, it's hard to choose, but a lot of the proactive assistance that you do, of course, being me, I know that you've been working with Animal Welfare Department to go out and proactively offer assistance to folks who are unhoused, who are living in certain areas. I know that you do the violence intervention work that I've liked so much. I've had you come and present twice now at LGCC. Can you talk a little bit about why we do those kind of programs in addition to the responding to calls?
Madam Chair, Council Fiebelkorn, thank you for the question. I think that it brings a bit of humanity back to first response in the state of our community. We know that when people are making right decisions or feeling better, they make better decisions. And so if we can bring, as our Connect to Care events, if we, our street outreach team goes into the neighborhoods that you all have concerns about in your districts, our highest calls for highest service calls, we pop up those Connect to Care events to include animal welfare and a beautiful street outreach collaboration with UNM Street Med. And so I know that if we start to stabilize people and show our community that we care in a way that they want to make better decisions, we see that the repeat consumers that come to our pop-up events start to stabilize in a way. We're giving long-lasting injections to help them medically stabilize, mentally stabilize. We know that then they start to agree to housing assessments, starting to feel better and starting to take us up on job offers. We connect them to resources, but sometimes that first interaction isn't successful, and so we have to stay relentless in our caring and our outreach. And so we've found that those are extremely successful in that way.
Thank you.
And sorry, and prevention, as we all mentioned earlier, is extremely important. So to speak to the violence intervention prevention side, we work really closely with the police department to try to prevent these cycles of violence and or people slipping into addiction. We understand the amount of prevention that takes place in the community.
Thank you.
So last question is just wanted to clarify, because it sounded like you weren't getting any new positions, but you are actually getting 7 new positions this year. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Councilor Fiebelkorn, there are 4 new positions that we're getting, and we've decided as a leadership team that one of our manager positions would be better suitable to make BHR teams, to make another street team so that they could respond to calls. And so we decided that one of those manager positions should be cannibalized for a field team.
Okay, so 4 new positions. Thank you very much for all the answers.
Thank you. I have thank you, Counselor. I have just a couple of things to say. We noticed that you did, we could use more street outreach teams because I think that is what our community would like to see as well. I think you do good work there. And I think it would be money well spent. Walter, thank you for going out and driving that truck. That I like seeing people in places that, you know, it's not beneath you to go drive that truck. And I would do the same. So thank you. Thank you. I know the people appreciate it as well. I do have a question. How old is your department?
Madam Chair, we're 3 years old.
Okay. So in the numbers that you gave us, you started in fiscal year 23, 24, and 25. The numbers that you gave us, you have taken to date, and this was as of April 1st, 80,763 calls. And I know that it was recently published that you've taken 100,000 calls. But that doesn't, the numbers that you provided us with, and then the information you gave us tonight, you take 3,000 calls a month. I don't know where the other 20,000 are. So you'll need to re-look at those numbers and let us know. We also have other questions. One more that I would like to ask, and then there's a lot of questions that we've asked you, but you didn't completely answer them. So we're going to send them back to you so that you can finish answering them for us, because it will help us make better decisions when we are going through this budget. One of the questions that we asked, you all receive 100,000 in emergency housing vouchers for DV violence issues, and we wanted to know if there are any plans to tie this data to the HHH Housing Voucher Dashboard project that we're working on. And this didn't get answered. And so we think this is very important that it is tied to it. And part of funding that, I would really like to see that requirement be part of that source. But we have a bunch of questions that we still want to ask, but we don't have time tonight. I know, but I don't want to. I know nobody does. But I would like to thank everybody that was here tonight, the departments, and for all of your questions and answering these questions. Now, some of these questions we still didn't get answers because you don't have them right now, which is understandable, but we would like you to go back to your departments and make sure that all of those questions that didn't get answered will get answered, sir. I know we'll get them. And I want to thank the counselors for all their hard questions. I know it's never fun, but I appreciate everybody taking this serious. $1.5 billion is a lot of money, and it's a big responsibility. And so All these questions will help us formulate a good plan moving forward, and I want to thank the budget team and everybody here involved. And with that, I would like to move R132, appropriating funds for operating the government of the City of Albuquerque for fiscal year 2026, beginning July 1, 2025, and ending June 30, 2026, adjusting fiscal year 2025 appropriations and appropriating capital funds. And I move a deferral to May 8th. And we have many seconds. I will take Councilor Rogers' second. Councilors, all those in favor, vote by raising your hand and saying yes. Opposed? It passes unanimously. There being no other business this evening, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you. Thanks for your help.